And, oh, all these recording pop-ups are coming up. Yeah, so I'm Paulo Miranda, the Vice President of ISC Squared Singapore chapter. But today is a very special day, so you can just call me Cyber Bro, and I will be your host for today. I want to start by sharing with you this wonderful quote I learned recently at our firm's International Learning Week. If you are not willing to learn, no one can help you. If you are determined to learn, then no one can stop you. This is by Zig Ziglar. This really resonates with me since many of us are here today to learn how to keep on rising above and staying resilient against future threats. This is also why we at ISC Squared Singapore host this annual Secure Singapore conference to bring you some of the best and brightest in the cybersecurity industry, both locally and internationally. We are very pleased to have with us experts and highly esteemed guests from ISC Squared, government, public, and private sectors, sharing their knowledge and experiences with all of us who are here today. We also have with us my partner in party crime, Mr. Anthony Lim, or as he would like to be called today, Doc Death.
Yeah, it's actually right. Dr. Dev Combat too long. So hello everybody, good morning to you and welcome to the show. Yeah. Thanks, Paulo. Thanks, Cyberbro. All right, all systems go. This is we hope you have a lot of learning and a lot of networking and have fun and in the process from various experts around the world that we've put together from a variety of industry sources.
Of course, we'd also like to thank our event sponsors in no specific order. So Anthony, can you help list out our sponsors for the day?
Hang on, sorry.
So I'll start with the first one. It's right. Ensign Info Security. We all know them. You have the second one?
No, I haven't got the second one yet.
It's all behind you.
I'm still booting up. Yeah, it's all behind you.
So the second one is Cypherma, and the other one is Aqua Security. Thank you very much for sponsoring our very nice event today, and hopefully we'll all be able to do another one next year. So some other housekeeping notes. There's things in front of you. Make sure that you put in your ISC Squared reminders and your ID numbers there. So this is also to help you get your CPEs for today. We also like to thank our supporting partner organizations. We have ISC Squared Global, represented by Claire, who's here with us today, despite the time. I know it's very difficult. These are the unusual times that we're all used to having all these virtual meetings at very odd times of the day. And we have AISP, thank you very much, ISACA, and SES, U Associate, NUS ISS, and of course, TTAB. And a warm round of virtual Zoom applause to our event sponsors and supporting partner organizations. Yes, thank you very much. Now, please get ready with your favorite drink as we will now begin our welcome address. First up, I'd like to introduce to you my very best friend, who's the current president of ISC Squared Singapore. We've been through tough times together in building up the chapter. And he'll be also sharing with you some good news. I'm not sure if you've seen it in our posts on social media. He's also the information technology and security professional with over 20 years experience leading the IT governance, management, and information security for SMEs and regional offices. Without further ado, let me bring to you Mr. Garion Kong. Over to you, Garion.
Thank you, everyone. I'll keep my welcome message very short because we have a long program waiting for us. First off, welcome everyone. Mr. David Koh, Chief Executive of Cybersecurity Agency, Ms. Claire Rosso, Chief Executive of ISC Squared, Mr. Clayton Jones, Managing Director of ISC Squared APAC, fellow professionals, members, friends. I'm very glad that we have this Secure Singapore 2021 this year again. Although it's virtually, I hope everyone will enjoy the program and have good takeaways at the end of the conference and bring to your own organization. May now invite Ms. Claire to give her welcome address. Ms. Claire, please.
All right, thank you. It is wonderful to be here. I'm going to share my screen, and if I get my slides backward, somebody needs to tell me. So give me 2 seconds here and I will start sharing. Let's see, do you see the slides?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. But it's
Oh.
quite small though. Yeah.
It's other way around, Claire. You have to share your
They're
other screen.
backward?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. How about now?
Yes.
That's fine.
Perfect.
Is that better? You see, okay, thank you. So good morning. I'm Claire Rosso, CEO of ISC Squared. Thank you for inviting me back to Secure Singapore this year. Next year, I hope we all are doing this in person. Your event is very special to me because it was one of the first events I did last year when I became ISC Squared CEO. And so anyways, you have a special place in my heart. And well, a year later, here we are still navigating a global pandemic. You continue to prove yourselves resilient. Cybersecurity professionals are actually more satisfied than ever in their job roles globally, even as you navigate escalating cyber threats, scramble to protect critical infrastructure, and compete for talent to fill the holes in your team of the new professionals that you need. Also, I would like to applaud all of you for helping Singapore achieve tremendous growth in its cybersecurity workforce. Just last week, we published our 2021 cybersecurity workforce report, and it looks at that very issue. And I'd actually like to spend my next few minutes going over some of the key findings of the report and some Singapore specific data. If I could advance my slide. All right, so here's the great news. The cybersecurity workforce increased by 700,000 professionals globally, up to 4.1 million. And the gap actually shrunk by 400,000 professionals to 2.72 million globally. But before you start to throw that big party, just pause for a second, because actually in every region of the world except APAC, the workforce gap grew last year. And here's why it appears not to have grown and actually shrunk from about 2 million to 1.4 million in APAC. And that is because led by Singapore, Japan, Australia, all significantly grew their cybersecurity workforces. But at the same time, and our study goes into this in greater depth, there appear to be some economies in Asia that have not been quite so resilient as a result of the pandemic. And so they either still are in a position where they have frozen positions and are not hiring, or really are not considering hiring at all. So if we look at overall globally, we still need to grow the workforce by 65%. But let's talk specifically about Singapore for a second. So you guys are just incredible. And I kid you not, you are on the world stage and everyone wants to know what Singapore did and is getting right in growing its cybersecurity workforce. I truly have had reporters from around the globe say, well, what's Singapore doing? How are they shrinking their workforce gap so much? And I believe that one of the esteemed guests here today, the Cybersecurity Agency Commissioner, David Koh, should get a lot of credit for developing their latest 5-year cybersecurity strategy, as well as the announcement of the MOU between Singapore and the United States to strengthen information sharing and cybersecurity exchanges between the two countries. Singapore's growth leads all regions globally except for Germany. So well done. Now your gap only shrunk a little, and that really is just representative of the continuing growing need for cybersecurity professionals in our businesses and governments. But truly, well done. I don't know if you feel it in your organizations, but this is what success looks like globally when we're talking about shrinking the workforce gap. So a few other bits of information that I think you'll find interesting. While the big number for the global gap is important, really what matters is the gap within your own organization. That's the most important gap. And 67% of our respondents told us that they have a gap of cybersecurity professionals within their organizations. And as a result, 60% say that their organizations are at extreme or moderate risk for a cyber incident. And this is new this year in the cybersecurity workforce study. And I think one of the most compelling bits of data that we collected, we asked professionals, we said, so what's happening because you don't have enough staff? And what could have been prevented with more staff? And what they're telling us is we're misconfiguring systems. We have insufficient risk management, risk assessment and management. There's delays in patching critical systems. We have process and procedure oversights. Our threat awareness is reduced and we are rushing deployments. And that actually reads like the list of reported reasons that organizations have for data breaches and ransomware attacks. So cybersecurity professionals know and understand the impact of the staffing shortage, and that is that it's leaving organizations vulnerable. All right, so we asked our survey respondents to say, overall, what could the profession be doing to shrink the workforce gap? And this is what they told us. The far and away top answer was develop and retain existing staff, because it's not just a recruiting issue, it's also a retention issue within organizations. Then 31% recruiting, hiring, onboarding new staff, encouraging and developing a future staff, integrating security into existing business processes, and so on. And it's not actually until you get to the fifth, that they start to talk about use of technology to help with shrinking the workforce gap or making organizations more safe and secure. And that's pervasive through all our findings, that it's a people first strategy, not necessarily a technology first strategy. And when we asked organizations specifically, what are you going to do from a people perspective to improve your security posture in 2022, what they told us is, we're investing in training, we're investing in certifications, but they also said, we're looking at providing more flexible working conditions. I'm going to talk in a moment what is meant by that. And then also, we're going to hire more for attitude and aptitude and train for technical skills. Said a different way, we're starting to look to hire for non-technical skills and then train for the technical skills. All right, we also asked, what are the technologies that you are investing in for your organizations in 2022? And what they told us, or what you told us, is cloud provider services, increased use of intelligence and automation for manual cybersecurity tasks, application of intelligence and automation for existing processes. You can see the next one, there's a theme here, inclusion of intelligence and automation for solution selection criteria. I think the dark horse in this list that is not, it's number 6, the DevSecOps, but I have to say I hear coming up in lots and lots of conversation is, what are we doing about secure software development? So it'll be interesting. I don't know if I'll make it till 4 in the morning, my time, to the end of this event. However, maybe you can report back to me how often secure software development comes up in conversation. Okay, so we believe that to truly fully shrink the workforce gap, we have to diversify the cybersecurity workforce. And when we talk about diversifying the workforce, yes, we are talking about gender, talking about race and ethnicity, but we're also talking about diversity of educational background, diversity of experience, and neurodiversity. So when we ask professionals, is the profession more diverse than it was 5 years ago? 51% say yes, it is more diverse. 37% say it's about the same, and 5% say no, it's worse than it was. So we actually think that 51% is great progress. And when we ask, what can we do to diversify? We are told, provide more flexible working conditions, provide mentorship and support at all job levels. And that certainly is one of those items that really speaks to retention once you recruit people into your organization. We also hear about eliminating pay and promotion gaps, diversifying management and hiring teams, and actually establishing diversity goals within your organization. So going back to those non-technical skills that our employers are hiring for to help expand their teams, they say they're looking for things like strong problem-solving abilities, curiosity and eagerness to learn, strong communication skills, and strong strategic thinking skills. Again, not that technical is not important, but with the idea that they then train for the technical skills. And you told us for the 3rd year running that cloud computing skills are the #1 area in which you were going to focus your professional development in the coming year. And you can see that artificial intelligence and machine learning, which we heard a lot about in the technology investment, is also very high on the list. Our survey also told us that almost 50% of cybersecurity professionals are looking to earn additional certifications. And this is the top of the list that we were provided. Couple more things, and then I'm almost done. I'm going to close out here so you can get on to the rest of your wonderful presentations. We asked about the pandemic impact on remote work and has there been change? In May 2020, approximately 90% of organizations were fully working remote. That went up to 94%, but we are seeing some shifts in 2021. There's a slight reduction in organizations that are being able to continue to work fully remote. This year, 37% of individuals have to come into the office some of the time compared to 31% last year. Last year, there were 47% of professionals throughout the globe were remote, fully remote. No, I'm sorry. This year it's 47% are fully remote. Last year was 54%. The most drastic year-over-year changes, though, we found were in Latin America and APAC. So in Latin America, they shifted from 67% fully remote to only 47% now. And in APAC, it shifted from 45% fully remote down to 36% fully remote. And we are told that only 24% of companies across the globe have plans to fully return to conventional work in offices, but only 15% of cybersecurity professionals say they want to go back to offices full time. So it's interesting. So 2 final slides here, and then I'll be done. I want to share some of the challenges that professionals told us they had with remote work over this past 18 plus months of the pandemic. And that included rapid deployment of new collaboration tools like video conferencing, lack of security awareness among a remote workforce, keeping up with new threats and tactics, and concern over the physical security of so many distributed assets. But there was also upside. There was also upside for working remotely. And #1 was improved workplace flexibility, also accelerated innovation and digital transformation efforts, strengthen communication collaboration, strengthen organizational support for employees. So I want to thank you for letting me come here and be with you today. Next year, we will be in person. I've provided you the link so you can go see the full research report. It's very interesting. I hope your summit's a wonderful success. And until we meet again, I really want to thank you for all you do for keeping our information systems worldwide, and especially in Singapore, safe and secure. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Claire. A warm round of Zoom applause for Claire, please. Thanks. So what I picked up from there was we have to make sure that we have cloud, intelligence, automation, application, and diversity in our workforces. So these are the things to look out for. Next big thing. Yes, we will definitely go on to welcome our guest of honor. Um, he is very well known to everyone, Singapore's first Commissioner of Cybersecurity and the founding Chief Executive of the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. David Koh. Over to you,
Thanks
David.
very much, Paulo. And good morning to everybody. Good evening, Ms. Claire Rosso. Thank you for joining us at your time zone. I think it's my great pleasure to be here. So I want to acknowledge Ms. Claire Rosso, Chief Executive of ISC Squared, and Mr. Garion Kong, President of ISC Squared Singapore Chapter. Thank you for inviting me to ISC Squared's annual Secure Singapore Conference. It is indeed my pleasure to be here with you all today, albeit virtually. Although we aren't able to gather physically, I really commend ISC Squared's efforts to keep the community connected virtually. Professional associations such as ISC Squared play a crucial role in the development and the dynamism of the cybersecurity sector, not just in Singapore, but everywhere. In CSA's updated Singapore Cybersecurity Strategy 2021, which was just announced a month ago during the 6th edition of the Singapore International Cyber Week, associations were highlighted as one of the key partners that helped Singapore grow a robust cyber talent pipeline. Indeed, associations leverage on the diverse experiences and skill sets of the members to build professional practice, foster trust within the sector, and most importantly, foster a strong common identity. It is thus heartening to witness the growth of ISC Squared Singapore chapter, not just in terms of absolute numbers I see on the chat, but also in terms of this tight-knit cyber security fraternity that we have developed. We're grateful to have ISC Squared support in developing our cybersecurity ecosystem. You guys have shown strong support for several of our CSA initiatives, such as our Cybersecurity Awareness Alliance and the Cybersecurity Awards. CSA is keen to expand collaboration and strengthen our engagement with ISC Squared to rise above and stay resilient against present and future cybersecurity threats together. The strategic and technological environment for cybersecurity has changed significantly over the past 5 years, and obviously because of the pandemic. We see new, potentially disruptive technologies on the horizon, such as edge computing, quantum technology, and emerging technologies such as 5G, cloud, the Internet of Things, AI. They have also increased the scope and the potential scale for cyber attacks. Therefore, CSA's new cybersecurity strategy can't just be restricted to the work and the scope of just cybersecurity specialists and experts. We have to expand the role and perspectives of other stakeholders and professionals who might not traditionally be perceived as part of the cybersecurity sphere need to be incorporated to develop a more comprehensive and holistic strategy. We have to work with other stakeholders. One group of professionals who have seen their roles overlap more significantly with cybersecurity in recent years would be the OT, operational technology experts. Traditionally, OT systems were mostly not designed to be connected to the internet. They were thus not designed with cybersecurity in mind. Many of the OT experts were traditionally electrical or mechanical engineers, and they weren't experts in computer science, much less cybersecurity. However, with hackers having successfully targeted petrochemical plants, power grids, and even nuclear centrifuges, OT security has become a national security concern for most countries. There are serious physical consequences that can result from cyber attacks of OT systems. There is, as it were, a cyber-physical nexus. And we need to ensure that OT experts are trained in cybersecurity and that their perspectives are incorporated into our strategies. To this end, CSA has launched the Operational Technology Cybersecurity Competency Framework, OTCCF, just last month for enterprises to leverage on when developing processes, job structures, or job roles in OT cybersecurity. I would like to urge you guys as cybersecurity professionals to expand your definition and the scope of the roles and individuals within the industry. Cybersecurity is no longer limited to professionals and experts like yourselves. You need to be comfortable with translating technical cybersecurity processes to individuals with a different set of domain knowledge and a different upbringing, as it were. You need to understand their priorities, skill sets, and the mental models of these individuals who might be vastly different from our own. It will require much patience, explanations, and deliberate engagement from all of us. However, it is crucial in enabling us to tackle the growing challenges that cybersecurity brings as potential attack surfaces and the potential impact grows. In the new Cybersecurity Strategy 2021, we also address the need to make cybersecurity accessible to the broader public. It's no use we experts understanding it. We have to make it accessible, easy for the broader public to use cybersecurity and to make the right decisions. To encourage the wider adoption of cybersecurity, CSA is developing free self-help tools alongside the Infocom Media Development Authority, IMDA, to encourage individuals to secure their own devices, to use secure applications, and to strengthen data protection. We leverage industry partners as well through our new SG CyberSafe partnership scheme. With this program, we have onboarded enterprises and associations to help develop outreach programs, training, as well as materials to enhance the cybersecurity awareness of local businesses, individuals, and indeed the wider community. Though such tools and programs might not be as directly relevant to technical experts like yourselves, you can also leverage them to encourage the people around you to adopt more cyber-safe practices. In fact, I understand that ISC² is coming on board the program as a partner. So thank you for contributing to a safer cyberspace for all in Singapore. Cybersecurity continues to be an important growth sector in the Singapore economy. So let me transition from all the threats to some of the brighter parts of the ecosystem. Cybersecurity indeed is not just doom and gloom. It is also a source of important growth and potential and good jobs for the economy. Based on IMD's latest survey on Infocom media manpower, there's more than 10,700 cybersecurity professionals in Singapore in 2020, up from around 6,000 in 2018. I know the figures are different from what Claire also said just now, but I think it's got to do with definitions. One of the big challenges that everyone faces is what exactly does cybersecurity cover? My understanding is that the definitions that IMDA uses is different from what ISC² uses. But suffice to say, there has been a common trend, and that is that the numbers have gone up significantly and the gaps are also significant. While this growth is happening, we still need more talent with diverse backgrounds and skill sets. So I was listening with great interest to what Claire was saying just now about how you want to select for different skill sets and then train for the traditional cybersecurity skill sets. I think that's an interesting, laudable approach, something which we might copy as well. This is a great effort to augment our workforce. I note from this year's ISC² cybersecurity workforce study that there are some encouraging indicators of a more diverse workforce. In terms of career pathways, 53% of professionals surveyed got their start in fields outside of ICT, and 17% of professionals transiting from unrelated career fields, and 15% entering the field through self-learning of cybersecurity concept. We also see more female professionals from other fields taking the plunge into cybersecurity, with 38% of female professionals originating from an IT background. So these are heartening signs, which we want to encourage. We hope to continue this trend as we build up our talent pool of professionals with varied experiences and knowledge. In 2019, CSA launched the National SG Cyber Talent Initiative in a bid to make the transition into cybersecurity careers a little easier for new and aspiring entrants. Through this initiative, we work closely with the communities, industry, and institutions to encourage and upskill individuals, ranging from youths to mid-career professionals, for their transition to pursue a cybersecurity career. ISC Squared has also supported one of our initiatives under SG Cyber Talent, the Singapore Cybersecurity Education Symposium, which aims to educate and equip educators with the relevant knowledge on the cybersecurity sector so that they can encourage their students and share with them the opportunities within the field to better advise their students on their future. As Singapore pursues our Smart Nation ambitions, cyber threats will continue to grow in scale and sophistication. We will require good captains to steer the ship. Hence, it is crucial for us to advance technical and the leadership skills of existing professionals so that they can keep pace with the ever-evolving cyber threat landscape. As such, CSA will be launching the SG Cyber Leaders program early next year to grow a pool of world-class local cyber leaders who are familiar with international best practices and innovative technologies. I hope to see some of you participating in this new initiative. I hope through my brief sharing, it's shed some light on CSA's thinking while we were developing the new Cybersecurity Strategy 2021, as well as how you can expect your roles as cybersecurity professionals to shift and to develop in the years ahead. Later, one of my colleagues, Jia Wei, will be providing a more detailed sharing of the Strategy 2021, which will paint a more comprehensive picture of how we expect the future of cybersecurity to look like and what roles you as professionals and ISC Squared as an association can play in this journey together. In closing, I want to say that my view is that cybersecurity is a team sport and is an international team sport. So we all have to work together to come together to fortify our digital defenses, especially if we want to reap the full benefits of the future digital revolution. I hope all of you maintain a spirit of collaboration, growth, and openness as we navigate together towards our digital future. I wish all of you the best in your careers and trust that you will enjoy the rest of the conference. I look forward to all the exciting discussions. Stay safe and healthy, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. David, Co-Chief Executive, Singapore Cybersecurity Agency. And yes, that was very encouraging indeed. You know, cybersecurity is not just about doom and gloom, and also, you know, it's a team sport, an international team sport. Once again, thank you very much for the encouragement. And speaking of international team sport, we now route back to the other side of the world, back to the United States, to welcome our next presenter, Mr. Kian Williams, founder and managing director of Class LLC. And he will speak to us on something that's also quite interesting today, top of mind, or just like Mr. David was talking about OT coming into vogue today. The other thing that's coming into vogue today is cyber insurance. So, you know, and a lot of us are actually struggling with this today. So let's see, let's look at Kian Williams' strategies for success with cyber insurance. Kian, all yours.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm going to share my screen and I have a few slides that are prepared. If I have done this properly, you should only see the presentation and nothing else. And so thank you very much for having me. It is my pleasure to be here. This is the second year in a row. Hopefully next year will be the charm and I can do the presentation live in person. I do miss being in Singapore and I had the pleasure of being there regularly in the past. I really appreciate what Mr. Ko was saying about the leadership initiatives, and this is a presentation that is along those lines. One of the things that I do professionally is spend a lot of time presenting to boards of directors and senior executives within organizations around the world, and the most compelling topics in the last, I guess, 12 to 18 months have been, what do we do about cyber insurance, and what are we supposed to report to the board of directors, and what is their role and responsibility? We'll have to have a separate chapter meeting about what do you report to the board, because today I only have a few minutes to talk about insurance, and I will start with a provocative statement. So there are a few people who are my students from a program that I teach in Singapore, and in the course, we talk about cyber insurance as a risk management tool. You know, when you're managing risk, you can respond to risk by treating it and putting controls in place to reduce it. You can respond to risk by avoiding it. You can respond to risk by putting insurance in place to transfer the risk. I argue today, based on factual information, that insurance is really more of a business continuity tool than it is a risk management tool. And the reason is because of the way it's structured and the way that it operates. And so my goal is to help everybody organize their thoughts around the purpose and the function and the role that cyber insurance really plays within organizations. And that serves two purposes. One, you can be a person who is contributing to the success of the company that you support. And two, you can help to educate other people so that they are not investing improperly in something that I think everybody needs. Because I am an academic person and because I teach, it's always important to have definitions. And so as you see on the slide, the definition of insurance helps to reinforce the idea that I'm presenting, that cyber insurance is not really a risk management tool. By academic definition, cyber insurance is a contract. The contract documents the policy, and the policy exists to provide financial protection against losses. And so when you get into sophisticated financial concepts, one of the things that they'll talk about in finance is how do you hedge or provide some barrier or support against something that is going to happen that is unintended or undesirable. And it is from that perspective that cyber insurance has become known as a risk management tool. And it fits within the risk management ecosystem. It's just understanding that if you had car insurance isn't going to stop you from having an accident. Or if you have health insurance isn't going to prevent you from being sick. It is important that cybersecurity professionals, from entry level all the way up to senior executives, understand that the insurance is a tool that contributes to the success of your organization, but is not going to stop risk from existing. It is not going to prevent people from exploiting vulnerabilities that cause some kind of harm within the organization. Now, when we talk about the role of cyber insurance and the fact that it provides a contract that outlines what's happening, there are three elements that I really want everybody to understand from an educational perspective. Number one, the premium represents the price paid for insurance, which is determined by the insurer based on the risk profile of the business. And so you see from the risk profile of the business, this is where people start to align the concept of insurance with the concept of risk. And because we're talking about cyber insurance, it ends up being part of the cyber risk conversation. Number two, the deductible represents the financial obligation of the policyholder. The deductible sets the amount paid by the insured before the insurer, also known as the insurance company, pays a claim. Deductibles exist to protect the insurance company by discouraging the insurance or the person or the organization who is insured from making numerous insignificant claims. I almost started an insurance company once, although unfortunately I didn't have an extra $50 million to cover all of the claims that would have been paid. But the thing that people overlook about insurance is that insurance companies are businesses, and they are in business to generate revenue and to provide a return to their shareholders. Insurance companies are not in business to only pay out claims. And so the deductible creates a balance between the insurance company and what they pay out, and the insurer and the insured and what they are investing, so that they make informed decisions. At the end of the spectrum, the policy limit establishes the maximum amount the insurer is going to pay under the policy for a covered loss. The key part of this definition is covered loss, and that's what I'll focus on with the time that I have remaining. And again, because I love the chapter, anytime Paulo or Garion or anybody else wants me to come back and do a chapter meeting, we can have a dedicated conversation about cyber insurance. When we talk about insurance generally, the previous slide laid out the definition and the framework for insurance, but cyber insurance is really just specialty insurance. It's similar to professional liability insurance or general liability insurance or casualty insurance. Every category of insurance has a specific type of activity that the policy is going to cover. And then very often, because of the type of insurance, it is going to have different defined sets of premiums and deductibles and lifetime maximums that define the limits that the insurer is willing to pay for a covered loss. And so, for example, if I had a $10 million life insurance policy, $10 million is the maximum, and there are circumstances under which the insurance company is going to pay. If I go skydiving, base jumping, riding around without a motorcycle, there's a whole category of things that exclude the insurance company from having to pay out a claim. That same type of concept applies to cyber insurance as a specialty insurance, because cyber insurance primarily exists to reduce the business risk of financial losses associated with a successful cyber attack. So the frequency, the severity, and the cost of cyber attacks is going to influence the premium, the deductible, and the limits on cyber insurance. Compared to other types of specialty insurance, cyber insurance is probably the most difficult to price because insurance companies face numerous challenges trying to forecast the impact of cyber attacks and the cost of remediation. Gartner has some language that talks about the cost of a data breach, but for regulated organizations, if you take organizations that are subject to the Personal Data Protection Act, the PDPA in Singapore, sending a letter to notify somebody that their data has been compromised averages about $3.50 per letter, because you have to account for the cost of the ink, the envelope, the paper, the stamps, and the logistics. And that's just $3.50 per record before you think about what is my incident response, my forensic analysis, and my recovery, and everything else. And so insurance companies are starting to weigh all of the costs to understand how much they should charge in premiums and what the limits of coverage should be. The other thing to consider is that it can be difficult for insurance companies to estimate potential losses because more and more companies are seeking cyber insurance, and the variety of cyber attacks that happen globally varies drastically. And so the type of approach that people use to attack an industrial control system organization is going to be very different than a bank. I respect greatly what the Monetary Authority of Singapore does with their notification requirements because it reduces risk across the industry. But there are maybe 20 or 30 distinct industries that have different nuances and risk profiles and types of attacks that are common to the industry. You think about that from an insurance company's perspective, it becomes very difficult to estimate what is the cost of a breach or a cyber attack or ransomware, and what is appropriate for the insurance to cover, and what should the insurance company not cover. The other thing to consider when you think about the insurance company and the organization that is being covered is that there is a relationship between the two organizations. The insurance company expects the insured to establish good practices that limit the probability of paying a covered claim. I slowed down intentionally. The goal is to highlight and reinforce insurance companies are not in business to pay claims. Insurance companies are in business to take in the premiums and then pay claims as rarely as possible. It is from that perspective that the insured needs to have an effective cyber insurance policy to offset the impact of covered incidents, but the insured also needs to have good practices in place to reduce their susceptibility to a successful attack. And so from the insurance company's perspective, thinking about the give and take and the balance between the organizations, the relationship between the insurer and the insured often begins with an insurance questionnaire that allows the insurance company to evaluate the risk that a prospective customer is facing without adding significant expense or burden to the process, allowing the insurance company to have that understanding. And so insurance questionnaires help to evaluate the risk of providing insurance. It also helps determine the premium, the policy, and the coverage limits. And so one of the themes of this conversation, even given the time that we have today, is strategies for success with cyber insurance. One of the most important things that you can do with cyber insurance is answer all of the questions truthfully and honestly. And so in my work, because I work as a consultant and I'm no longer a CISO just working for one organization, I see a wide variety of insurance questionnaires, depending on the insurance company, the type of organization that is being questioned, the level of coverage that exists, and numerous other factors. One of the most frustrating things about cyber insurance questionnaires are that many of the questions are binary. They only allow a yes or no answer, and there's very little room for explanation or nuance. And so if I'm answering a cyber insurance questionnaire and the questionnaire is, do you have antivirus? Yes or no? And we're an organization that is subject to the payment card industry data security standard. Well, PCI DSS and requirement 5 says that I must have anti-malware in the card processing domain, but it doesn't have a requirement that I have anti-malware or antivirus across my entire enterprise on every endpoint. And so if I've satisfied my PCI requirements, I have met the requirement of the regulators, but if I haven't applied it 100% across the organization, it would be appropriate for me to say no on a questionnaire that asks a binary question because there's no room for nuance. And so the question that you encounter as a person who is responding to those insurance questionnaires is, how does a company answer a binary question about a control that is partially implemented? Is going to require some negotiation, some collaboration. Sometimes it requires additional support from lawyers or from insurance brokers, but the lack of nuance and the pressure to exaggerate often drives companies to inadvertently distort the situation for the benefit of lower premiums or simply to obtain coverage for a risky company that would otherwise be denied. In these cases, the insurance company may issue the policy based solely on the answers provided in the questionnaire, but most insurance companies are going to conduct a thorough investigation when a claim is filed. They're going to look at the answer to the questions they're going to look at the answers that you provided on the questionnaire. And then if the cyber incident that you had would have been prevented by something that you said yes to, it is very likely that the policy or that the claim is going to be denied, and you could even be at risk of losing your policy. And so investing in addressing known problems before acquiring cyber insurance really is a very strong and effective practice. You know, if we know in advance that the cyber insurance company is going to ask about antivirus, and we have only implemented antivirus in the areas that are relevant and required for our regulatory needs, maybe it's an appropriate response to invest in applying antivirus to the entire enterprise, to all endpoints, to all servers, to the entire infrastructure, so that when you see that question on the questionnaire, the answer can be yes. Or if the question is about XDR, because organizations are starting to see the EDR and XDR are two of the best technological approaches to prevent ransomware and some common cyber attacks. Those are very expensive solutions. Sometimes they're partially implemented. From a theoretical perspective in security leadership, you're applying limited resources to the most valuable assets. There are numerous use cases where I may not have applied the best control to the entire enterprise because it's prohibitively expensive and we don't have enough resources. And so finding that balance or segmenting your network or having different policies for different parts of the organization to cover the risk that exists is going to be a good strategy that leads to success. The other thing that you want to consider is that a relationship is a two-way street. And I said early in the conversation that cyber insurance is a contract between two organizations. Everything is not in the insurance company's power, and it would be appropriate for your organization to ask the insurance company a few questions. What you want to think about is that this is really a prenuptial agreement before you enter into a long-term relationship, so that you know what is covered and what you need to get out. And so question number one is an important question. What types of incidents are covered and what types of incidents are excluded? For the number of policies that I've read, it is amazing the difference and the nuance and the variables that go into what one insurance company will cover versus another. Some insurance companies will cover ransomware or data breaches or cyber attacks. Other insurance companies require very significant premiums, but basically don't cover anything except for something that is astronomical. And so they say in advance, you have to have a sound security program. You have to meet all requirements from the CIS critical security controls. You have to use industry best practices. And then anything else that might slip through the cracks, we may cover it if you can provide good evidence that you did everything else you were supposed to do. Answering specific, measurable questions about what is covered and what is not covered is going to ensure that you're not surprised when you file a claim. Determining, are there any regional restrictions? There are a lot of companies I know of in Singapore and around the world that operate in multiple localities and jurisdictions. Cyber insurance often covers the breach of personal information under some rules and some circumstances, but then doesn't cover it in other places. A cyber insurance policy that covers GDPR may not cover the PDPA requirements, or it may not cover the Privacy Act in the United States. So understanding the regional restrictions is also going to be very important. Knowing how quickly the insurance company has to be notified is also essential. Some insurance companies want to be notified immediately when you suspect that there is a breach. Other insurance companies don't need to be notified until you have confirmed that there is a breach. But the reporting timeframe for the policy may be a concern if your incident response capabilities are immature or if they are inadequate, and it might cause your claim not to be paid. Knowing how quickly the insurance company responds is also important. Cyber insurance, as I said before, exists to provide financial resources that help your company respond to a cyber incident or a data breach. An insurance provider that responds too slowly may not provide critical resources at the time that your company needs them so that they can address the emergency that needs to be known in advance. How often the provider assesses and reevaluates the policy is also very important. Cyber threats are going to evolve quickly. The things that we were concerned about in 2015 are very different than the things that we're concerned about in 2021. And even if your insurance company does an annual review, there's significant change because of the pace of the change of technology compared to the pace of change of other things like healthcare or car insurance or other types of insurance. This is the reason that I highlighted how important it was that we were thinking about specialty insurance. The conclusion for this conversation is really that insurance is meant to cover extraordinary events after the ordinary situation has already been addressed. So the foundation for success rests upon the relationship between the insurance company and the insured. Companies have to invest appropriate time and energy to find an insurance provider that's going to serve as a supportive partner. Both the insurance company and the insured have to be equally attractive to each other. It really is like you're dating. The insurer must provide the right coverage at the right rate and respond quickly. And the best case scenario is one in which the insurance company provides the right coverage and the insured never needs to exercise it because they have an effective security program in place that prevents those things that are covered from happening in the first place. I know we're limited on time today. If there are questions, I am happy to address them. If not, many of the things that I discussed are covered in much more detail in an article that was published in the Crisis Response Journal. I'm the author of the article, so this is my information and it's a topic that I'm familiar with, but I will stop the screen share. I will upload the article for your viewing pleasure, and then I will turn it back over to our lovely chapter to facilitate the Q&A session and transition us into the next part.
Thank you very much, Keon, and lovely to hear about your venture into cybersecurity and insurance. And yeah, I almost went into that a long time ago, but yeah, I know these are the several factors that you have to keep track of. And I think the terminologies are also very useful for people who are very new to this. We have a couple of questions from the audience. Doc Def, you want to take up some of the questions and pass it on to Keon?
Okay, sure. So let me see what questions have come up.
Anthony, this is Ram. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning to you.
So I'd like to start because it's a fundamental. I think Williams has brought up this topic. It's a very good topic. I really appreciate that. ISC squared has defined one of the risk responses as risk transfer. From Williams' message, it's very clear. It's not actually a risk response. So I like William to share his thought on how we can educate the people. Because today in Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, where I deal with, people still think that risk transfer is one of the responses. William has already clearly stated risk transfer is not actually mitigation, neither. It's actually deferring the cost. So ISC squared should look at this and see how are they going to, moving forward, they need to clarify on these definitions. Over to you, Williams. Thank you, sir. Mr. Anthony.
So one thing that I do want to make as a point of clarification, I don't think it's ISC squared's responsibility to change the definition. I think it's our responsibility as practitioners to expand our understanding and the way that we explain it to the business. You know, one of the beautiful things about ISC Squared is that they're a consortium, and a lot of the things that are incorporated into the training come from numerous industry sources that all have the same perspective. So if you look at COSO, if you look at ISACA, if you look at things that the ISSA has said as one of the founding members of ISC Squared as a consortium across the industry, everybody says that cyber insurance and the ability to transfer using insurance as a tool is an appropriate risk management strategy. This goes into deeper leadership thought that says, you know, if I really evaluate what we're saying, I'm not really changing the nature of risk that the organization is facing. I'm increasing our ability to respond when something happens if I have the right tools in place. And so I don't think that small nuance would call upon ISC Squared or the entire industry to change their practices, but I think it is a good way for security professionals to communicate and think about what are we doing, is what we're doing working, and are the things that we've invested in reduce risk to an acceptable level, because insurance is only going to cover so much.
Thank you, Keon. Okay, I hope that answers this question. I have one more question before we let you go for the evening. The question was from Louis. So do we engage the incident responders from the cyber insurance organization, or do we use our own incident responders?
Well, some insurance companies are going to provide financial resources for you to hire an insurance company. My recommendation for incident response is the same as it would be for forensic investigation. You never want to hire a forensic company in the middle of an emergency. It's going to cost you 10 times as much. What you want to do is you want to have the right partners on retainer. Those partners need to understand your environment. Their understanding of your environment is going to expedite their response time, and it's going to be at a much lower cost compared to opening up the phone book and trying to find a company based on their advertisement. In that situation, you have no idea who they are, what their capabilities are. They're going to spend half of the engagement trying to learn your environment. And in incident response, it's much more expensive an endeavor than it would be on the prevention side. And so my recommendation would be to work with your insurance company to figure out what resources are provided. And then inside your company, you want to work with management and the security teams to make sure that you're working with the right partners to expedite your response capabilities.
Thank you, Keon. Okay, in the interest of time, I will let you go for evening, and any other questions, we'll collate them and route them to you and route them back to the audience. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Mr. Keon Williams, founder and managing director of Class LLC, and thank you for speaking for us. And we really look forward to work with you again. All right, once again, thank you, Keon. All right, we now come back to Singapore and come back to Cybersecurity Agency. We'd like to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Yik Jia Wei from the Singapore Cybersecurity Agency. And he will speak to us about something else that's also hot off the press and of great interest here today, is that their recently published Singapore Cybersecurity Strategy 2021. Okay, so Mr. Yik is responsible for the development and formulation of cybersecurity policies, strategies, and plans in CSA. Okay, he's got great professional experience in the transportation and defense and manpower. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Yik Jia Wei, Director for Strategy and Planning, Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore. All yours.
Thanks. Thank you. So good morning, everyone from Singapore. Thank you for joining me here on a Saturday morning, and also for giving me the opportunity to share more about the Singapore Cybersecurity Strategy 2021. A brief introduction. So I'm Jia Wei, Director Strategy and Planning with the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore. At CSA, I oversee the development of policies to secure Singapore's cyberspace. So one piece of work is the development of National Cybersecurity Strategy. So I am very happy to say that we have just launched a revised strategy at the recently concluded Singapore International Cyber Week. The strategy was launched by our Senior Minister and Coordinating Minister for National Security, Teo Chee Hean. So this strategy was developed in consultation with local and also international experts, as well as our community and industry partners. Some of you may be here today. So on behalf of the CSA, thank you very much for your feedback and contributions. So allow me to start by sharing the impetus for this strategy, the review of the strategy. The Singapore Cybersecurity Strategy 2021 comes 5 years after our first strategy was launched in 2016. Since 2016, there have been significant shifts in our cyber operating landscape. There was therefore a need for us to review our strategy to address these challenges. The first shift is the emergence of disruptive technologies. New technologies such as AI, 5G, cloud have disrupted prevailing operating models. The fast-moving nature of such technologies also make it difficult for capability development and also legislations to keep up. The second shift is the emergence of cyber-physical risk due to the convergence of the physical and digital world. Just in February this year, news broke that hackers had tampered with a water treatment facility in Florida. Cyber criminals were able to remotely assess the industrial control systems and change the chemical levels in the water supply. There are also many other examples, such as Colonial Pipeline. So these examples are actually how cyber attacks can result in potentially serious consequences in the physical world. And we need to look beyond IT security to secure OT systems, IoT, and other cyber physical systems. The third shift is ubiquitous digital connectivity. As we all know, this trend was accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Cyber threats are evolving in scale and sophistication. The growing attack surface makes cyber defense a lot more difficult. There are also growing expectations to not only protect critical information infrastructure or CIIs, we will also need to then pay attention to other important organizations and systems as well, especially as our reliance on digital services grows. The fourth shift, the final shift as well, that we have identified in the strategy is increased geopolitical tensions in cyberspace. International cyber discussions are expanding in scope, moving beyond technical and operational issues, and such discussions are increasingly affected by geopolitical tensions between countries. We also see a leadership vacuum amongst countries who do not wish to choose sides. So the Singapore Cybersecurity Strategy 2021, or Strategy 2021 for short, so that I don't need to repeat myself too many times, is a roadmap for Singapore to adapt to these shifts and create a trusted and resilient cyberspace. Strategy 2021 comprises of 3 strategic pillars, which are undergirded by 2 foundational enablers. There are 2 main changes to the strategic framework from the first strategy that we launched in 2016. So first, we have shifted ecosystem development to be a horizontal enabler instead of being a strategic pillar on its own. This in recognition of the critical role of capability development and ecosystem development in our new strategy. We recognize that cybersecurity ecosystem in itself serves as a driver of economic opportunities in our digital economy. That means as a vertical. However, we found that its center of gravity was closer to serving as an enabler for the other pillars, and hence we chose to show it as a horizontal enabler. Second, we have also drawn out and placed talent as the foundation of the strategy to emphasize our commitment to growing and sustaining a pipeline of cyber talent. Without people and talent, everything else would not be possible. So before I go into the details of the 3 strategic pillars and also the 2 enablers, allow me to elaborate on some of the key changes or shifts in our new strategy. These shifts will illustrate how our approach has changed for each pillar or enabler from the last strategy. So under build resilient infrastructure, our approach in 2016 was focused on strengthening our legislative framework. In this regard, the Cybersecurity Act was passed in 2018 and now serves as the legislative framework to safeguard our CIIs. This ensures that the owners of CII systems establish and maintain a mandatory level of cybersecurity in both their IT systems and OT systems, thereby strengthening their cybersecurity posture against a range of cyber threats. But as the threats we face become more sophisticated, we recognize that we cannot rest on our laurels and must seek to do better. So to this end, Strategy 2021, we focus on capability development to protect our CIIs. These include technical capabilities to detect and analyze malicious cyber activities. Within the government, we will also enhance coordination to act with greater effectiveness, speed, and also agility. Second, having laid the foundation for CII protection, the CSA will also look beyond CIIs to identify other important systems and entities that need to be protected. So lastly, Strategy 2021 will also actively address the cyber physical risks arising from the convergence of OT and IT systems, as well as the explosion of IoT systems. So moving on to enable a safer cyberspace, apart from taking an active approach towards defending our infrastructure, we also want to secure our cyberspace by simplifying cybersecurity for end users. CSA has consistently sought to raise awareness and encourage adoption of good cyber hygiene. However, over the course of implementing Strategy 2016, we have realized that despite a high level of awareness, adoption of good cyber hygiene practices amongst enterprises and individuals remain low. So for Strategy 2021, it will focus on making cybersecurity easy and convenient for end users. This was something that was articulated in our Safer Cyberspace Master Plan that CSA released last year, which also outlines many of the initiatives that we have for enterprises and individuals in detail. For the strategic pillar on international partnerships, the first strategy was focused on getting a seat at the table at international cyber discussions. We have come a long way since then. Not only have we gotten a seat at the table, we have also been appointed the chair for the open-ended working group on security of and in the use of ICTs at the United Nations. It's a very long name, so it's called OEWG for short. This OEWG will include all UN member states. In Strategy 2021, Singapore will raise our level of involvement in international cyber discussions. In fact, Singapore will be leading some of these discussions as the next OEWG chair. We will also advance the implementation of norms developed at these discussions and work towards an open, secure, and interoperable cyberspace. Moving on to our foundational enablers, ecosystem development was identified in 2016 as an enabler for the digital economy. We can do more to make cybersecurity a strategic advantage for Singapore. So for example, we can develop Singapore to be a trusted tech hub to attract more international companies to anchor in Singapore. To achieve this ambition, what we'll do is to double down on research and innovation with a focus on translating research into solutions. We will also strengthen capability development to ensure that Singapore is prepared to tackle the cybersecurity threats that we face. Lastly, on growing a robust cybersecurity talent pipeline, while the first strategy has increased the supply of cyber professionals, demand for cyber talent will continue to grow, as you have heard this morning. In Strategy 2021, we will be moving further upstream to reach out to the young to develop their interests and skills early. We recognize that the breadth and depth of knowledge required of our cyber professionals will continue to grow. So we have outlined in detail within the strategy how we will support the cybersecurity workforce in constantly upskilling themselves. So in the next couple of slides, I will provide a brief introduction to each of the strategic pillars and also foundational enablers. So first on building resilient infrastructure. So under this pillar is supported by three key strategic trusts, enable a coordinated approach to national cybersecurity with CIIs at its core, ensure government systems are secure and resilient, and also safeguard important entities and systems beyond CIIs. So one of the key initiatives under this pillar is the CII supply chain program. This program will provide recommended processes and sound practices for all CII owners and their vendors to manage cybersecurity risks in the supply chain. This program will also help the government improve our policies around supply chain risks. Details on this program will be released in due course. Another initiative we have featured in the strategy is the Government Bug Bounty Program and Vulnerability Disclosure Program. These programs allow the government to crowdsource expertise and knowledge to strengthen the cybersecurity of government systems. So you can see, as CE mentioned this morning, cybersecurity is a team effort and the government cannot do this alone. So moving on, so on the pillar on enabling a safer cyberspace, we have largely preserved the key trust from the Safer Cyberspace Master Plan that I mentioned earlier. It was something that was launched last year. Within the strategy now, what we have done is that we have introduced the concept of a healthy digital way of life. This is something that we want to do so as to encourage enterprise and individuals to practice good cyber hygiene, similar to how we encourage, or rather we are encouraged to practice good physical hygiene to ward off viruses and illnesses. To offer cybersecurity to the masses and public, the government will protect our national internet infrastructure such that enterprises and individuals are protected from most of the online harms ever reaching them. For example, we are working with internet service providers to implement the domain name system security extension, or DNSSEC, and as well as a protocol across the local internet domains. To simplify cybersecurity for users, we have launched the cybersecurity labeling scheme in 2020, which will allow consumers to easily assess the level of security of a smart device. We will also make cybersecurity resources available to enterprises, from free self-help tools to cost-effective solutions provided in partnership with the cybersecurity industry. Moving on to the third strategic pillar on international partnerships. This pillar focuses on advancing the development of international cyber norms, strengthening the global cybersecurity posture, and combating cross-border cyber threats and cybercrime. As OEWG chair, we are going to actively shape international cyber discussions and work towards rules-based multilateral order in cyberspace. We will also work with international partners to implement the 11 voluntary, non-binding norms of responsible state behavior in cyberspace. For example, we are working with partners such as the UN Office of Disarmament Affairs, UNODA, and Malaysia to develop a regional action plan for ASEAN to implement these norms. In line with our ambition to become a trusted tech hub, we will also promote adoption of technical and interoperable cyber security standards. A key effort on this front is to have the mutual recognition of CSA's cybersecurity labeling scheme for IoT devices. So what happened recently was that CSA signed our first mutual recognition MOU with Finland. And what we are doing now is to continue to actively work with international partners for the CRS to be recognized in more countries. So the foundational enabler on ecosystem development is anchored by 3 key thrusts: develop advanced capabilities, build world-class products and services, and to grow our cybersecurity markets. Some key initiatives under this enabler include the National Cybersecurity R&D Program, as well as the Cybersecurity Call for Innovation. We will seek to include end users early in the R&D process so that research conducted can be directly applied to solve real-world problems. We will also grow the number of collaborations between academia and the cybersecurity industry to create more pathways for research translation. These initiatives will help Singapore develop cybersecurity R&D as a competitive advantage. It will also ensure that the government and enterprises have access to the necessary technical cybersecurity capabilities for national security and also economic growth. So in addition, our hope is that Singapore will be a source of cybersecurity products that are recognized internationally. And to support this, we'll develop a local testing, inspection, and certification ISC ecosystem. And one key initiative is the National Integrated Center for Evaluation, or NICE, which is housed in the National Technological University of Singapore. And lastly, on growing a robust cyber talent pipeline, we will hope to attract more talent to increase the number of cyber professionals, develop the workforce to ensure Singapore's competitiveness, and create a vibrant community to retain talent in Singapore. We have rolled out several initiatives to nurture budding young talents and encourage more women to join the sector. For example, the Singapore Cyber Youth comprises initiatives such as the Youth Cyber Exploration Program that introduces students to the fundamentals of cybersecurity, and as well as we have established a cybersecurity career mentoring program to pair industry mentors with students. Women interested in joining the cybersecurity profession can leverage the SG Cyber Women program to deepen their skills and network with like-minded individuals. Cybersecurity is a fast evolving field. It is therefore important for existing professionals to upskill themselves and develop deep skills. So CSA, together with other government agencies, have rolled out multiple programs for new and existing professionals to develop their skills. One example is the Cybersecurity Associates and Technologists program. It provides on-the-job cybersecurity training for training opportunities for ICT professionals. So I hope that has been a helpful overview of Strategy 2021. What I've done is give you a quick scan. Within the strategy, we go into a lot more detail into the focus areas under each key trust. I gave examples of initiatives. The strategy will point to newer areas which we are venturing into. And so more details can be found in the publication, which is available on CSA's website. I have here provided the QR code that you may scan to download and you send you to where the publication is, and you can download it so that you can read, as well as share it widely with your friends and family or colleagues if you want to. And I would like to end this presentation with what CE David mentioned earlier, that cybersecurity is a team sport. While CSA has developed this strategy, it is our hope that the strategy is seen more as a call to action for everybody rather than a government blueprint. The government cannot do everything by ourselves. But what we are trying to do now is to play the role of a team captain, supporting all stakeholders to play their part. So what we hope is that everyone here can leverage the resources and opportunities that are outlined in this strategy to play your part, contribute to Singapore's cybersecurity. Within page 11 and also 12 of the publication, we have outlined very specific steps, barriers or interests for various stakeholders that you can take to contribute to Singapore's cybersecurity. So I've reproduced part of it here on this particular slide. And if you were to read through the strategy, you realize that throughout the publication, we have included QR codes to direct readers to specific initiatives and all that. And if you wish to find out more about other initiatives, more information is also available on CSA's website, which is also inside the publication. So I've come now to the end of my presentation. Maybe I'll hand over back to the facilitators or moderators for this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Yik Jia Wei, CSA Cybersecurity Agency, Singapore. So, so there was, I hope it encourages your cybersecurity, your plan that you have shared with us, the strategy. I hope it encourages us more than it scares us. You know, I mean, cybersecurity is not always about fear, uncertainty, and doubt. So thank you, and thank you, CSA, for that encouragement led by the government as team captain, and we all have a role to play. Thank you very much. Okay, we now like to move on to yet another topic of great interest today that's on the minds of everybody. So I hope we can keep up with the pace. We got one very interesting topic of the day after another. And this time we're going to talk about AI, or artificial intelligence, AI-powered cyber analytics in our daily SOC operations. And to tell us the importance of this, we'd like to welcome speakers from our key sponsors, one of our key sponsors for this event today, which also needs no introduction, Ensign Info Security, you know, the national and international cybersecurity solutions provider, Ensign Info Security. And the speakers from there are their CIO and EVP Managed Security Services, Mr. Steve Ng, and the lead data scientist, Mr. Lee Jun Sen. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ensign Info Security. Please welcome CIO Steve and lead data scientist, Mr. Lee, to tell us about the importance of infusing AI-powered cyber analytics into your daily SOC operations. Ladies and gentlemen, Ensign, all yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Stephen Ng, CIO in Ensign.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Junsen, Data Science Tech Lead in Ensign.
Cybersecurity is one of the most challenging issues that organizations have to face in the digital age. The cyber threat landscape is ever evolving, with threat actors developing and deploying advanced techniques to evade traditional signature and rule-based systems.
This, coupled with the vast amount of internal and external data that cybersecurity talents need to analyze to stay ahead of attackers, mean that organizations must start applying AI and advanced analytics to help them gain better visibility into impending attacks quicker and more accurately. In addition, AI-powered cyber analytics allows organizations to also detect new unknowns.
Now, today we're here to talk about how we incorporate in-house developed AI into our SOC. Such efforts allow us to stay relevant to the cybersecurity scene, as they enable us to adapt to the ever-evolving threat that companies face today. We believe this is a key differentiator.
Two of the major problems that SOCs face today are the constantly evolving threat landscape and how signature-based detection methods may no longer be as effective. We will illustrate these claims with two examples. First, let's take a look at how phishing and C2 domains were like previously.
Now, in the past, phishing domains could easily be detected via well-known algorithms such as Levenstein distance algorithm. In particular, by calculating the edit distances in terms of character additions, substitutions, or even transpositions, we get an idea if the domains are possible phishing domains. Furthermore, what we see in DNS logs is exactly the same as what is presented to the user, facilitating the detection of such domains.
Similarly, C2 domains which malware communicate back to were static in the past, meaning that at least either their IP or their domain name would remain constant over time. Such characteristics allow us to simply blacklist the IP or the domain name once relevant threat intelligence is published.
Now, with the advancements in technology, cyber threats have also become more advanced. With HTTP2 and the subsequent upgrades to our internet browsers, attackers are now able to substitute Latin characters with almost any Unicode character through the use of Punicodes. This means that what we see in the logs is a Punicode, which is different from what is rendered in the browser. This results in two problems. First, attackers are now able to use a much larger character set to create lookalike domains. As can be seen from the examples here, attackers are able to create domains that look almost exactly like the original domain, with only small additions in terms of particular diacritics, glyphs, and strokes. Secondly, what we see in the logs is actually the Punicode version. Clearly, these are completely different from what the human sees. If we were to use edit distance-based algorithms, none of these will be alerted, as the preceding prefixes already requires 4 addition operations, which is a huge edit distance. This essentially renders conventional methods of detecting lookalike phishing domains obsolete.
Next, C2 domains which used to be static and easily blocked are now dynamic. The domains are non-static in terms of both their domain name and IP address. This means that such domains are randomly generated on the fly, meaning that they constantly change. In particular, such domains are generated in real time through the use of domain generation algorithms. It is extremely hard to detect the presence of such domains due to their dynamic nature. It also renders blacklists useless due to their constantly evolving nature. Due to their dynamic nature, the notion of threat signatures is no longer valid.
With the larger amount of data coupled with the constantly evolving threats, enabled in part due to the advancement in technologies, Ensign is of the opinion that companies would have to invest more significantly to keep themselves cyber secure.
In fact, what we are increasingly observing and experiencing as a cybersecurity service provider is that as companies increase capital investment by purchasing more and more cybersecurity products to safeguard themselves, more false alarms are produced as each product has an associated false alarm rate. This in turn results in larger manpower requirements to process and analyze the alerts.
Over time, as alert fatigue sets in, some true positives may be overlooked, and organizations start to look at other products in the market touted as more advanced or incorporated with some kind of AI to reduce analyst workload. This vicious cycle, together with the talent shortage in the cyber domain, has significantly increased cybersecurity operating costs and sustainability.
So to summarize, even with the best solutions today, a significant capital and human investment is needed, and this has resulted in large increases in cybersecurity spending over the years. On that note, Ensign Labs was set up to address challenging cybersecurity problems and provide differentiating in-house developed capability to all the other Ensign business units.
Ensign Labs is inventing novel and impactful techniques that aim to reduce the heavy capital and manpower investment needed to keep our users secure. Today, we're here to talk about the use of AI-powered cyber analytics in our SOC, our journey thus far, and some of the notable accomplishments we have achieved, the challenges we've met along the way, and the way forward. Our AI research yielded 3 major successes in 2020 and 2021. We are in the process of patenting 3 technologies, the first and third of which have already been granted. The first patent is strategic in nature, as it allows us to be the only ones in the industry to be able to train cyber threat detection models using both labeled and unlabeled data in a self-taught learning framework.
This significantly reduces reliance on fully labeled data and facilitates the training of sophisticated models while keeping labeling costs low.
This is a key enabling technology for our next generation managed security services, as it enables us to exploit open source intelligence, honeypots, or even the dark web to provide partial labels for our network telemetry. We can then utilize the entire network telemetry dataset to train models instead of just those that are labeled.
Our second technology aims to protect our customers from phishing, just like what we presented earlier, while keeping false alarm rates low.
Our final patent facilitates automatic detection of DGA C2 domains with extremely high quality actionable alerts. Now let's deep dive into each of them. Labeling of large data sets is expensive. Unlike other use cases such as image recognition, where everyone can differentiate between what is a cat and what is a dog. For example, cyber requires deep domain knowledge. This is a huge barrier to dataset labeling. In fact, it may be unachievable as no one knows all the threat behaviors that are out in the wild. For this reason, if you look at the research papers, the blogs, the white papers published by many industry players, a lot of time is spent simulating a dataset or scouring the net for datasets, so that a properly curated, clearly labeled dataset can be produced to train machine learning threat detection models. To the best of knowledge, the large dataset is rarely exploited for training new detection models.
Ensign today is fortunate to also have access to a large telemetry of data from our various business units. The drawback, however, is that it is also unlabeled.
As manually labeling may be prohibitively expensive, the next best alternative is to make use of open source threat intelligence and basic threat detection models built upon rules, tradecraft to produce some labels. The problem with this methodology is that the labels produced may not be comprehensive in the sense that these data points may be unlabeled, that may be misdetections, because threat signatures can and will change very quickly, especially in the modern threat landscape.
On that note, we believe that behavioral analytics is currently the preferred way to build generalizable models that can catch new threats. So what we did here is to look at behaviors over time in terms of the flow of bytes, ports, protocols, timings between two IPs, and we take this whole time series of bytes, ports, protocols, timings, and through deep learning, summarize all the information into a single numerical vector on which we can then project onto this two-dimensional plane as shown here. What we found is that there are clear distinguishable behavioral patterns. And this is no surprise as a lot of the communications today are mechanical in nature and executed by some kind of script.
Now, after making use of our basic models and threat intelligence to partial label this dataset, we can see that port scanning and beaconing occupy clear distinct clusters in this diagram. However, we know that some points in these clusters aren't labeled as port scanning and beaconing respectively, despite them being strongly clustered together. So what we do is to label them accordingly.
This example just provides an intuition of how the algorithm works. What we do in reality is to iteratively go through the dataset and dynamically assign soft labels to points around relevant areas to train the various detection models.
The benefit of this invention is the reduced reliance on labels, driving down labeling costs and efforts. Another significant benefit is the ability to use the entire real-life dataset to train threat detection models, thereby reducing model bias, allowing it to generalize better in real life.
Before showcasing the patented technology for DGA detection, let me provide a brief description about malware types that employ DGA, or also known as domain generation algorithm.
When a compromised asset is infected with advanced malware, the first step is for it to find the dynamic C2 server, whose domain name and IP address are constantly changing to avoid being blacklisted by enterprise cyber defenses.
During the process, the malware is also unaware of where its C2 is currently located and has to find it. It then does a brute force search of all the possible domain names the C2 server could currently be at by making multiple queries to a DNS server. This DNS server acts like a phone book or Yellow Pages that translates domain names to IP addresses. You can see this in steps 2, 3, and 4.
Of all these requests, only one will be successfully resolved, and the rest will be unsuccessful. This resolved domain is where the C2 domain is currently at.
The challenge then is how to detect such behaviors and find the resolved C2 domain.
Another challenge is that each malware family has its own DGA algorithm, each creating domains of different characteristics. DGA detection is nothing new. Many organizations have already created techniques to detect them. In fact, we are already using them in our SOC. Nevertheless, our main point here is that the ability to detect DGA with extremely low false positive rate is the essence of our model.
What we invented here was a way to make use of deep neural networks to first produce a prediction on whether the single domain name is a possible DGA or not. Secondly, the same neural network also converts the DGA strings into numerical vectors on which we can again do dimensionality reduction to project onto this plane as shown here. What we found is that without a single regex rule, the deep learning algorithm can separate the various classes of DGA quite well.
So the additional step that we're doing here is converting the domain name sentence into a numerical vector, and somehow this numerical vector contains information on the class of DGA that the domain name should belong to.
Thus far, we have tested our algorithm's ability to do this quite accurately for up to 87 DGA families without employing any of the conventional string analytics technique. In terms of our invention, we don't stop here. We conduct further correlation across time to find domain names whose numerical vectors display similar numerical characteristics while dropping the others. So what happens here is that we are essentially looking for domain names with similar characteristics as deemed by the DL model over time. This whole process was done without a single regex rule, since we are simply finding similar numerical vectors, and these numerical vectors are actually outputs of the deep neural network.
This is one example that we caught. On further research, we found that this example matches some characteristics of a known APT attack. As you can see, this is a word-based DGA in that the DGA is formed from concatenating random words. Clearly, it will be difficult for a human to define rules that group these domains together. However, our invention was able to do so without a single handcrafted rule. An interesting byproduct is that we are also able to find the resolved C2 domains verified against intelligence sources.
Now, since we correlate across time, we go one step further to analyze the occurrences of these DGAs. Such DGA callbacks could be periodic in nature, as the malware may periodically try to find its C2. So to further enrich the alert for our analysts, we conduct analysis in the frequency domain to find the frequency at which the malware is calling back.
From a user perspective, such analysis not only provides analysts with higher confidence of the alerts, but also helps reduce their workload of manually determining periodicity.
This type of analysis is only possible because of the diverse experience we have in Ensign Labs. In this case, we not only use deep learning, but a combination of deep learning and signal processing to extract such a clean signal in the frequency domain despite the voluminous data that we were initially provided with.
Apart from the automated enrichment, the most beneficial part of this invention is the extremely low false positive rate. We were able to reduce the number of alerts from millions to just a few hundreds within 1 month, for example. Not only less manpower is required, the alerts we produce are now also actionable by analysts.
The last invention we will showcase today is our phishing analytics. Phishing is a huge problem, so let's break it down into 3 sub-problems depending on their main exploit.
The first problem is homoglyph phishing. Homoglyph phishing exploits visual similarity, and it does this through Punicodes. The main challenge here is that whatever we see in the logs is a Punicode, and they look nothing at all like what is presented to us in the browser. This is because advancements in modern browsers facilitate the proper rendering of Punicode into human-readable content. What this means is that conventional string comparison techniques, such as via edit distance comparisons, no longer work.
While working on this, we found that there is no dataset to train detection models for such attacks. To this end, we built a data augmentation engine that can produce an infinite labeled dataset comprising variations of visually similar domains. This can in turn be used to train state-of-the-art convolutional neural networks that conduct image analysis and comparison to detect the presence of homoglyph domains.
Now, next we look at typo squatting attacks that exploits typographical errors. This can currently be easily resolved and solved using conventional edit distance algorithms. However, such edit distance algorithms fail to take into account keyboard distance, which is the main exploit used by attackers. We look at the source code of DNS Twist, a phishing domain generator widely used by threat researchers, and we found that it also takes into account keyboard distance. Given that keyboard distance is an important consideration, is there a way to account for this?
So what we do is to convert the problem into an
Sorry.
image recognition problem. In particular, we convert every domain name into a swipe-like image commonly used in handphones. So for those who are unaware, swipe is a method of keying in words into your handphone without even requiring to lift your finger off the screen. All you need to do is to drag your finger across the screen from letter to letter, and inspired by this technique, we convert sentences into their equivalent swipe representation on which image recognition algorithms can again be applied to find similar domains, to again find similarity between actual domains and domains that possibly exploit typographical errors.
Next, we also try to find domains that exploit human desires, such as freebies, interest in celebrities. We do this via natural language processing and transformer neural networks.
Finally, we pull all the alerts generated by our above models to conduct campaign detection to find out which IPs are visiting the same phishing websites.
Although a seemingly small step, this is important work to help our analysts contextualize the attacks, to see which attacks are more prevalent and which IPs are being impacted by them.
Here, we showcase some of the things we detected in real life on our telemetry.
These are some of the homoglyph phishing attacks we have observed over the years. As you can see, homoglyph phishing attacks occur, and they masquerade not just as legitimate websites, but also as torrenting or pornographic websites.
Next, we show our typo squatting algorithm's ability to cluster possible typo squatting domains, and this shows its ability to not just detect, but also identify the site that the possible typo squat was trying to mimic.
Next, we showcase our general phishing algorithm. This is an example of a phishing site that we detected that at first sight may be inconclusive.
So to aid our analysts in their work, we don't just stop at simply flagging out suspicious sites. In fact, we go one step further to conduct automated image comparisons among our own detections to find sites of very different domain names, but near identical visual characteristics. As shown in the figures here, every file in this directory, which is a screenshot of the website's code, look exactly the same and is automatically detected by our invention.
This entire process is automated and provides our analysts with added confidence regarding the efficacy of our alerts. Due to the need to visit these domains, these comparisons are all done on the cloud in a very scalable manner.
Finally, our campaign detection module analyzes all the alerts to find IPs visiting the same phishing domains. These are clearly depicted by the clusters here, and each cluster is probably a cluster of IPs facing the same campaign.
What we have presented today aren't just white papers, research publications. Most of them are already deployed to analyze our telemetry, and some of our are already inside our SOC, empowering our security analysts to detect new unknowns while keeping false positives low.
However, the journey wasn't all smooth. A drawback of using state-of-the-art research was the lack of a widely accepted framework on how to deploy the state-of-the-art models that we have built at scale. Thus, Ensign had to pave its own way to integrate frameworks like TensorFlow, Spark, Hadoop, all into a single, reliable, highly available system.
As you may have observed, most of our models can operate on either NetFlow or DNS logs. This was a key consideration for us as it precludes the need for expensive proprietary sensors, keeping costs low for our users. All the users need to do is to pipe their logs over to the SOC.
The disadvantage is that we are looking at very raw traffic, which is noisy. Thus, it was vital for us to develop analytics and techniques that have a very low false positive rate. Currently, we have already hooked up some of our DNS-based models to our SOC. Works are ongoing for NetFlow-based models, which can operate on firewall logs. Another important consideration is also the integration to common SIEM and SOAR platforms, which we are also currently tackling.
In parallel, we will also be employing AI to discover ways and means to analyze more threat intelligence sources and build up our own database of threat signatures and characteristics for further correlation with our alerts in the future. To conclude this technology showcase, we would like to reiterate what Ensign's in-house developed AI-powered analytics can do and what they mean for our customers.
So the inventions you have seen here today are able to analyze large amounts of traffic to automatically produce high-quality actionable alerts.
This means that our in-house developed solutions are scalable to very large network traffic, not just in terms of computation, but also in terms of the low false positive rate. Even as the data our SOC analyzes increases, the low false positive rate ensures the number of alerts and the false alarms do not increase exponentially.
Next, as you may recall from our DGA and phishing inventions, we not only detect threats, but also attempt to provide supporting evidence in the form of temporal analysis and image analysis.
These additional analyses serve as enriching information for our analysts, especially in the realm of detecting new unknowns, as they would now have more specific evidence on hand to confirm whether a threat has indeed happened or not.
So, as mentioned throughout our showcase, generalizability of our models to real-world data is an important consideration. It is for this reason we explored how we can use the entire unlabeled real-world data set we have at hand for model development through a self-taught learning framework. This ensures that the data distribution on which the models are trained on is identical to what we actually have in real life. Apart from generalization in terms of data distribution, we also consider it in terms of data source. We have designed our models to work on standard network logs without the need for proprietary log collectors.
What this means from a business perspective is that little capital expenditure is required from our users to experience the full benefits of our models. Gone are the days where expensive log collectors need to be deployed throughout an entire organization's network just to detect threats.
Finally, we have initiated some work with cloud-based logs, and thus far we are of the opinion that our models would also be compatible with cloud-based logs.
Provisioning for cloud compatibility is an important consideration as many organizations increasingly move to the cloud. By future-proofing ourselves, we maintain our relevance by ensuring that our solutions don't just work on-prem, but also in the cloud. We have come to the end of the presentation. I hope you now have a clearer idea of some of the in-house solutions Ensign has developed and how they're designed to not only generalize well to the real world, but also to facilitate the detection of new unknowns, both of which are essential in the ever-changing threat landscape. As a result of these design considerations, our solutions produce high-quality, actionable, and rich alerts, which will help to mitigate the heavy capital and manpower cyber requirements today. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ensign Security, Mr. Steve Ng, CIO and EVP Managed Security Services, and Mr. Lee Joo Sen, Lead Data Scientist, Ensign Info Security. So this really blew my mind. Hey, Cyber Bro, what do you think? AI-powered cyber analytics. That was very, very eye-opening and yet mind-boggling.
Well, that's the trend for today, right? So there's a lot of things that need to be done in an automated manner, and I think AI is the way to go. Doing it manually is a thing of the past, at least for those cumbersome tasks, the manual tasks that we don't want to do. And leave a lot of time for the analysis. And of course, the attackers themselves are also using a lot of technology, leveraging on AI.
Yeah, so, we can never forget that. We must never forget that the attackers themselves also will start trying out AI and data analytics and all that kind of thing, except that they're trying on us.
That's right. That's right. And yeah, we actually have Stephen and Junsun here today.
Right. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you again. Wonderful.
Yeah. Welcome. Thanks for your talk. We have a couple of questions in our chat. So Anthony, Doc Dev, you'd like to call and ask some of the questions there?
Okay, so yeah, one to Junsen. How do you see DNS over HTTPS used by malware? How does it affect your detection capability? Do you see DNS over HTTPS used by malware? And how does it affect your detection capabilities?
So yes, so there is definitely DNS or malwares that are using DNS over HTTPS, but it really depends on the enterprise setup on whether it is actually allowed or not for this particular service. So it actually does affect our detection capabilities because it actually kind of encrypts what is in the DNS packet. So we won't be able to see it, but when we actually, so this is actually a problem for a lot of enterprises these days, right? Whether to permit DNS over HTTPS or not, be it even for legitimate reasons. So what we actually referred to is actually there's some document that was produced by the NSA that says that DNS over HTTPS, if enterprises were to allow this, it is actually a false sense of security because enterprise security will no longer work. And even though it anomalizes the endpoint, we are not able to provide actually proper security for it. So what they actually propose is to do DNS over HTTPS within the enterprise, but the moment it hits the enterprise DNS resolver, it should become normal DNS so that DNS security can still work. And at the same time, endpoints or users are still anomalized.
Thank you. Okay, here's one. I don't know. Sorry. If C2s are utilizing random domains and IPs, how does malware or bots communicate with them? If C2s are utilizing random domains and IPs, how does malware or bots communicate with them?
So I suppose it was the question was posted earlier.
Yes.
I think during the slides, we've also gone through that about
Okay.
the way that the DGA communications work. So in a nutshell, domain generation algorithm is used by a fairly large number of malware families as well. It has this, DGA has legitimate users, but in this case, it's being exploited by malwares as well for the purpose of doing so. So if you recall what we went through just now, through the use of DGA, these malware families are trying to reach back to their C2. And in that case, they through their own proprietary DGA encoded inside the malware, they are trying to reach back through a brute force manner. So that's how it is done. Maybe Junsen, you'd like to add to that?
Yeah, so it's exactly as Stephen said. So and it's actually answered in the chat. So actually the malware, right? He doesn't know where the C2 is in terms of his domain name and his IP. But the thing that is running on both sides is actually the same domain generation algorithm. So it's actually a synchronization problem where you're trying to synchronize two sites. So there are many ways to synchronize. Some synchronize on time, some synchronize on even weather, locational weather, for example. So there are many ways to synchronize, and these forms the seed. And by trying to find a similar characteristics, for example, time or weather, right? They can actually synchronize the seed. So when the seed is synchronized and they produce the same queries, and that is how the two locations can actually talk to each other.
Thank you, Junsen. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, back to you, Cyber Bro.
Oh yeah, actually I have a question from my side. Just wondering what kind of infrastructure should a company normally have to set up to put in something like your solution for just to make sure that you can take on this huge amount of traffic that can come in when such attacks come in?
I'll start first, Junsen.
Yeah.
In this context, what we've done is that we have implemented it inside our own environment, as well as in other users' environments. So typically what we've done is that we have set it up, running it through our own SOC to go through the traffic that we expect to see such communications, using it to detect such malicious C2 communications. And in the case of a client environment, is similar, where we also set up similar things inside the client environment as well. Junsen, would you like to share a bit more?
So it's mainly a data flow problem. So what we also do is we set up a lot of compute, for example, Kafka or Hadoop to actually ingest all of this data. But going forward, right, we are also looking to explore cloud, where we don't have to go through this whole entire pipeline. People can pass us their logs through, like, for example, AWS Direct Connect. So they directly connect to the cloud and our models are running on cloud to provide the same insights and security.
So to sum up, I think there are probably 3 ways to implement this. One is that through an MSS, a managed security service way of doing things, where the DNS logs from the user goes through the MSS SOC. So that's one way. The second is that, of course, as Junsen said, once we implement it in the cloud, again, is a similar way of doing things. And then the final way is that we literally implement a box inside the user's environment that does this compute.
But based on your experience, is it preferable to implement it on the cloud or on-site, on-prem?
What do you think, Junsen? I think cloud is one of those areas that we are still trying out. We already implemented some trials on it. But what we do have quite clearly right now is the on-prem version. We've done some trials on the cloud. We'll probably be able to let you know further on that. Junsen, what do you think?
Yeah, I think both serve different needs actually, and they're different client bases. Some people may not be comfortable putting their logs on the clouds, or some of them are CIIs, right? We have to do it on-prem, for example. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing. Anything else coming in from the chats, Doc Dev?
Yeah, will Ensign open source the code to promote adoption and standardization in the industry?
Okay, so for now they are patented. We haven't have any plans to open source it.
We'll ask you that question again next year. Yeah.
Maybe
okay.
I can take that. So clearly the tradecraft itself, the secret sauce itself is clearly, of course, intellectual property. But of course, we have published these patents. So you can actually Google it and find the patents that are attributed to Ensign, to the Ensign's data science team, including Junsen here. And you can read up about what we've done inside.
Yeah, or they could work with you to license them when the situation becomes appropriate, for example. But again, I know it's early days. Thank you for the question anyway. Okay, one more before we let you gentlemen go for the day on a Saturday. Does Ensign see TLS 1.3 with SNI encryption being used by enterprises? Or do they generally block communication? TLS 1.3 with SNI encryption, are they being used by enterprises?
Well, that's a tough question.
Okay.
I don't think many enterprises have adopted it yet, so it's really kind of hard to look into the crystal ball.
Okay, so that's the question for next year again also. All right, anyway.
These are our ISC squared questions, right? ISC squared member questions. So expect some tough ones, definitely.
They want to stay ahead of the curve. So from next year, we'll come back to this Saturday morning and we'll come back to CyberPro, and we'll let our good gentlemen from Ensign, our sponsors, Steve and Junsen, thank you very much for the sharing, and we wish you a good weekend and good networking, everybody. Over to you, CyberPro.
Yeah, thanks, Doc Dev, and thanks very much, Stephen and Junsen, once again. A round of Zoom applause for Junsen and Stephen. Okay, actually, we're quite ahead of schedule, and thanks very much for our speakers for trying to keep on time. Our next speaker is actually a good friend of ours as well. He's with our ISC Squared Singapore chapter, EXCO, Subco. And then we definitely have a very interesting topic from him, which is quite related to our previous topic as well.
Right, and for those of us in industry, this gentleman also needs no introduction. He's been around a long time.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So, but definitely, his topic is on regulatory trends in AI adoption. So a lot of people are talking about technology. This one is on the regulation side. So definitely a couple of things to look at when we talk about being diverse. We need controls and proper procedures in place, plus help from the regulators as well. Because AI is relatively new when you talk about implementation and applications. And in our current world, there's definitely a lot of room to improve in terms of the regulations and how to adapt to the current situation. And what if the regulations aren't there? So a lot of these questions will be answered by our friend, Mr. Jerry Chung. So over to you, Jerry. I think I won't introduce your long bio anymore, but yeah, if anyone wants to read Jerry's bio, this lengthy bio is there on our website. Over to you, Jerry.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and thank you once again for inviting me for this event. So I've been kind of spending quite a bit of time in the last 2 years on AI, and as we spoke about it in the previous presentations, right? And Paulo, you correctly mentioned it as well. The future is really about how do we make use of technology to automate a lot of the things that we are doing, help to give us a lot better insights. If we are not doing it, definitely the hackers are already doing it. And if we really want to address this whole thing about the manpower shortage, which we talked about starting the day, that is really something which is very important going forward. But I see quite a few challenges in here. And one of the main things is really the silos in which we are operating in today, where we have the cybersecurity professionals, we have data scientists, and the likes of Junsen, I think it's very rare, the intersection that have the skills in between to be able to put them all together and to understand the benefits as well as the implications of what changes in such technology brings to us. So today, I really want to share a little bit about how the regulatory landscape has been progressing, not deep diving into it, but to use it to draw insights into where are those concerns and what are things that we need to do differently. And I think it really goes without saying that, AI is all around us, not just in the digital sense, but in all the physical sense as well. When you think about, ordering something from Amazon, 11/11 is coming up soon. You look at a lot of orders, there's a lot of algorithms, not just on the e-commerce side, but even within the whole supply chain, the warehousing. We have seen AI used in even things around agriculture, agri-tech, for example. And there are really a lot of benefits that such technology brings to us. But before we get into it, I think there are some fundamental differences that as security professionals, we need to understand, because cybersecurity has been a field that's been, very mature. I've been in this field for the last 21 years already. And I think it's a field that's mature, and we have built up some sort of a frame of reference around how do we look at the challenges that we have. And if we look at software, it is a very conventional view that when we look at it, it is a set of rules that has been written. There is the data that is given to you. Customers tell you what the expected outcome is supposed to be, and then we codify a means for us to bring the inputs to the output. And one of the key things in here is that we end up with a deterministic model in here. And when we mean deterministic, is that once something is, of course, barring any bugs and all, once something has been tested, it will always behave the same way. But when we start looking at AI, we have to always remember that most of them are always a statistical model. So when we want a certain outcome, given certain sets of inputs, instead of codifying the whole logic, we throw all this data into the algorithms for the purpose of the algorithms to develop what is statistically the best way to do it, so that when new data sets are being seen, it is able to then tell you what the outcome is supposed to be. And therein, it really brings quite a bit of challenges around how we look at it from the risk aspects of it, as well as the things that we need to do when we are looking at it from a cybersecurity perspective, because it's no longer deterministic, but it's going to be probabilistic. And before going into the share of problems, I just wanted to be clear that my position is really that such technology is going to be the way forward. There's really no two ways about it. But as I highlighted in the beginning of this, it's really about how do we then bring this knowledge to the broader set of professionals, such that when we view AI as well as cybersecurity, we don't see them as ends in themselves, but we see them as means to solve some of the cybersecurity and trust problems. For example, when we start looking at fraud, it's not purely a cybersecurity problem, but it is about, syndicates, bad people trying to abuse the technology platforms that we have. So if we are just in our own silos of cybersecurity, thinking about protecting applications and infrastructure, or we are data scientists just thinking about fraud algorithms, then I think we're missing the whole picture. And that's the whole purpose of some of this sharing that we wanted to do. About 2 years ago, won't go into the details of this. About 2 years ago, some research was done around looking at the broad corpus of all the research that has been performed around ethics and governance of cybersecurity. And they kind of like framed it up into some of the key areas, which you would see the key themes are really around the human rights, the privacy, what are some of the transparency, accountability aspects of it. From that point onwards, over the last 2 years, there has been quite a lot of interest. And if you start looking at some of the major geographies that has recently, and when I say recently, it's over the course of the last 2 years, that has recently come up with some of the regulations around it, I wanted to draw emphasis and focus into some of the broader markets and what are their thinking behind it. When we start with the US has, and this is a very interesting thing when we start looking at the major markets, there is currently no convergence. So while some may be talking about similar things, but you will find that the objectives are kind of quite different. And it's going to be quite interesting from a regulatory standpoint to see where that leads to eventually. The US has always been taking a very light approach to it. So they want the industries to innovate. They don't want to stifle it with too much regulations. And as a result, all along, they have been taking a very light touch approach to regulations on AI. In fact, it's only in the last 1 week they did have a federal guidelines around accountability, but that focus on the very traditional way of looking at things from data governance, looking at the overall process governance and accountabilities, etc. So it still remains fairly light touch for now. The EU, on the other hand, has draft regulations which is very pro human rights and privacy. So the way that they've approached it is that they listed a list of areas in which if you have AI algorithms being used in it, they are listed as high risk areas. And as long as something is within the high risk applications of it, there is a very elaborate list of governance and things that needs to be done, ranging from testing, documentation, having ongoing monitoring, etc. If we look at this as a whole, it is going to definitely have a stifling effect on innovation, because when they start looking into a lot of areas around the transparency and explainability of algorithms, unfortunately, today, not a lot of them are really quite there just yet. So as a business, if I am producing something for that economy, how do I go about being able to go into the necessary details in it? So they are taking a very pro human rights and privacy angle into it. And about 1.5 months, 2 months ago, China also released one of the regulations that they have, which translated is a new generation AI ethics guideline. They also focus very much on the fairness, justice, and the protection of the data. And I think over the last few months, we have seen a lot of the crackdowns on the technology sector particularly. And a lot of that that crackdown is really about how big tech companies are making use of data and what do they do with the data in there. Arguably, of course, within that political system, there is a lot of still government play in there, but it is really that balance between having some of the controls in place so that the big tech companies don't go too wild with the data in there. So that there is that focus and emphasis around what companies do with the information they have. UK took a slightly different approach from the EU. They are going down the whole route of let's innovate. We will look at regulations when the time comes. And in Singapore, we have the MAS with the FEED guidelines and the PDPC having released its model governance framework about 2 to 3 years ago. So when we kind of sum up all the concerns that they have put in there, there are some implications around areas in which the governments are concerned about. Why are they writing things in a certain way? What are they trying to protect against? And how does that, some of them will have direct implications to how we look at cybersecurity moving forward. And these are just 6 of the areas which I wanted to cover briefly today. The first one is really about misinformation. As security professionals, I think we are going to be reaching a point where this whole thing about the misinformation and disinformation, the latter being a deliberate attempt to really seed fake information, it's really reaching a point where it can be quite hard to deal with for various reasons. One of it is that in the last 2 years, we have gotten a lot more used to this online presence. If it was a few years ago when it was still very much a physical interaction, you would see the opportunities for this might be lesser. But now when we are a lot more used into these online interactions, the fraudulent use of it is going to be at a rise. And there are studies as well that shows that humans, for ourselves, we are not wired to distrust video and audio. So if I send you an email, I show you a text, there is still usually a bit of cognitive capability to look at it and say, this doesn't look right. But when something is shown in a video and audio, there have been studies that shows that it is harder for people to disbelieve what they see or what they hear. And deepfakes is one of the key things that comes up, where it has become quite consumer level to be able to build a lot of the fake videos that you have seen in here. If this was a physical meeting, I would have really asked for show of hands, but I won't try doing it. But I'll just pause here for 5 seconds for you to look at these 8 pictures in here to see if you can spot which is a fake person from this list of 8 pictures. All right, so won't pause for too long. The answer is actually all of them are fake. None of them are real pictures. And this is from a site called This Person Does Not Exist. You can just key it in there. And once you go in, the landing page is a random image. The technology behind this is one that has evolved quite significantly. It's a GAN or generative adversarial network, where simple way of looking at it is it's 2 AI models fighting with each other. One is a generator. It learns to create things. One is a discriminator. It learns to tell the real from the fake. And when you train it together, so the 2 will continue training each other, where the generator learns how to build more and more real looking, in this case, images, that the discriminator only has a 50-50 chance of knowing whether it is true, real or fake. And such technology has really evolved quite a lot. And if you think about this from then a fraud perspective, is that when we start looking at profiles, I do have a LinkedIn profile that's a stalker profile with a picture from a generator from this website, right? So when you then think about when we're dealing with people sending us emails in the future or interacting with us, put the deepfakes, put the pictures in here, it is going to introduce quite a lot of challenges on technically how do we detect the real from the fake. When we come to text, for example, and this is just a very simple example. Just using 5 lines of code, it is able to generate, a blog. Of course, I then use Canva to put up the newsletter format. And in Singapore, if you follow some of the, Black Hat proceedings, some of our folks from GovTech, the cybersecurity team, they actually put a presentation a couple of months back where they made use of GPT-3. So GPT-3 is an even bigger model than this. This 2.7 billion parameters. GPT-3, if I'm not wrong, is 175 billion parameters. So generally, the larger it is, it means that it's been trained on more points. It is able to, so the future when you think about this is that imagine if you are able to do scraping to find out more about individuals, feeding it into text generation engines like this that creates customized phishing emails based on the preference of the individuals. And then with the deep fakes that we have talked about earlier on, that's actually quite a scary combination of fake information that can come out in here. And for those who are interested, you can actually read this book by Nina Schick that talked about deepfakes. And one of the key things is that she highlighted in there is this whole concept of a liar's dividend, right? That it will reach a point where even the person lying, because of this technology that's there, even the person lying can claim that this is a fake information and get away with it. And I think from a managing fraudulent perspective, that's really something that we do need to be mindful about. The second topic was really around fairness. And this is where, as we start looking at a lot of the algorithms, there are a lot of courts and governments which are coming in to really make sure that the algorithms used are not discriminatory to the whether it's the customers or the in this case the employees of that organization. This will then lead into some of the things around the explainability, which we will talk about later on. So there's this huge thing around being able to explain and have that fairness within the algorithms in there. The third area that we want to talk a bit about was the echo chamber. So that there are concerns around essentially, and we have probably read about all the news around Facebook or Meta, where when we look at it from an engagement perspective, if the metric is to drive engagement, then just by the fact that you like certain topics, you will start seeing, and you know this in your Netflix recommenders, your YouTube recommenders, once you have liked something, you see more and more and more of that. And it starts creating the filter bubbles or the different chambers where you believe your thoughts are really right and you do not consider what are some of the alternate views that may be out there simply because of all this. And it's something that does drive quite a lot of concerns around it. We spoke a bit about explainability earlier on, which is if you look at some of the charts in here, it is essentially trying to help you decipher when a decision was made, what were the parameters that led to it. So the biggest diagram you see at the top was just using a very simple, hello world kind of data set, a Titanic data set, where if the outcome was yes, this person survived or did not, what were the attributes that contributed to that final decision? So in a bank, for example, if you think about it, what you can use for this is that using the different features that you have about a customer, when a customer calls in to then say, why was I rejected the loan? Using values like this, you are able to describe to say whether it is because of the credit record that you had over the last 6 months and so on and so forth. So this is a balance. Not everything is going for the best and most advanced technology, because some of them gives you a little bit more accuracy gains when you go deep neural networks, for example, but it is harder to explain those models versus regression. You may lose a few percentage points in accuracy, but some of those models are a lot more explainable. So a lot of businesses, they do take that bit of a balance in there. If for those who are interested in AI security, as in the model itself, what are the things that hackers can do with it? This BIML, or Berryville Institute of Machine Learning, has quite a few good papers that talks about it. Broadly, they classify in two key areas where it is about it can be manipulation attacks. And these are usually manipulating the data set, manipulating the training algorithms itself, as well as what are the outputs that you may have. And there are also extraction attacks in which if you are able to steal the algorithms or the data. So those are the two main ones in which security attacks on it are being focused on. Broadly, if we look at it as a reference, this is also something that can be, you can look up as well. From the training, whether it's the training phase to the deployment phase, and whether we're looking at inadvertent attacks, that means this could be just mistakes we make as honest employees, or it could be malicious attacks by the hackers. There are quite a few things around, whether it's data poisoning, adversarial attacks, etc. So won't belabor and go too much into it. But essentially what I wanted to highlight here is that this is a growing area of interest that a lot of people are starting to go into. So as security professionals, there is also a huge opportunity to get more into this area as well. The next one we want to talk about was a little bit on privacy. So this was in December of last year when chatbot Liluda, had this issue where first launched, it was okay. Then over 24 hours, it became quite homophobic. And it was this feedback loop that really resulted in it, right? A lot of chatbots are meant to learn from its interaction. So remember the statistical model we talk about. So when you have a feedback loop, the more somebody teaches the bot to talk in a certain way, the more the bot will then say, under these circumstances, this is the right way to talk, because everybody talks this way. So in this case, that was the outcome of it. But underlying it, there was a bigger issue. The bigger issue was around privacy. When people dug further into this case, they then saw that the training data sets that was used was from a sister company, which was providing a couple chat facility. And it was through all these chats between so imagine if we have a chat app that we're using, they are harnessing all these chats to then train the bot. And that was one of the key concerns around privacy, which is there. One more area is about data drift, and this is not really, I have no intention of, bashing, all the good work that has been done by a lot of agencies. So this is purely for learning purposes, right? What happened here? And this is something which happens in a lot of models if you don't monitor it. What happens is that when you are training the statistical language model again, pre-COVID, if you look at the question that's being asked in here, usually for a lot of all these language tasks, what they do is they remove all we call it the stop words, right? So your the, and, is, etc. Those words that has very little meaning is removed. If you look at it, the keywords in there would then be daughter, test, positive. It doesn't know what COVID is, because if it was trained 2 years ago, the word COVID was never in the training set. So it doesn't know what that word is. So it has a zero statistical appearance. So daughter test positive when it was trained pre-COVID, it's no surprise that these recommendations came up. So this is a concept of model drift, right? That the world has changed, but you are still basing your statistical model on what was previous. So it introduces naturally some of these concerns and issues that's there. Recently, I came across this as well. Some researchers came up with this Ask Delphi. It's meant to be a moral and ethics evaluator, if you may. So if you ask a certain question, it will tell you whether is it okay, is it not okay. And this is where a lot of, and it's to be expected, such biases will come in. So white men approaches from AI is okay. Chinese approach, I keyed it in just as a test, right? It's suspicious. So from a statistical model, it was trained on a lot of pre-existing data, which leads it into some of these conclusions. Is it the best use of it? Probably not. So as professionals, I think for us the purpose of me talking about all this is that sometimes when we look at the data which is available, we do have to be careful about it on what we use it for. As security professionals, one of my biggest concerns that I do have right now is, remember we were talking about the generating of the text. If a lot of the OSINT information that we're using is from open source, and then we trawl a lot of all this threat intel, and we build models around identifying maybe say threat vectors, APTs, vulnerabilities, etc. It will come a point where a lot of this data that we are consuming to train our own models, it's going to be questionable about, are these real or are they synthetically created? And if it is synthetically created, was there malice behind it? Because if we train our models based on those, it can be quite dangerous. So what can we do about it? Final slides. It's really 6 key things, A, B, C, D, E, F, right? It's really about awareness of the issues and the challenges. I think that's first and foremost the most important, to be aware of what's going on. There's a lot of balance between building something which is explainable, easier to implement, versus always building something which is more complicated. And there is this, I mentioned about the synthetic data, and this is where for governments, I think it's an area to really start thinking about what do we need. And it is a field which is worth exploring, but how do we and where do we draw the lines around synthetic data creations, and how do we use it? Data management is and will continue to be a huge area of focus, all the way from the provenance, where those information came from. Is it fit for its purpose? How do we use it? How do we secure it? That whole area is going to really be very big. And this education, we talk a lot about the intersections. How do we bring the necessary people from cybersecurity as well as the different spectrums together? In ISC Square, for example, there is a collaboration with AI Singapore with that objective of really bringing all these skills together. And it does introduce an industry for fact checking. So a lot of research and studies have been done. In fact, Singapore I think just closing soon, that there's a deepfake categorization challenge that's been out. So given a data set, who can build a model to detect some of those deepfakes in there? So it's going to spawn that whole thing around disinformation checking and all. So just leaving a reference, my title here, I'm part of this organization. It is a non-profit organization that came together to create 2 sets of best practices for machine learning, the governance and the ethics aspects around it. So there's the organizational aspects of it, as well as some of the technical aspects of it. It's under the Common Creatives license. So if anybody who is interested in using it can just download it and adopt it at no cost. So with that, I end my presentation, and I'll be open for questions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Big round of Zoom applause to Jerry, the board member of the Foundations for Best Practices in Machine Learning. Very good sharing. And actually, this topic is very much close to my heart. And I've done a couple of research as well on my side, because I was part of a company that does a lot of machine learning, albeit it's a different application, mostly for driving. There's a lot of things happening. Definitely, it's how you train, your AI or your algorithms in terms of the data that you also pump in, which we also saw in a lot of Jerry's examples. Now, I think in terms of the questions that you have, please post them inside the chat box. But I have one question for myself. But before we go there, I just like to remind everyone that make sure that you do attend all the sessions, because we have a lot of surprises later and fun games to that as well. making sure that you actually listen to all these sessions while having that kind of knowledge from our speakers as well. Another reminder is make sure you also start ordering your lunch if you're about to go on a break soon. But at the same time, one question for Jerry is in terms of regulations, right? With all these developments in AI, even ML, these are all based on statistics and a lot of the mathematical algorithms. What should regulators really look out for, and how can they actually adapt to all these new technology that comes in when a lot of things a lot of the current regulations right now can be overthrown, by all these new technologies and won't stand, in terms of the policies and procedures and regulations.
Yeah, this is actually quite a tough one. I've been working on this area for quite a while, right? Having been so one of the things that I was involved in is that in Singapore we're also creating a technical reference for AI security as well as how do we audit AI. And as we start going into it, one of the key dilemmas is really that important question of, is this the right time to really put in too much regulations? Because it is still a very new field that deserves its space to have its innovation. So, for example, if you then look at the EU and this is my own personal view, my personal view is that I think it's too much. If regulations go down there, I understand the objectives of what they are trying to do, but it stifles the innovation, which is why you see when UK came up with their own version of it, if you read the details of it all, they were wanting to recreate back the glory that they had during the Alan Turing days, right? That they were the forefront of being able to break the encryption codes and things like that. So they're trying to recreate that glory that they've had. In passing, at the end of it, they say we will deal with the regulations at the appropriate time. So there are why it's a very difficult question to answer is that while people see the need for it, eventually we do not want the whole technology to go wild, but a lot of governments are also recognizing that this is going to be the key enabler for, if I may use that phrase, dominance, right? In the new world that we are getting into. So nobody wants to put in the heavy-handed regulations at this point. That's why that makes it difficult to answer such a question from a regulatory standpoint. If we look at it technically, yes, there is a need to have transparency, fairness, etc. But when it stifles, it is going to be difficult. So personally, where I believe it's going to lead is that the likes of the EU probably not going to gain too much traction outside of the EU, and they do have their heritage of why they behave that certain way. But outside of it, I believe that it's going to take a more light-handed is not the exact word, but it's going to be contained within a way that for the industries that matters to the economy and the government, I think it's going to have more free play. For those where tech companies, and tech companies are one of the big so-called public, I'll be careful with the word here. They are the ones that host a lot of the information, and if they don't share it, then that's where things kind of break apart, right? Because only the few companies are able to do a lot of things. The smaller companies can't do anything. So they are the ones that probably will have a bit more scrutiny around more on the data privacy and the what they serve out to the consumers using that data. So I think that part for the big tech companies probably will develop. Within industries that's going to matter for the economies, I think that part will probably have a bit more freedom in there to innovate a little bit. That's just my 2 cents. I wish I knew what the future was going to be like, but based on what I've seen, that's kind of where I believe the pragmatic thing would be.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thanks for
Jerry. Actually,
sharing that, Jerry.
I was going to take one step backward, and then I'm not going to make a long comment like this, but in my personal untrained opinion, I think the AI and all that is, I think it's still early days for regulation as we're still grappling with the concept. So like what Jerry says, too early regulation or something that we still cannot get a grasp of will just stifle the whole thing. And what's worse, the AI will re-emerge in a different way. And it scares me to think one day AI will try to regulate AI.
Yeah, it's actually that's
That
happening right
becomes
now,
quite
right?
scary. Yeah, sorry, Paulo.
I was saying that's actually happening in one of your examples. You know, you have the trainer, and then the other one is the one that
This
gives
the generator and the
generator
discriminators. Yeah,
discriminators. That's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah. So we Doc Dev.
Yes.
So,
So one more question. Are there
question
tools
here.
similar to SonarCube that can scan for AI vulnerabilities?
Very early stages, but we are starting to see quite a few of these that's coming up, right? So some of them are I will still view them as engineering tools in a way. So for example, Microsoft did release some open source tools, but it is very common line. You do need quite deep expertise to be able to interpret it. There are some other areas that also helping to look at it, not just from a vulnerability perspective, but around maybe some of the model governance parts of it. So Basis AI, for example, is also one platform that given the models in there, it is able to help you look at whether things around fairness, etc. Not really cybersecurity specifically, but looking at some of the model risks that's there. Specifically on cybersecurity, and this is the one that I'm not familiar with the details. I've not seen it yet, but recently I was talking to somebody where there is a local startup as well, led by one of the professors in one of the universities. I won't go into too much details because I'm not privy of how much of that is open knowledge now, but there are some fields in there where it's making use of the deep academic expertise around that with cybersecurity, and then they build something. What I've heard is they're building something that is able to look into the as you train a neural network, right? All the different parameters I was talking about is able to identify, what are some of the security problems that could come up through, whether people can inject certain things in there. So is an evolving field. The tools that are there is still very early stage, not matured as we know it today, but a lot of organizations are getting into it as well.
Okay, speaking of cybersecurity, okay, here's one question for you, and this comes from, of course, our brother contrarian, Huang Xiaofei. The mother of all questions for you this morning, Jerry. Does this AI thing and AI governance come under the scope of information security?
Technically, I don't think so. Based on my own view, right? And this is where I get very confused. I'll be very honest with this. I don't have a perfect answer. I get very confused. I get confused in the sense of my own identity. I'm confused in the last 2 years of what am I. For some of the friends here, we know each other for a while. I've been in cybersecurity since it was called cybersecurity. I started.
Oh, I think before that, before it was called cybersecurity.
way before. I think cybersecurity is probably the third, fourth generation of its name. So I started in this field in 1998 with DSO first. That was my first entry into cybersecurity. And as I start going into it in the last 2 years, getting a bit more into the AI, I see things really refusing itself, and I feel that there's going to be some sort of reorientation and realignment that needs to be done. I mentioned it a few times today, right? Now it's in silos. You have your cybersecurity, you have your AI, but is the future really still looking at all this as silos? Are they relevant, or are they just tools for us to solve a real business challenge? And in order to solve this business challenge of, say, fraud, right? You put a cybersecurity person, pointless. But you take the cybersecurity person out, you also can't solve it. Same with data, same with a person who understands the business transactions. And this was, in a recent conversation with a friend of mine who got a lot into fraud, right? It's not just about cyber anymore. It is a tool. So I think a long-winded way of answering the question, but I think I do see a lot of this fusing together. And at the underlying of it is these are all really going to be just tools of the trade that we have, and we should not just have one of it. We should be familiar with a few of them so that we are able to then solve some of the challenges, whether it's fraud, whether it's disinformation, whether it's about data theft, etc. So so I think the game probably is going to be changing quite a bit. We do need to reorient ourselves as well.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jerry. Actually, you also mentioned about clear and concise frameworks, right? Is there a specific framework that you can recommend to everyone here so that they have some guidance? Because don't talk about regulation, but at least talk about guidance on how to go about building something AI or ML quite safely. Yeah.
Closer to home, if you look at the so earlier one of the slides talks about the PDPC had that AI model governance framework. Accompanying it, it had the ISAGO, which is the self-assessment guide for organizations. So that does have a little bit of it, a bit at a higher level. Across the world, we see a lot of regulations, best white papers, etc., but nothing really that goes into a very meticulous way of coming up with these are the different domains, these are the checks, which is why the Foundation of Best Practices for Machine Learning took that initiative to create one. If you ask me, is it perfect? No, it's not. I think there's still a lot of work to be done in it. But it is the one source that I've seen that is the most comprehensive so far, that puts two frames into it, the organizational side. So it talks about who are the roles that needs to be there, what are the committees that needs to be there, who needs to approve, what kind of things should you be looking at in your approval, etc. So organization. There's a technical side of it that looks into things around your data privacy. There's a section on cybersecurity in there as well, and amongst a few other areas. So that I think is one good source to start. Again, by all means, is it perfect? It's not. And one of the reasons why I joined it is I'm also helping to see whether there's something I can do for that version 1.1 and onwards. So that can be a good source as well.
Oh, then thanks to the Foundation for Best Practices and for actually coming up with something like this. Yeah, it's all over the place, at least prior to this probably, and it's really hard for people to source. There's one question from our friend Cyril. Often a vendor comes in and shares that they use AI, right? So they claim they have AI and all that as part of their security solution or whatever application they have. What could be the right questions to ask to ascertain if it's the right solution for the company?
Usually when I get that, and I'm sure all of us would have heard that, right? People come to you and then they will tell you, oh, we have machine learning. And my counter question back is always, what is your machine learning? And that's, I think, the most fundamental thing to be there, right? If somebody just tells you it's a secret, I can't tell you anything at all, then I think there's no basis for me to judge any further. But minimally, you must be able to tell me what are the kind of inputs that you are taking. Fair enough. If you don't want to go into the feature engineering that's been done, I can understand it, because the feature engineering side is one of your secret sauce, right? How do you combine things together? If you don't want to tell a competitor or the world, I think that's acceptable. But you must be able to articulate to say, so let's take the fraud case again, for example. I must be able to articulate that I am looking at where the person is at, the historical transaction patterns that the person has had before, amongst a few other things. Then when you talk about the algorithm, I would struggle to imagine that somebody say, I have a secret algorithm. I would struggle to think about that, because very likely you will be using, whether it's regression, random forest, you'll be using your SVMs, or you will tell me you have a deep neural architecture. if you then don't want to tell me how many layers, how many nodes, fine, I think that's acceptable. But you must be able to articulate what algorithms that you are using and what is the output that you arrive at. So I would say, minimally, you must be able to articulate what are the kind of inputs that you're trying to do. What kind of algorithms do you run it against? Is it a regression problem? Is it a classification problem? Are you doing clustering? You must be able to tell me that, right? And once you have that, what is the output? If you're using clustering, you may then say, I will group people into, 4 or 5 broad clusters, and I will have people zoom in onto each of those clusters to investigate. Or if it is a classification problem, then you will say, these are the 1 of 5 possible outcomes, right? And then what do you do with those outcomes that's there? So minimally, I think if someone says, I do AI/ML, minimally, I think we should be able to get those answers to really have that appreciation of what is really trying to do.
Yeah, very good point, Jerry. Actually, there's a couple of more questions coming up, and things that people want to know is, okay, this is from our past president. He mentions that he agrees with you, Victor, right? The labeling of the fields is not important. More important is to solve real world challenges. I think that's in response to your comment earlier about how, that confusion on where AI should actually be. That's right. So, yeah, Doc Def, you have anything for Jerry? If not, I'd like to make a special request before going to our break. If everyone can just turn on your videos for a while, we'd like to take a group photo. I know some of you might be busy. I know it's a Saturday. You might not be able to attend this afternoon, but hopefully you can until the end. So let's take this time to, get this group photo with Jerry and everyone else who are in this conference. Okay,
Paolo, just a quick comment while your people are getting ready. The chat seems to be disabled for non-co-hosts.
Really? Oh, thanks for that.
Or at least for me, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Who's the one speaking? I can't see.
Sorry, Steve Kerrison.
Oh, Steve. Yes, thanks for that. Yeah, guys, I'll have my team check on that as well. But I mean, feel free, to raise your hand. Hopefully, we see that as well, and then we can unmute you during that time if you have a question. Do you have a question, by the way, for Jerry before we proceed?
I do not, but thank you very much.
Okay, well, thanks for your feedback. Okay, Doc Def,
Yes.
take some photos as well. There are 4 screens on my side, so I'll just keep on taking. Okay, so just get ready with your smile for around 1 minute.
So we go into full screen mode, and we're going to
Yeah.
all screen mode. Go to
Yeah.
everybody mode.
Yeah.
Could you unspotlight yourself?
Cool. I mean, it's up to you, man. Yeah, you have to put in the gallery mode. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to gallery mode. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm taking a shot on the first page. 1, 2, 3.
I'm doing that too. Okay, everybody look up. Everybody look up. Everybody look up.
The
Okay,
next
and
one.
smile. First page. Okay, everybody continue to look up. Everybody can look up and smile. Open your eyes. Don't blink. Okay, the third page. The third page, I see people with coffee and logo and sports cars.
Second page, I need more videos,
Smile.
guys.
Yes. Smile. Fourth page. Smile. Don't blink. Keep going. Smile. Don't blink. Thank you. Keep going. Smile. Don't blink. I see dogs. I see flowers. I see families. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Do we have everyone? Oh, okay, some people are still catching up. Okay, anyway, I think that's it. Yeah, you'll have another chance later on at the end of the day. Yeah, but thanks for joining us. Before we go on the break, a few reminders as well. Please remember to come back, after your lunch. Hopefully you managed to order your lunch already or have them cooked. We'll be back at 12:35 for lunch. So that's good. Make sure you set your clock straight. And we also have a few surprises and prizes later on. So that's why I mentioned in the chat to please take down notes. Again, we'll have the team check on the chat issues for some of you. Anyone else experiencing that kind of issue in the chat box, do let us know right now. Or yeah, since you can't send a message, just feel free to send me a WhatsApp or email me. Yeah. So if you have my email as well.
Hi, Cyber Bro. Alvin raised hand. Yes, Alvin.
Alvin, hi. Let's unmute Alvin.
Hi. No, I was not able to write in the chat, but now it's okay again. Sorry,
Now
sorry.
it's okay. Great, great.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, we'll have a few videos showing, and again, hopefully you enjoy your lunch. So we'll take a break.
And enjoy the videos.
Yeah,
And
enjoy the
hope you
videos. Enjoy the
hope this
lunch.
morning's session helped you more than confused you. Thank you very much once again to all our wonderful distinguished speakers and also our sponsors, Enzyme, Cypherma, and Equa.
So take a look at the program for this afternoon. So definitely, hopefully you can stay on. We have something on supply chain risk management from Mr. Sarab. We also have resilience in the face of ransomware attacks from Indrani. And we'll have an undertaking the 3 essential pillars of cloud native security from Stan Ho, and then influencing human behavior and reducing cyber risks by Mr. Chirag Joshi from Sydney. And we have adoption of emerging technologies. This is a panel discussion from our very own Melvin Leong, together with Mr. S.E. Leong, Andre Shori, and Neha Malhotra, and Victor Yeo, our past president. And yeah, with that, we end this morning session, and hopefully enjoy your lunch. Thanks a lot, everyone. Hope to see you at 12:35 or even 12:30 if you want to catch some.
Right, so
nice
see you back here at 12:30. Thank you.
Enjoy
the videos now.
Thanks, Jerry. Oh, another reminder before you go. The survey, please.
ISC Squared is proud to.
You can fill up the survey if you can. Those who are dropping off, kindly fill up the survey as well. You can scan the QR code now.
ISC Squared is proud to announce the winners of our Chapter Recognition Awards. For North America, Long Island, New York Chapter. For Asia Pacific, the Singapore Chapter. For EMEA, Nigeria Chapter. And for Latin America, the Argentina Chapter. Congratulations to all of our winners, and thank you to the judges and nominators.
There are many reasons we choose to protect things. Because they're valuable, or vulnerable, precious, or priceless. And to secure the most essential elements in our connected world, we rely on cybersecurity professionals certified by ISC Squared. Their proven expertise helps safeguard the data and technology that offer us access and convenience, and shields the lives we want to lead. In a world worth protecting, Squared is there.
Hey, Anthony, can you hear the video? Can you hear the audio?
I hear the audio, I hear the music, but I don't see the picture.
You don't see the picture?
I only see the band, the slide.
Correct. So Raj, I think it's okay.
It's okay. Okay. Thanks,
I can
Eric.
hear the music in the background. Yeah.
Thanks, Anthony.
No problem.
And hopefully you get a good lunch. For those who didn't manage to order, you can still order now and then grab it while listening to our next speaker. So our next talk will be on supply chain risk management, which I mentioned to you. It's all about the intelligence-driven roadmap to success. So in this increasingly complete security landscape, with threat action and vendors changing tools rapidly, managing third-party risk has become an uphill task. So to give us more and talk to us more about this is Mr. Saurabh Lal, President, Research Delivery and Operations of Sci-Firma, one of our sponsors for today. Thank you very much, and please a round of applause to Mr. Saurabh Lal.
Hey, thank you, Paolo, and hopefully everybody can hear me loud and clear after lunch.
Yes,
it's a nice
hopefully
cloudy
yours as
afternoon,
well.
and yeah. So, all right, we're talking about supply chain. Well, something that has made inroads ever since a few decades. It's the backbone of businesses, and now in the digital world, even more inroads being made with software supply chain. But we'll talk about the overall supply chain risk management. As we formally say and have been sharing, that all of us are in entity in our entirety are risk managers. We manage risks on a different basis. And let's try and take a look as to how intelligence is going to help us, and an intelligence-driven approach is going to really help us being successful in managing supply chain risk. All right, traditional supply chain, we all know it used to be a very sequential affair, very clear exit, very clear out entry points. There are stages which will interact with different people, and you knew what to expect as part of every stage. In the digital supply chain network, every stage has an ability of interacting with every other stage. You have multitude of interactions, multitude of entry points, exit points, and that is where you cannot no longer have just specified or specific controls at each stage, expecting only one set of outputs or one set of inputs, right? Expecting one set of outputs and one set of inputs. So the supply chain has really evolved. And I think for those who have been in the software stage, if I move to the next slide, it's all about understanding the predicaments of supply chain. Well, more than 40% of security breaches in 2020 and more than 60% of them in 2021, which is not even finished, are all resultant out of indirect attacks against weakest link. And that is what we are looking at when we need to manage our supply chain and logistics and risks associated to it, right? You have various companies across various domains, specifically people, processes, and technologies, and they are trying their best to have control over risks associated with this. But one of the most important component is forgotten, which is trying to take a comprehensive look at the overall and the entire spectrum of supply chain, because we have this traditional scenario that, oh, it's not under my control, it's not within the perimeters, so guess what, somebody else is managing it and we are expecting that things will be working well. That seldom happens. One of the golden rules of outsourcing is you get only what you ask for, and if you do not ask and do not manage those security risks and digital risks and supply third party and fourth party vendor risks, And if you do not have the right controls, the right setups in place, chances are you'll have a very rude awakening one day in the morning with a ransomware attack or a malware attack or a data leak that will be causing havoc to your brand. Now, why supply chain needed? We all know there is digital transformation across the globe. In the post-pandemic world, you had people working from home, which means that people are no longer available in one single factory space or one single office space, and everything cannot be in-source because anyways, everybody is working from home and you have various vendors also collaborating there. So we need to make sure that in these changing scenarios in the digital transformation world, businesses need to be really minimized, which is why you need to make sure that your supply chain is really being looked after when it comes to the exposures related to third-party vendors or fourth-party vendors. And it can be from any places, right? It can be them managing applications. It can be them developing code. It can be them handling the data or entry or exit points into your environment, you name it, right? And it is very important for security teams and businesses to really look into it. And not too long ago, they say the attack that started it all, I say the attack that spilled it all. Starting in 2019, well, that is where the actual pieces really started from, right? The SolarWinds, the infamous SolarWinds attack. And you can really see how adversaries, which are either state-sponsored or cyber criminal groups, really can take a very simple piece of software, and this is an example of software supply chain, wherein a simple piece of a patch making inroads and getting it deployed well across thousands of locations. And guess what? They had a free access and a free rundown, and the complete impact of the overall incident is still being looked into, is still being accessed, is still being assessed, right? And really, what are some of those things that really come out as part of this? And I will cover some of these later in the details. Is all about, when it comes to software supply chain, the need to have software built, rollout, and integration validation. You just do not take any piece of code. You just do not roll out anything and everything, and you just do not validate every piece when it comes to end-to-end integration and then roll it out. It's also about the ethos of what we keep talking about, which is building the shift left, wherein the development, monitoring, and operations work side by side. More importantly, right, in the software supply chain scenario, you do have the need to really validate the integrity. And how do you do that? You do that by, let's say, file or software integrity check that we all have been told and have been aware of, but we seldom do it. How many times people download patches and you validate MD5 signature of that particular patch file as suggested by the vendor? Well, this was a classic case. Obviously, nobody did it. It's also about bringing into the monitoring of patches and upgrades management processes together with the validity checks, right? So it's about zero trust system and applications and people. It's really about data hygiene for software. It's about the entry and exit points of the software. Whenever a software or a patch is onboarded, right, what is the data is it consuming? It is consuming, let's say, the operating system version, or it is consuming the profile that you have. Is it consuming something extra? Is it trying to download or exit using some more extra data being written somewhere out there? Is it an explorer, or it's an IE explorer, or things of those kind, really? So I think the attack that really spilled it all told a lot more and told to the market and to the professionals and all of us the importance of supply chain, even in this software spectrum, because we are with the connected scenario and ecosystem wherein any tool and any application talks to any other application or third-party vendors, fourth-party vendors. You are there on the cloud. You are interacting via internet, via social. It's really all bringing to the fore the importance of supply chain management. So moving on, we have identified the problem. Yes, there is a problem statement. How do we address it? First and foremost, we all need to have visibility. do we have a clear understanding of the doors and windows into the organization and third parties? Please remember, it's all about the weakest link. Don't look at your strongest link wherein everything is under control. You're going through, a VPN tunnel and all that. It's about the weakest link. It's about identifying those entry points into your attack surfaces. Do we have visibility on all nodes within the ecosystem? Do you know what are the entry points, exit points? What's really changing? What interactions are really happening in each of those nodes? Do we have an ability, or we need to have an ability of real-time continuous monitoring to identify things like shadow IT, something that was created just because of an adoption of a new application or a component or expansion into the market? All the businesses do that at any point of time. And after the project is done, somebody's just forgotten the poor instance sitting out there. Do we have an understanding of the shadow IT? Do we have the understanding of forgotten IT? Do we have understanding of some of those? All in all, do we really have an understanding of our external attack surface when it comes to technology stack, when it comes to process stack or process gaps, when it comes to your certificates, when it comes to your misconfigurations, leaky buckets? All these are entry points into your perimeter, or anybody else can come in, whether through your third party, fourth party, into your environment, run away with your crown persistence or a reconnaissance. So it's all about trying to understand and identify, gain a visibility out of it, and then trying to adopt really initiatives or processes, procedures, controls that can really shrink your attack surface. That is the first thing that organizations and cyber defenders really need to do: gain visibility. Now, if you have gained visibility, it needs to go a little bit more into detail in understanding different insights. Are we aware of the movers and shakers in our external threat landscape? What's really changing out there? We all very famously used to traditionally say, yes, we have our own set of perimeter defense systems. But tell you one thing, 24/7, somebody's sitting out there trying to look at how hackable and how easy it is for them to enter in, utilizing even the smallest entry point. It might be the weakest vulnerability or the lowest level vulnerability, but identifying that, utilizing an exploit or developing an exploit and entering into your perimeter, and voila, they have access to your crown jewels. So are we aware, or we need to be aware of our external threat landscape? Understanding how each assets and the gaps and vulnerabilities are really being lined up, for exploitation and execution of the cyber kill chain. Every asset will have its own vulnerability. Do you have unnecessary ports open, as an example? And these are assets which are visible to internet. What is visible to you? Trust me, cyber criminals, it's more visible to them. And this is not only about your assets, it's about the assets of third-party vendors, your fourth-party vendors. Do we know the latest vulnerabilities and contextual information that is really mapped to some of those third-party, fourth-party assets that are being utilized, or maybe indirectly utilized in serving you as their client, right? Are we equipped enough to track the capability of these cyber criminals? What are the latest tools, techniques, malwares they are using? How has it really changed, or how have they evolved in their adoption of various off-the-shelf malwares or ransomware to really look into organizations that they are going to be really target? Are they really targeting a specific industry? Are they targeting a specific geography or adoption of a particular software? That all insights, details, you need to be aware of, you need to be equipped of. Are there activities being monitored? As an example, do you have an understanding of the latest IOCs that they are currently utilizing for launching attacks against some of the target organizations? And understand in deep, right? Trying to associate everything and create a comprehensive threat story. Let's all understand as cyber defenders that the game is not about utilizing 10 different tools and 10 different views and trying to understand point 1 here, point 2 here, point 3 here. The game is about, do we have that whole comprehensive threat story or risk dossier, as we call it in our space? Do we have an understanding of what is the vulnerability? What are the exploits associated to it? Is there a campaign that is being launched by a cyber criminal or a threat actor? Is there a specific campaign infrastructure that they are utilizing to launch these threats out there? You need to be able to understand all that. You need to be able to understand some of those vulnerabilities and attacks so that you can really take corrective actions. Please understand, and as cyber defenders, all of us need to really come to a sense with this piece that it is no longer a case of an event-driven approach. It always has to be a case of an intelligence-driven approach. Do not wait for the attack to land next to your next to your entry point or into your perimeter access point. You need to be able to understand what is really coming your way, what is really out there that everybody else can see, possibly you cannot see. That is all about trying to gain insight. And then utilizing that all this visibility to really get into the spectrum of actionable intelligence. It's all about trying to tell you in a predictive way what is really coming your way. Are there any assets that have been identified with possible vulnerabilities that may be utilized, which may be your asset, which may be a third-party asset or fourth-party asset, which they are utilizing to serve you, or even if they are not able to serve you, using those assets directly, as long as they have access to your environment, well, it's going to be very soon a game over, because your security defense is as good as your weakest link. It's about trying to enrich real-time information from the market, from the spectrum out there, with threat indicators to highlight, are there any impact to any of those nodes in your ecosystem that you can really remediate, you can really reduce, you can take some proactive actions before it really wreaks havoc in your ecosystem, in your environment. And the ability to be able to see how the attackers are really going to really coming your way. What are some of those mitigation strategies? Do you need to upgrade your third-party checks? Do you need to upgrade your incident response checks? Do you need to upgrade or update your patch management processes, your vulnerability management processes, any of those controls out there? Because your external threat landscape is moving. It's changing continuously. Few of our customers keep telling you, oh yes, I did a scan and this is how it looked like, and the scan was performed 6 months ago. And I tell them, the moment you perform the scan, things must have changed immediately after the scan finished. So it's all about trying to see that, see how your external threat landscape really is changing. So now let's go into a little bit of details of each of these areas that I have covered. Let's understand third-party and attack surfaces. It's about identifying your third-party vendors, your supply chain partners, and identifying salience related to, do they have any domain vulnerabilities? Is there some weaknesses in their certificates? Do they have configuration issues, unnecessary ports which do not have the right controls? How's their IP domain reputation? And best, and one of the classic cases that we see out here, do their cloud buckets have any weaknesses? Is there some leaky bucket out there? We have had a couple of cases wherein we have advised some of our clients that their third-party vendor was actually sharing a piece of code for a plugin that they were developing, which was quite easily and openly accessible in Git. Do you have those kind of scenarios? So do you really understand your attack surface? Are you identified assets and really able to map around with the risks and causes and remediations? And it's all about trying to do this consolidated in a view, right? One view, one platform gives you that consolidated comprehensive view around all these pieces related to your attack surface, your vulnerability intelligence, your attack methods, any dark web exposures, or your digital risks, or anything around your industry or technology, any trend that you can really see. So it's all about identifying about yourself, your third-party vendors, your fourth-party vendors, your software supply chain, all in one snapshot, right? All in one real-time dashboard. It's about the external threat landscape that is continuously being assessed for new threats and risks. It's moving out there. It's changing every time. There is a new exploit. There is a new vulnerability. Tons of them being recognized on a on a daily basis, and there are many which are not even pushed out there in the public forums. There are so many ransomwares, malwares being sold out there. Are you able to discover those third-party risks before it really starts affecting you? And utilizing this attack surface insight to really drill down the compliance, the regulation, the due diligence, security due diligence on your third-party vendors. Gone are the days that you will give one third-party checklist. The vendor will say, take yes, all, everything, I comply. And then you forget and the vendor forget. And it's the cyber criminal which is reminding you that, guess what? Something happened at some point of time, but things have really progressed further. This is about doing that assessment real time. This is about understanding those pieces real time, understanding what is to be remediated, and are there any recommendations around that real time, all in one view. It's just starts with attack surface, moves on to vulnerability intelligence. Yes, there are practices, and I'm not saying that they are not needed. There are practices of carrying out VAPTs, but do you have a visibility of what is that vulnerability out there that is being exploited by a cyber criminal or a cyber criminal group, as we call them, threat actors? Do you know what is the latest exploit associated to that? Do you know what is the campaign infrastructure being utilized, maybe IOCs, IOAs, being utilized by some of these criminals to really exploit those vulnerabilities? You need to be able to understand that. More importantly, you need to be able to understand those exposures in your ecosystems. What are those new vulnerabilities? What are those new exploits that can be utilized by cyber criminals, not by straight away attacking you, but by attacking your third-party vendors, your fourth-party vendors, your supply chain ecosystem, because that is something that usually goes without any real-time validation, without anybody really, a pair of dedicated eyes or teams really looking into it. And that is the easiest access point for these cyber criminals. Are they prioritized? You will usually utilize CVSS scoring numbers, but what about, is there a low-level vulnerability? Maybe the CVSS score is 3, but that is the one that is being heavily exploited out there in the wild. Do you have an understanding of that? Based on that, are you able to prioritize your mitigation? Yes, nobody is saying that do not look at the CVSS score 9 or 10 vulnerabilities or 8 vulnerabilities, but you should have a visibility of what is being exploited out there, and you should have a capability of understanding that this is something that I need to remediate in my third-party ecosystem, in my fourth-party ecosystem, or in my environment, to make sure I get a better ROI. Do we have a deeper understanding? As I said, we're all risk managers. Do we have a deeper understanding of some of those cybersecurity risks and threats that are relevant to our third parties? It's about, classifying vulnerabilities, prioritizing them in real time, trying to attribute it, correlate it to the exploits, some of the attack surfaces, or some of the assets that are being exposed out there, or maybe some of those attacks that have been really launched out there. And also in your environment, we are always changing. We are always introducing new components, new applications, new locations, new services. And with each one of those, you get a ton of third-party or fourth-party vendors being introduced into your ecosystem, whether you like it or not. We need to have that deeper understanding. And vulnerability intelligence really is a power of augmenting your vulnerability management. You uncover some of those vulnerabilities that you are going to fix 3 months later, because it was a low-level vulnerability, but understanding that, yes, it is being heavily exploited out there, you are trying to now fix it earlier so that your cyber posture management is very well rock solid. Understanding some of those components that continuously evolve so that your external threat landscape, your understanding of your external threat landscape is really out there. And with all this, you try to get visibility, you try to move away from being caught unaware by some of those cyber attacks that can actually be launched against you, which quite many times results into unplanned downtimes, not to mention your crown jewels being leaked, and obviously all the reputational and brand damage, making a dent into your shareholder value. And it's about prioritizing those risks with actionable insights. It's about understanding, are there any IOCs that can be blocked? Can we have an understanding of what is that cyber criminal or threat actor that is utilizing these vulnerabilities? Do they have, are they very heavily focused and at one particular set of industries or one particular set of geographies, and really understand in the digital space, in the connected space, how it can be very well mitigated. Look at the third party and digital risks. Many a times we have not a clear understanding of our digital risk profile and exposure. Many a times we are looking at multitude of tools and we do not get that one comprehensive view, let alone understanding the digital risk exposure of our third party or fourth party. In the outsourcing world, usually in traditionally people outsource for the least amount of money. And as I have been telling to many of my clients, in the outsourcing space, you only get charged for what you ask for. And if you didn't ask for security, it ain't gonna be delivered. So you need to understand what is that digital risk profile of your third party vendor, your fourth party vendor. Do you have an understanding of, are there any impersonations, infringements? Because all it needs is one phishing email utilizing one of the impersonated domains of your third party vendor coming to you saying that, hey, Mr. S, can you go ahead and clear a payment of $1 million? And some busy executive in your organization, all that the executive needs to do is click on that link. And well, an interesting but an unfortunate journey has started just there. It's all about understanding their assets. It's all about understanding, any lookalike social handlers, any negative social sentiments or public sentiments, any exposure of social, of some of those files, source codes, data. It could be a data of your third party that could be leading into your environment. It could be some of those malicious mobile app that they must be developing, that is being developed for your organization, and that has a component which is malicious in nature. It's all about that. It's all about trying to understand, do you have some of those identity leaks? Do you have intellectual property leaks, personal data? Is your code or one of your disgruntled employee selling out some piece of information in some of those underground forums? It's all about all those pieces that really can build up, and on a bad day can really create a lot to manage and lot to ask for via your third party and fourth party. So a dashboard really giving you a view of all that should be something that should look like this. It should have a very clear understanding of each and every observation or insight. It should give you everything in one clear dashboard. It should tell you what is the risk of every entry, how hackable you are as an organization based on all these insights out there, which means how lucrative are you to a cyber criminal. It should be about the risk score of you as an organization. It should be a dashboard telling you you have 50 attack surfaces that you need to fix from critical, high, medium, low. Here is the priority. Here is the remediation. Here is the recommendation action. Go fix it. It should be telling you you have 150 certificates all across your environment, all across you, your third party, your fourth party, your certificate, 20 of them have expired or about to expire. Do you have an understanding of it, or are you opening up yourself to an unnecessary cyber attack, exploiting some of these gaps? It should be all about your data breaches, your impersonations, your infringement, but all visible to you in one dashboard, all telling you based on facts, not based on paper algorithms. I reiterate, based on facts, based on something that is being monitored 24/7, based on something that is captured in the tool that is given to you for remediations via APIs, that is given to you in a consumable manner on your dashboard, so that you can really understand the trend. You can really understand the latest exposures. You can really understand some of the vulnerabilities you need to fix, some of the vulnerabilities in your externally accessible assets that need to be fixed. It could be an IP related vulnerability. It could be something related to your data leaks, to your credential leaks. Really, in all a sense, it's all about gaining that visibility, gaining that understanding on the insights available there, and really matching it up with actionable actions, remediations, recommendations, so that you can move away from the current state to a better state that is far well controlled, that has an understanding and a control of its supply chain ecosystem, its third-party vendors, its fourth-party vendors, and that can really reduce the cyber attack risk from a very high percentage to a very low percentage. All right, let's build a roadmap of success by really gaining insights to third parties' digital risk profile. With that, back to you, Paulo.
Okay, thank you very much, Saurabh. And thanks for sharing with us about the third-party risks and how to mitigate these threats and have deep insights also into our current landscape. I think it's really tough. Getting all the software inventory or VOMs that we have in our current landscape, and that's a nice dashboard that you just shared with us right now. How much effort is it to actually come up with that kind of dashboard?
Well, that's a very good question, Paulo. I think it's the effort and experience of all the people at Cypherma, is the effort of understanding where the data should be gathered, is the effort of making it, and this is completely non-intrusive, so no agent to be installed. It's the effort of understanding what really matters and what should be controlled, and how some of those third-party risks have been evolving and have been, creating havoc for organizations. So a lot of experience has gone in, a lot of thought process based on how we see it, how some of us have handled these scenarios in our previous life as working in some of those organizations, and more importantly, listening to the scenarios and use cases of our clients and customers. And now you have this kind of a dashboard, which is used by many Fortune 100, 500 organizations and by their teams, and they really find this actionable, very clear, very detailed, and being able to be presented an opportunity to understand how to make some of those critical risks and how to critical decisions and how to manage those critical risks. Paulo.
Yes, thanks for sharing. And I think from the tech buyer's point of view, from your customer's point of view, regarding this software supply chain, what are the practical things which can actually, that the customers can actually do to evaluate vendors? This is a question from Selena.
Sorry, Paulo, your voice is a little bit feeble. Could you speak up again?
Yeah, sorry. The question is from Selena. She was asking about, from the tech buyers or customers' point of view, what are the practical things which we can actually do to evaluate vendors?
Yeah, so I think it is one about gaining a visibility on their practices. It is one about trying to understand what are some of those software controls that they have put in. It's also trying to put some of those controls, as I had briefly discussed about in the SolarWinds case, wherein, it's all about, carrying out those integrity checks, making sure that, it might not be the very first instance, but it might be the next instance of a patch being released out there that might create an inroad into your into your utilization of that particular piece. But really, it's all about zero trust of systems, applications, people, understanding the entry and exit points of the software, as well as the hygiene, and being able to inbuild or validate that shift left approach. But all that can be only done if you have a visibility of what your third-party vendor is really trying to do. And if you do not gain that visibility, if you are not aware of some of those exposures out there, some of those impersonations or data leaks out there, credential leaks out there, it will become very difficult for you to be very pragmatic in getting these implemented in real time, Paulo.
Yeah, thanks for that again, Saurabh. We have Doc Def back here. Doc Def, maybe you'd like to ask the question from Andre.
Yeah, so Andre's, hi, Doctor. Hi, Saurabh. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for sponsoring the event. And so Andre, one of our members.
I know Andre, go ahead.
Oh, yes, I'm sure you know Andre, so I hope you don't mind his question.
No, absolutely not. He's a good friend.
Yes, he's a good friend. He's very insightful. How reliable are external agencies' ratings, such as BitSight, in evaluating suppliers' cybersecurity maturity? What else do we need to do to understand third-party risk? How reliable are external rating agencies such as BitSight evaluating suppliers' cybersecurity maturity?
No, I got the question, and thank you for asking that question, Andre and Mr. Anthony. I will reserve my comments on the first portion on how reliable. I don't want to badmouth anybody out there. But what I will definitely say is, as experts in our field, we need to really understand that is the assessment being done based on facts and technical pieces, or is the assessment being done utilizing a paper exercise? You know, in the disaster recovery space, we usually say that, are you trying to do an actual disaster recovery or are you trying to do a tabletop exercise? I think that's the difference here, right? Do you understand really what are those observations which have been picked up in, let's say, your external attack surface or your impersonations and infringement that is really leading up to overall risk score and hackability score of an organization? Or do you have a scenario that, yeah, my risk score is looking really good, but there are 2 attack surfaces out there that are at the highest possible risk and that have so many vulnerabilities associated to it that can be exploited? So I think as experts, it is up to us to understand that is it utilizing each of these technical scenarios and technical assets, technical observation, and is that all getting consolidated up and giving you an overall score? And does that change in real time when you are remediating some of those or something gets added? In our tool, it does. But for others, all of us are a better guess out there. Now, the second part, that what else do you need to do to understand third-party risk? Well, it's all about trying to make sure that, you know, they are treated as much as part of your ecosystem, which means it's no longer a black box approach. It's about trying to gain visibility of what are those external attack surfaces identified for them, or external threat landscape identified based on their inclusion into your ecosystem. And for that, you definitely need human intelligence, but you'll also need tools like what we have in the market, which is trying to give you that visibility in a 24/7, trying to give you all those pieces so that you have that single dashboard wherein you can understand the comprehensive risk exposure. The point blank answer to the first portion of the question, I'll answer to Andre directly. I know him.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Saurabh. Okay, we've got one more.
I think that's it for now. Time's up. Actually.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. We'll route the other question indirectly to
If there are any other questions, please feel free to reach out to us, Paolo.
Maybe
Anthony will be more than happy to
Hello,
help
Saurabh,
people
sir.
out.
I got one question.
Sorry, actually, we're running out of time. Who's this, Ram?
One question, Paolo, just very important question.
No,
Saurabh, sir, how does your tool relate to SOC2 framework released by the AICPA for America?
So right now we are ISO 27000 and 14001 compliant. We are in compliant to the SOC framework, but do I have a certification for the tool? No, but it is work in progress. But yes, we are very much in compliant to some of those pieces out there. But again, I just want to reiterate and probably close it in the interest of time, but happy to have that conversation, Ram, offline. It's all about gaining visibility on your third-party risk and gaining visibility of your external threat landscape. The moment you have that visibility and the moment it is factual, I think it will go a long way in making sure the risk managers have an easy sleeping night.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much for sharing, Saurabh. A big
Thank you,
round
Mr.
of Zoom
Saurabh
applause to Saurabh.
Thank you.
President,
Yes.
Research Delivery and Operations, Cypherma, and thank you for being the sponsors of the event. And again, there was a very important topic today, cyber security of supply chain risk management. Okay, so hackers know that you are defended, so they attack your supply chain and find a way to come into you. So we need to take care of that. Thank you once again, Saurabh. And then we come on to, very quickly, another very important topic of the day that's, running circles around us. Of course, it's ransomware. So resilience in the face of ransomware attacks. And this afternoon, we are privileged to have the Managing Director, Accenture Security, Ms. Indrani Chandrasekaran, to address us with respect to this very key topic today. Cyber Bro, you want to say anything about Ms. Indrani and our topic before we bring
yes.
up?
I mean, we really want to thank Indrani for joining us today. She's actually one of our mentors in our recently inaugurated program, concluded also this month. Indrani is also very much into ransomware, so that's why we got her as an expert in this topic. Indrani, over to you. Thanks very much for coming.
Yes, thank you, Indrani. All yours.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to all of you on the call. And I would like to also take the opportunity to thank ISC Square, the organizers, for inviting me to share this topic on how to stay resilient in the face of ransomware attack. It's an interesting topic. It is a topic that is actually very close to all of us as security practitioners, in the minds and hearts of us as a security practitioner. At the same time, it's also the one that actually keeps us awake at night, especially during festive seasons, because this is during the time where a lot of these ransomware attackers are actually prying for organizations, and knowing the absence of a lot of professionals in the room and taking the opportunity to actually launch attacks on organizations. So bear with me. The next 30 minutes, I'll take you through this topic. Can you guys see my screen, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Thank you very much.
All right, so the next 30 minutes, I'll be covering
you have to switch, sorry, this other side, yes. But it's you have to expand your slide, I think.
Can you see it now?
We're seeing your presenter mode. We need to see the slideshow itself.
Just give me a second. Okay, can you?
Looks better. I think it's coming out. It's on slide 2. Is it really blind? Or there it is. Okay.
There you go.
Animation.
Okay, so we'll be covering 4 key topics here. So number 1 is, before we get into the details of how do you build resilience to prevent ransomware attacks, we take a look at what is the state of ransomware today. What are some of the opportunities that lies ahead for ransomware attackers to actually, conduct or launch ransomware attacks against your organization? And what are some of the key challenges? And how do we go about building resilience as a whole, right? Okay, so let's take a look at the state of ransomware by the numbers. So if you take a look at the global cybercrime damage, according to Cybersecurity Ventures, global cybercrime damage by 2021 is expected to reach to about 16.4 billion per day. So that is 190K per second, right? And what is even more interesting is to take a look at global ransomware damage cost is predicted to exceed 265 billion by 2031. Okay, so if you look at the numbers here, you see, I think the point to really pay attention to is that you're seeing the increase and growth in ransomware damage and cost worldwide to about 160% year on year. Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore alone reported about 89 cases of ransomware in 2020, of which I think there were, a sum of ransomware payouts that was actually done by some organizations. And if you look at in the first half of 2021, there's a total of 36 cases reported already. So it's actually increasing year on year, even locally in Singapore. And a vast majority of ransomware victims are actually SMB industries, right? So that's an interesting point to look at. And if you go through the incident response trends that we have gathered from last year, ransomware, tackling some of these ransomware cases there are 6 themes that we see across these ransomware attacks. The first one is the top industry that is actually impacted by ransomware attacks. If you look at it, products, resources, healthcare, state and local governments are the ones that has been largely impacted, with products and resources leading the pack, 38% and 33% respectively. The second trend to look at is actually the primary attack vectors for ransomware starts with phishing. And of course, ransomware attackers are actually exploiting the remote access, the remote working nature of what pandemic has actually introduced us in the new ways of working. The third is around, and Saurabh spoke about this in length, software vulnerability, right? So patch management. How robust is your patch management program is one of those things that hackers are actually trying to exploit, right? And the third area is actually, if you look at, is the operational downtime. Average operational downtime caused by ransomware attacks averages to about 12 days. And the dwell time. And this is actually really, really important, dwell time, right? Because this is where you really see as an organization whether you make or break or come out from these ransomware attacks successfully, right? So the first is, if you look at it, it ranges from 2.5 hours to about 6 months, right? So the dwell time is an area where a lot of organizations are actually struggling with. The fifth component is actually around vast majority of these ransomware attacks did involve data extortion, right? So if you looked at the statistics by Global Cybercrime Survey, there's a total of, I think if I'm not mistaken, 340 million ransomware incidents globally, and of which I think 60% of these actually involve data extortion, right? And ransomware demands ranges from US 100K to about 50 million. So this is pretty much what we are seeing in terms of trends of some of these ransomware attacks and incidents that we have dealt with across the globe. And if you look at it, right, and we all know this, the call for action is that even more so the reason that, we have to, as security practitioners, look at ways of how do you prevent and, invest on prevention of some of these ransomware attacks more than responding to the damage that or the aftermath of this event, right? So the business impact is, as you all already know, right? Disruption to production, delivery of customer service, loss of sensitive commercial data, or in some cases, patient data, right? And of course, there are implications of this. There's direct cost of remediation, the cost associated with litigation, the legal and regulatory sanctions, as well as some of the reputational damage that comes out of this, right? And if you look at some of the top ransomware variants that we saw in 2020 and 2021, REvil ransomware continued to lead the pack, and of course, the Maze ransomware as well, right? So if you look at some of these modus operandi of these ransomware attackers, it's all financially driven. So they had a target of 20 billion in terms of ransomware as a service, right? So that's essentially what REvil was going after. And I think if I'm not mistaken, in the first 10 months of last year, they've already clocked about 20 million in revenue, right? So that's how fast and the speed of how these ransomware attackers are actually evolving some of their techniques in attacking organizations. And they're actually going after the big brands, right? So we've seen some of these victims falling prey to ransomware attacks, even being, FireEye, a well-known, prominent, cybersecurity firm was also a victim of these attacks, right? So again, no one is, excused from these ransomware attacks, whether you're big or small. At some point in time, it's just a matter of, when it happens, not if it happens, right? So if you look at the key challenges, what are we seeing, right? What is the trends from what you've gathered from the statistics, the trends that you're seeing? What are some of the key challenges that we are seeing, right? So there are three key challenges if you look at it. First is successful ransomware extortionists are really ramping up their attacks, right? So you see various tools that's out there. Ransomware as a service is really becoming the trend. And of course, opportunities presented by the pandemic situation, right? Because it's all where people are working from home. And there's, the level of alertness in terms of security is actually quite low, right? And again, growing population of extortionists, because there's definitely a financial gain. And we are seeing trends where, you would have read news about how REvil is actually luring employees to be, participating in some of these ransomware attacks as well, right? So you can see they are becoming more and more creative. And definitely ransomware operators are constantly improving their ability to disrupt, right? So again, increasing ability to interfere with OT processes and refining their steps in attacking some of these environments. As you know, if you looked at the statistics that I shared earlier, the trends that we see is vast majority of these attacks are actually looking at, the manufacturing industries, resources industries at large, simply because you see a huge space of OT environment in here that is probably outdated, because a lot of patching of these OT environments require you to be manually present, physically present to be able to patch some of these devices, right? So again, the opportunity of vulnerability is larger, so therefore they're being the target of attack, right? And again, commoditification of these skills and services, because ransomware as a service and a lot of these toolkits are readily available. You can easily download and use them, right? And launch attack against any organizations. And what makes it worse is that while ransomware gangs are actually upping their game in terms of, coming up with innovative ways of attacking organizations, businesses are actually lacking in terms of their strategies to build the right set of defense and resilience program around their organizations, right? So downtime that you saw, the dwell time is still growing. So we are seeing the downtime is still growing. The dwell time is still actually, you see it's still going to up to 6 months. And of course, new extortion opportunities is not something that we look at. So when we are running a risk assessment exercise, we're not looking at how can ransomware attackers be innovative in looking at some of the existing attack surface within our organizations. Really truly looking at a comprehensive threat modeling exercise is not something that business actually invest on. So these are some of the key challenges that we see today on how can you see the number of ransomware attacks not slowing down, because the level of awareness and maturity across organizations in terms of building the right sort of defense is still quite low. So if you go again, as I mentioned earlier, ransomware is definitely evolving, right? So we are looking at established operators extending their reach and profits with new collaborations. So we talked about ransomware as a service. Owners of malware strains are working with intrusion specialists to infect and extort maximum number of victims, right? So again, it's almost a business of platform and software now with ransomware, right? The second is ransomware operators are really moving fast. So operators have exfiltrated sensitive data and encrypted keys assets within all hours or initial infection. So if you look at the traditional way of lateral movement, it takes a couple of hours before they can move laterally once they gain access into an organization. Today it goes at the speed of an hour. So the moment from the time they enter an organization, it takes only less than an hour in some cases to move laterally across the organization and exfiltrate information, right? The third is actually you're seeing more and more variants of of malwares and ransomware tactics that is actually enhancing tactics, challenge, and defenses that is actually growing, as you can see, right? So criminals have the resources to reinvent and innovate and designing new or more effective tools and techniques. So you see this trend. You see them investing more and more on building some of these, malware programs that are, with, newest way of tactics to evading some of your traditional security defenses as well, right? And the fourth is, of course, pressure of payment strategies and regulatory demands. And ransomware attackers actually know that. They can see there is more and more sanction on data protection, and they actually capitalize on this, right? Because more and more organizations will be pressured to make that payment, right? Because they simply don't want to be, in the news or paying a lot of hefty fines to a lot of some of these regulators out there. So these are some of the evolution that we are seeing in the ransomware space, right? And if you look at why, right? And if you ask the question why is there a possibility for ransomware attacks across the globe, right? And if you try to understand, it's all about understanding the tactics, techniques, and procedures, right? So if you look at the cyber kill chain, if you understand, I'm sure a lot of you security practitioners are familiar with this, cyber kill chain methodology, right? So if you look at reconnaissance phase to compromise to establishing foothold, escalating privileges, and then moving laterally, and then execution on the mission objectives. If you look across the patterns and the behavior of some of these ransomware attackers and the tactics that they use, right? It's simply because everything that we see in terms of weakness within an organization, right? So there are opportunities, whether it's weak remote access, whether it's an unsuspecting employee clicking on a malicious link, absence of spam prevention within organizations, poor patch management programs. ERP security is also a topic that I think a lot of our organizations are not paying attention to, because you think that sitting behind a firewall, I am an ERP application, I'm not exposed to any risk. But bear in mind, a lot of these ERP applications are also moving to cloud, right? For example, SAP as an example is, a lot of these traditional ECC6 platforms are actually moving to SAP 4HANA, which is actually hosted in the cloud, right? Poor identity governance is another reason why you see some of these exploits being possible, right? So in the case of, some of these ransomware attacks, we've seen where, IDs of employees that are no longer in the organization being used, credentials of organizations, employees who have left the organizations being used as an avenue of attack, right? Insecure privilege access is also another topic that we are seeing more and more, right? Because the question is, do you have enough visibility across privilege access and accounts within your organizations? That's also another challenge most organizations are struggling with, right? Weak identity and access management as a whole is one of the key topics that is being discussed, right? And of course, to make matters worse, legacy SIM approach that's taken by a lot of organizations and siloed monitoring, where you actually use the legacy SIM to monitor your on-prem assets, and you actually lose sight on what is actually in your cloud environment, right? Because your legacy SIM could not support the monitoring capability and handle some of the visibility across your cloud environments, right? Third-party access, and Saurabh brought out some interesting points around some of the vulnerabilities that exist around how are we managing third-party risks, right? And of course, last but not least, it's all centered around the data. So how are you protecting your PII or sensitive information plays a critical role in making sure that how do you build the right set of defenses and prevent ransomware attacks and become a ransomware victim as a whole, right? And if you look at, then the question is, how do you then build the right set of resilience around ransomware, right? So the question is, again, if you reflect upon the techniques and procedures, and if you look at the cyber kill chain, right, it's all about aligning these to some of those standard cybersecurity frameworks that's out there. So NIST as an example. So looking at all the various stacks and the capabilities that is prescribed by NIST, right? So from the point of identification to protect, to detect, respond, and recover across these skill chains, right? So you can ask those questions to understand how can you identify attack vectors and stop phishing before they can really reach your users in the organization. So how do you build the right set of awareness programs to educate users at large, especially in the current work from home situation, right? And what are some of the technology capabilities that exist within your organization to look at some of this even before it reaches your users, right? So for example, spam control technologies that has been put in place, some of the awareness programs that you can put in place are some of the fundamental basic cyber hygiene practices that you can adopt, right? The second is, of course, when you're protecting it, how have you trained users to configure IDS and implement, email gateways within your organization, right? As you go about detecting some of these anomalies, you have to ask the question is that, have you deployed the right EDR solutions, some of the browser security capabilities and monitoring capabilities to look at some of the potential security incidents, right? And of course, in the event that, you have a ransomware attack, the question is, how do you then build the right set of response and recovery programs? So essentially your incident response management program. So again, the question about how do you block some of these, C2 communications, for example. So this is where some of the elements that, Saurabh spoke about, and maybe many other speakers who would have spoken in the, earlier part of the day, how do you bring intelligence? How do you be predictive in terms of managing some of these responses, right? So being proactive rather than, focusing on a reactive way of, building your defenses is, I think, where you can make a change, right? So again, recovery programs. How robust are your recovery programs? How frequently do you test your recovery programs? I think is also one of the crucial factor in making sure you build the right set of defenses within your organizations and come out strong from a ransomware attack. Yeah. So typically, the way we look at this is that, you really don't look at it in piecemeal, right? You look at it from a holistic adaptive security, or what we call a zero trust program, where you actually bring in the layers of security capabilities, right? So again, looking across the various pillars within your organization, starting from the user, really understanding the user lifecycle management. So your joiner mover lever programs or processes within your organization needs to be very well aligned and governed, right? So how are you, monitoring your access requests and provisioning of your users, right? And when users leave organizations, how are you revoking their access? How soon do you revoke their access, right? So these are some of the things that you have to take into consideration. How do you look at role management? How frequently do you review some of these user groups and roles within these user groups, right? The most important factor, and I hear this a lot, these are one of those things that I think a lot of organizations have really jumped on this bandwagon and implemented a lot, is actually MFA, right? So access management and really implementing multi-factor authentication is one of the ways in defending some of these ransomware attacks, right? Privileged access management. Again, you looked at the cyber kill chain. So once behind every successful attack, there is a privilege escalation. So the question is, how much visibility do you have around privilege access within your organization, right? Compliance management program goes without saying. So again, how are you regularly looking at some of the compliance or identity governance across your user within your organization, right? And again, applying the principle of least privilege access. I think it's fundamental. Okay, so when you're designing defenses, it's all about designing inside out and really looking at least privilege access. So it's not about no longer about VPN access, but it's also about users who have got the right access to the right set of organizational assets with the right device that has been authenticated. So that's again applying by default the zero trust principle in allowing users into your organization. The second layer is, of course, looking at the device. Again, understanding those devices that are managed and non-managed, right? So again, how do you authenticate some of these devices, right? What are some of the secure posture monitoring that you've put in place to monitor the health of these devices, right? And device identity attestation. So really looking at, revalidating whether this device is actually an authorized device to access your organizational information, right? Some of the capabilities and technology stacks that you can build is, EDR or endpoint security detection and response capabilities within your user endpoints, right? Device firewall IDS, IPS capabilities, and again, DLP capabilities within your device. Mobile device management. So again, a lot of access today is actually via mobile device. So how are you protecting your mobile device as well? And again, last but not least, this is a topic that is much spoken about, and you can look at it that, when I was sharing the earlier trends, a lot of these ransomware attacks are still originating from device not being hidden or not being patched adequately, right? And as you all know, Microsoft Tuesday is here to stay, right? So you would see every Tuesday, there's a batch of Microsoft patches that needs to be rolled out. So again, how are you building the right set of, patch management program within your organization? How are you prioritizing some of these patches is a key question, and some of the fundamental things as part of the cyber hygiene program that you need to put in. The third is, of course, looking at the network capabilities within your organizations, really understanding your network flow and inventorizing your network flows, right? Looking at some of how these are being authenticated, some of the encryption requirements that will be needed, right? And again, looking at micro and macro segmentation within your cloud environments, right? Looking at how you filter and monitor the inbound and outbound traffic. Okay, is some of the fundamental things that you need to put in place, right? Making sure that you've got visibility across your shadow IT by implementing CASB solutions, for example, is one of those areas that you can look at, right? Again, SASE has been one of the big buzzwords that has been used this year as part of the zero trust capability. So it's something not to be ignored. And of course, looking at DNS security and network access control as a whole. At the application layer, I think one of the things that you need to look at is that when we are looking at securing and building the right set of defenses, even more so now that a lot of these workloads have moved to the cloud, right? So really inventorizing your application, understanding the behaviors of these applications, users that have access to these applications, what sort of data flows that exist within these applications, what are sensitive data within these applications, how are they being protected? All of these are things that you have to take into consideration as part of your zero trust framework that you would implement within your organizations. And of course, everything is centered around the data. So understanding, identifying and classifying your data, building the right set of DLP programs, making sure that, wherever encryption is required, whether in transit, in use, at rest, you apply those requirements. Tokenization, for example, is also an area that is, a lot of organizations are embarking into. And again, truly understanding your data lifecycle management, right? And, making sure that you've got monitoring programs in place to look at some of violations of some of these data protection policies, right? So these are what I call the right building blocks in terms of building a zero trust framework within your organization. And of course, once you've built that, it's all about the bottom layer where you're looking at how do you operationalize this whole piece, right? So looking at some of the anomaly detection, continuous monitoring, really bringing in the threat modeling element and intelligence, right? Actionable insights that, Saurabh spoke about. I think it's of value to organizations. And really setting a set of KPIs and metrics for you to drive these programs, right? Because they are not set of technologies, they're not just set of processes, they're not just set of people, but what are some of the security KPIs that you can put in place and measure yourself against, right? And again, investing on the next gen solutions such as intelligence driven response, such as SOAR capability, is one of those things that will actually help you be a lot more proactive in building the right sort of defenses against ransomware attacks, right? So we talked about also, again, security orchestration, right? So again, automated response and remediation is one of those components that a lot of organizations are investing in. And of course, self-service requests on some of these capabilities is something that you can build in as part of the automation, right? And again, looking at the certificate lifecycle management is part of your operational capability. It's not something that you do because there's an audit, but it's something that you build as part of your organizational processes. And of course, all of this is gone to waste without the right layer of governance at the overarching layer, right? So again, looking at your enterprise security policy and governance, looking at how do you build the right set of security, compliance, and risk, taking the insights from your threat modeling exercise and really maturing your cyber program, right? Identity governance program is one of the crucial components. And you can only do that when you really have a good understanding of your application inventory. How are users accessing the application? What sort of information users are accessing the application, right? So again, enterprise data lifecycle management is part of that, and enterprise security architecture. So really having a set of, what I call security capabilities to build the foundational layer of your security architecture is key to build the right set of defenses, right? Security governance management, awareness and training is also an area. We saw the statistics, 90% to 95% of a ransomware attack is originated from a single click, yeah? So again, investing on the human factor and, really ramping up on your training is one of the key things that organization needs to invest in, right? And again, security services continuity management. So again, BCM component is one of the key ones that you have to continue to invest to say, should there be an incident, how do you then recover and come out successfully of a ransomware attack, right? So this is in a nutshell, what I call a holistic adaptive security, zero trust capability, leveraging some of the layered security capability that you can bring in and run as a program for your organization to build the right set of defenses against ransomware. And if you really look through, all of that, what we have discussed, right? So again, there are 5 things that you can look at. Number 1, be brilliant at the basics, right? So focus on the basic. Keep security, your basic security hygiene up to standard. Maintain the right set of controls, patching, right? Again, make sure you have visibility across your digital assets, right? Have the right set of backup and recovery strategy to deal with the unforeseen, right? And making sure you have a right crisis, you have a well-tested crisis management and incident response management plan. So I think that's actually the foundational layer. The second is, of course, continue to invest on prevention and protection of your digital assets. So making sure you've got continuous validation and testing of your defenses, making sure, as you can see, a lot of these ransomware malwares, when they come into the organization, the first thing they do is they turn off your security defenses. So the moment the security defenses gets turned on, does your SIM monitor that and trigger that for your action, right? So again, this is where the actionable insights come into play, right? So again, improving the weakest link in security chain by training and testing your employee frequently. So making sure you run phishing tests on a regular basis, making sure you enforce a stringent security awareness program on an annual basis or quarterly basis for that matter for your employees. And, have a reward recognition program for completion of this training successfully. And if they fail those tests, they actually go through a set of, a detailed training on how they can prevent themselves to become a victim for everyone, right? So again, really making sure that you've got adequate visibility and coverage across the attack surface using the right set of tools and the right set of controls, right? And third is, of course, goes without said, really truly understanding your operations. You should not have any surprises, any rogue devices, any rogue users within your organization, right? So really modeling your threat against your operations end to end from a value chain perspective, right? And again, understanding how to back up and restore your critical data for continuity of operations is one of those things that you need to really be very familiar with. and be clear on your policies and procedures on how to respond to incidents. So most of the time, I think one of the things that a lot of organizations struggle with when they are hit with a ransomware attack is, what do I do now? Who do I call? Right? So this is part of the security awareness program that you can build into your organization to really help your employees understand their roles and responsibilities in making sure that if they see any anomalies, what they should be doing, who should they be calling, right? And really making it personal, right? It's all about, collaboration and preparing with the various teams to ensure that how do you work together in an event of a disaster or in the event of an incident, right? And again, bringing the ecosystem partners to some of these, incident response testing that you will go through within your organization, right? So conduct regular crisis management tabletop exercise, include your ecosystem partners, right? Include your technology vendors, key technology vendors, and third-party organizations as well. And have a regular meet with authorities, your incident response partners, and outside legal counsel to really bolster the support, right? And of course, last but not least, and I will say this again, and most of you may already be familiar with this, is really prepare, and prepare again, right? So security should not something that you do because you are responding to an audit. Is something that you should be evaluating regularly, and really using the planning and validation to constantly measure and improve your resilience and your cyber maturity as a whole, right? And pressure test when things do go wrong. So retest when you fail a certain scenario as part of your incident response program. So in a nutshell, these are some of the key takeaways on what you can do, how you can go about building the right set of resilience. And before I close off the session for today, I also want to share with you the state of cybersecurity resilience, which a research that was conducted by Accenture this year. We did this survey with about 5,000 security practitioners globally across the various regions, North America, Europe, as well as Asia Pacific. And what we've gathered is that, if you look at the behaviors and patterns of organizations and how are they building cyber resilience programs, you see 4 categories of cyber quadrants here, right? So you see cyber risk takers are, basically organizations who actually prioritize business growth and speed to market, and they're mostly aligned with business strategy, and they actually accept higher cyber risk, right? And then you have on the lower end, which is the vulnerable security, which is not aligned. A lot of them actually take their security strategy is not aligned with business. They've got very immature cybersecurity operations and secure the bare minimum, right? And typically SMBs fall under this category, right? And then you see a group which are known as the business blockers, where they actually prioritize cyber resilience over alignment with business strategy, and sometimes perceived as an impediment to business objectives, right? So these are a group of people who really look at cyber resilience and ignore the alignment with business as a whole, right? And the one that really come out strong are actually the cyber champions. And cyber champions are organizations who actually strike a balance between cyber resilience and business objectives with strong alignments to business strategy. So they are really best at protecting their key assets. So the key takeaway here is that organizations who really want to step up and move up to become cyber champions need to do few things, right? So you need to make sure that you give your CISOs a seat at the table. So basically, CISOs should also move from the traditional business blocker approach of implementing control and making it difficult for business. Rather, you should be able to collaborate across the C-suite to understand their risks, the priorities, and therefore acquire more budget autonomy, right? And the second is, of course, take a threat-centric and business-aligned approach in dealing with security and protecting your organization, right? Align with the business to drive down risk and embed security into your business priorities. The third is, of course, as you see more and more organizations moving their workloads to cloud, so get the most out of your secure cloud. So ensure security is embedded into your cloud environment early, and do not take any technical debts that you have on-prem into your cloud environment, and really build a continuous compliance monitoring program across your cloud and your legacy environment, so that you better manage your hybrid environment and have clear visibility across your hybrid environment risks. So with that, I believe that was the last of my slide.
Thank you very much, Indrani. Thanks for sharing on the cyber quadrant. I really appreciate you being here. Sad to say we don't have any time for questions now. but we will definitely pick up the questions that you put in the chat. Yeah, my partner in crime, Doc Dev, is also getting ready to present our new speaker. Thank you very much again. A big round of applause to Indrani. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Paulo.
Doctor, I think you're on mute. Wanted to say that today.
Right, thank you once again. Well, I like that, Doctor. But Microsoft Tuesday is here to stay, and also give CISOs a seat at the top table. We know all what it's like. Anyway, thank you again, Indrani, Managing Director, Accenture Security. And now we come on to another of our sponsors for this event, the Secure Singapore 2021, which is Aqua Security, and to talk about understanding the three essential pillars of cloud-native security. And Indrani herself, in a parting shot, actually just mentioned about cloud security or secure cloud. So to understand the three essential pillars of cloud-native security, from Aqua Security Solution Architect Asia Pacific, Mr. Stan Ho. Let's welcome Mr. Stan Ho. Thank you for being with us today, and thank you, Aqua Security, for being with us and being one of the partners in making the event happen. Okay, three pillars, cloud security, all yours, Stan.
Yep, thank you so much, Anthony, as well as Paulo. So without further ado, I'll just go deep dive into the topic for today. So first of all, I want to thank everyone, the participants here, for taking out some time to join me here today. I hope you guys can see my screen. Or can I just get a verification from you, Anthony?
Kindly share your screen, Stan. You see the bottom there? You can actually share a screen.
Let me just share again.
I see half a screen.
Half a screen?
No, this is Indrani's one.
Can you see? Yeah, I'm also seeing this Andrani's screen earlier on. Just
okay,
now.
Yeah, there you go. We got it. Blue one, right? Security means freedom, something like that.
Yeah. Can you guys see my screen now?
No, we just lost you again. Okay.
There it is. All right.
All right, you're on.
Okay, that's great. Okay, sorry for the trouble, guys. But once again, first of all, I'd like to thank all the participants, for having me here today and for joining us at this Secure Singapore 2021 event on a Saturday. And my name is Stan, and I'm from the Solution Architect team in Aqua Security. And today I'll just like to share with you guys, to give you guys a quick understanding of the three essential pillars of cloud native security. And to start off, maybe the very first thing which I want to go through with you guys is none other than the life cycle of a cloud native workload, or something that is more commonly known as containers. Okay. So one of the things about containers is that they follow the concept of microservices, and as such, even before we spin up a new container, we have to first define a single business function. And let's use maybe one of the examples that I can give you is perhaps I want to host a web page, for example, and that is going to be my single business function. This container is just going to host this single web page, this single HTML page. And the next thing that I'm going to do, right, is, I'm going to go to my online registry like Docker Hub, and I'm going to start, searching for relevant images that I can use to help me achieve this function of hosting a web page. And, for example, what I can do is, I can go to Docker Hub and I can start looking for maybe the latest image version of the Nginx image, for example. And that is going to be the base image I'm going to use, to help me achieve this function. And after I'm done with that, I pull this image to my local registry, and I pull this from the registry. The next thing I'm going to do is, I'm going to start adding custom codes and files inside. And if I want to host a web page, the thing that I'm going to add inside is none other than this index.html page that say hello world or hello Secure Singapore 2021. Okay. And once I'm done with that, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to repackage this into a deployable format. And by deployable format, it's something, it can be something like in the form of a new image, it can be Stan's Nginx image version 1, or it can also be a Docker file, which I can eventually push up to my CI pipeline like Jenkins, where it will go through a whole set of, automated instructions, like testing and, scanning, etc., where you will eventually end up in my live environment as a container. And if I want to update this container, etc., I have to go back to the build pipeline and for the image itself, I have to review the function again, etc., etc. So this is basically the life cycle of a cloud native workload or container. Okay, and based on the previous scenario that I walked you guys through, we can basically identify 5 key characteristics of a cloud native workload. Okay. And the number one is all the containers that we create, they are all created from pre-staged artifacts. Okay, which means that they have to come from a base image, or they have to come from they have to use certain packages that was pre-defined or pre-created, as in the form of an image, etc. And in the case or in the scenario that I demonstrated earlier on, I shared earlier on, this pre-staged artifact is none other than the latest version of the Nginx image that I was talking about. Okay. And the next thing is that images or containers out there, they all follow the concept of microservices. And this means that all of them will only perform this single business function which they are assigned to do when they were in the form of an image. Okay. So if the image is defined to just host this HTML page, they are supposed to just do just that function itself. And if I want to integrate a database inside, etc., I have to spin up a dedicated container just to act as a database, for example. And that is what I mean by following the concept of microservices and performing a single business function. And the next thing about containers or cloud native workloads is that they actually follow an automation-driven lifecycle. So this means that if I push, what this means that the developers themselves, they will only when they actually finish creating the image file, and when they push out to the CI pipeline, what essentially happens is that the container image will go through a set of instructions automated in this pipeline, and the developers will not have any control over it, and the next thing is these containers will eventually be out running in the live environment out there. And the next thing about this thing is that about containers is that they are actually constantly being replaced when we update them. So for example, if I have the Nginx container that's running out there, it's version 1, that's running out there in the live environment. And if I make any updates, the developers update the index.html page at the build phase, and if I push it out there, what essentially happens is, it will go through the CI pipeline, and it will eventually, replace the container, the version 1 that is running out there live. And, it will go on and on and on. And, this is basically the life cycle of a container. And the next thing about containers or cloud native workloads is that all of them actually follow or they have the key characteristic, or I'll say, this is the most important characteristic for all security professionals out there to take note of, is that containers are immutable and stateless. Okay, this by immutable, I mean that containers will not be modified throughout its entire lifetime, life cycle. When it's running out there, it will just perform the way that it's supposed to perform when it is defined in the form of an image. All the patches that I'm going to apply, it all has to be applied when it's still in the form of an image. Okay, and for stateless, what I mean is that for all the new files that I created in this existing container, for example, if I take this container down and I spin up a new container using the same exact image, it is not going to reflect or contain the same file that has been created, in the previous container that I created. Okay, so that is what I mean by containers are stateless. So just to give you maybe a quick, understanding of what I mean by immutable and stateless, maybe I'll just bring you to this live or to this demo environment that I have here. It's an Ubuntu virtual machine. So what we can do is, if I do get a kget port, you can see that what I have here is I have 2 Nginx containers that are running. I really love Nginx. Don't ask me why, but yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just spin up a new image. It's gonna call Nginx as well. So maybe. So what happens is I'm currently gonna create a new Nginx image using the latest Nginx image from Docker Hub, and I'm gonna SSH inside this container. So now that I'm within this container, this Nginx container itself, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do ls, and you can see that all these folders here, and all the files within them, they are all predefined when they're still in the form of an image. So this container is basically reflecting what it is, whereas defined in the form of a container, as it is defined in an image. Okay, and if I'm gonna echo, I create a new file that contains this string called hello secure Singapore 2021, and then I'm gonna create a new file called newfile.txt, for example. Okay, and I'm gonna do an ls okay, I'm not gonna do a cat first, maybe just to show you guys. And this file potentially it contains this string that calls hello secure Singapore 2021. And if I do an ls here, you can see that I have this new file here in the new directory, that wasn't previously there, and it's called new file.txt. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to exit this container and I'm going to take down this container. Okay, so I'm going to delete deployment and I'm going to take down this nginx container. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to spin up a whole new nginx container, but this time around I'm going to call it nginx2. So you see, I'm going to run a new container with the name of nginx2 using the same exact image, and I'm going to SSH inside. And if I do an ls, what you can see is that comparing as compared to the first time I run an ls, this is the first container, the first time I run the ls, and if I compare to this ls, it's actually basically the same because containers are immutable, meaning that they are supposed to just behave the way they are supposed to behave, as per defined in the form of an image. But the thing here is, if you take a look, is we are observing another key characteristic, which is containers are stateless. Okay, which means that the prior file that I create, new file.txt, is not present here in this nginx2 container. Okay, for example, if I try, now I'm in this nginx2 container. If I do a cat new, sorry, I can't really see, but if I do a cat new file, I can't, okay, sorry, let me just control. Something was blocking my view. I can't see what I'm typing. So if I just do a cat, new file.txt, which is the exact same thing that I created earlier on, you can see that, there is no such file or directory found because this file containers are stateless. So whatever files that I create, in the previous container, it will not be reflected in the new container, even though I'm using the same image. Okay. So back to the slide. So I hope this gives you a quick overview or understanding of what I mean by containers are immutable and stateless. Okay, because this eventually brings us, to the next a key concept, or a main, I would like to highlight, it actually reflects the main biggest difference between, a cloud native environment as compared to a traditional environment. Because if we look at the likes of, being the characteristic of containers being immutable, it simply means that, our cloud native environment is going to be predictable because, as long as I'm using this same image that I created, be it I deploy it on-prem, be it I deploy in AWS, be it I deploy in Azure or GCP, this image is this container is going to act the same way, no matter where I deploy it, because it is going to behave the same way as it is when defined in the form of an image. And for any changes I want to make to this container itself, I have to do it at the left, which means that I have to do it at the build pipeline itself. But if we look at the likes of a traditional environment, for example, things are very different because in traditional environment, it is not immutable, meaning that, in whatever changes or whatever security patching, anything that I have to do, I have to do it in the live environment itself. I have to do it in production, and and this means that changes happen in real time, and it's not immutable, meaning that if I replicate the same thing that I do in a UAT environment and I bring over to production, sometimes because there's a lot of factors, changes happens all the time. It might not even act the same way as it's supposed to do. So that's what I mean by unpredictable. Okay. So I hope this gives you a quick overview of what I mean by cloud native, the predictable versus traditional environment, which is unpredictable. And this brings us, to the next big question of the day, which is, how secure is our cloud native environment today? Are they really secure, etc.? And to do that, I have to first introduce you guys to the 3 essential pillars of cloud native security. So the very first pillar that we have here is none other than the build pillar. And it simply refers to where our images are being developed. So remember just now I mentioned about pooling using base images, containers are created from pre-artifact, so we have to pool base images, we have to add our own custom codes, etc. So this all happens at the build pillar itself, okay? And the next thing that we have here is none other than the infrastructure pillar. So this infrastructure pillar simply refers to the environment where we are actually running our workloads on. And it can be our Kubernetes clusters, it can be our cloud environment, and it can be our on-prem environment, it can be our VM. So this is basically the infrastructure pillar of cloud native security. And the last one is fairly more straightforward. So this is actually the workloads is definitely, or is none other than our running containers out there. And why are these three pillars so important? And there is actually because that all of them eventually make up the whole cloud native security threat landscape. So let's take a look at the build pillar, for example. So if we take a look at the build pillar, you can see that just now I was always mentioning we need to take the base images from somewhere, etc. And this brings us a couple of questions. And the first one is where are we getting our images? Are they trusted sources? And because we are simply just maybe looking out on the registry, searching for an Nginx, for example. And and the next thing is because the likes of CVEs are discovered on a daily basis. So how sure can we be that can we really be very sure that the image that we pull is really safe? Okay, so that's another major question that we have to ask ourselves in the build phase. And number two, which is the infrastructure phase, and a lot of times we are actually managing multiple Kubernetes clusters out there. We are managing multiple cloud environments. We are utilizing or adopting multi-cloud strategies, hybrid cloud strategies. And as such, because we have so many different environments out there which we have to configure, and this actually brings us about a huge risk of misconfigurations which can happen. Because sometimes we might not be giving the right access control, we might not be giving the right privileges, etc. And the list goes on and on and on. And the next thing about cloud native is none other than the last one, the workloads pillar. And if we take a look at the running containers out there, when I mentioned that a lot of times CVEs are actually discovered on a daily basis, and our containers are the ones that are running live out there. And we have to ask ourselves, do we really have the right security measures or controls in place to really help us secure against such threats that are discovered daily, or new threats? Or even so, are we defining the right privileges, the right permissions, when they are still in the form of an image? Because once we push them out there, live, they are just going to behave the way that we define them when they are still in the form of an image. And this brings about a lot of questions as well, which the attackers can simply just exploit and perform certain attacks. Okay, so maybe just to deep dive a little bit further into the build phase first. So a lot of times just now I was mentioning about pulling base images, and finding the latest, using the latest version of Nginx, etc. So a lot of times when we do that, we are actually unsure, or we need to really check if these images actually comes with vulnerabilities, etc. So just using this image here, for example, what we are seeing here is this latest image of a node image, for example, and the vulnerabilities that it comes pre-packed with is it actually comes with total of more than 150 vulnerabilities. And if we take a look at the number of high vulnerabilities rated as high, you can see that there's 3 of them. And potentially if I deploy this image out there without implementing security controls or prevention or taking note, I'm potentially introducing a total of around 150 vulnerabilities out there to my running containers. Okay. And the next thing about containers or about cloud native is that our build is that as we as security professionals, as we continuously improvise, attackers are constantly improvising and trying to outsmart us as well. So one of the things that we actually observe is that attackers out there, they are actually trying to masquerade themselves as trusted people of the open source community. And then once they infiltrate within this the ranks of the open source community, they start to push out malicious codes into these open source dependencies such as your Python, etc. And not only that, sometimes they might not masquerade themselves into this open source community, but they can come up with, some packages that, looks, that is typo spotted, like for example, an I here, it can be, replaced by an L, just to look similar to the original one. And if you, download it and, if you use it in an image, and when we push it up there to the containers, to become running containers, we are actually very prone to supply chain attacks, So this is something which we have to take note of. And lastly, for the build phase, a lot of, from Aqua security team, one of the thing, our research team, one of the things that we observe is that there is actually a new type of attack, which called Fowler's malware. So what happens is, a lot of times we already have static scanners that are actually integrated into the build pipeline already. But, we are able to scan for malwares, vulnerabilities, etc. But the thing is that, with this kind of new breed, of Fowler's malware, what potentially happens is that because the malicious instructions are hidden, in the memory itself, so when you scan it as a static image, it's undetectable because it doesn't exist yet when it's still in the image. It only exists, once it's running as a container, and then, it will start to, execute all the malicious instructions that's hidden in the memory, and it will start to take down your entire cluster, etc. So it's pretty scary, but there's definitely for this, we can't depend on static scanners alone. We have to integrate a second layer of security or scanners, which we call dynamic threat analysis. It's basically we have to sandbox these images and detonate them within to really track and analyze the behavior before we can even mark this image as compliant or non-compliant. Okay. And the next thing, just now, I was talking about misconfiguration, etc. is very prone, and and this issue is very true because just taking a look at this case study here, there is a case of Kubernetes clusters out there which they are using this technology stack called Kubeflow, which simply allows them to do machine learning capabilities with TensorFlow, etc. And what happens, is that because they are misconfigured, so what happened is, these attackers actually exploited them and, turn these Kubernetes clusters into crypto mining farms, is a clusters of crypto miners to help them mine for Bitcoins, etc. And, this is definitely something which we don't want to happen in our live environment. Okay. And last but not least, about the running workloads, just like what I shared earlier on, a lot of times CVEs are, discovered on a daily basis. And, another thing to take note of is that, even though containers themselves, they are isolated, but at the end of the day, if we take a look at this image here, they still execute instructions, through the kernel layer, and, it can be exploited. And, there are also some components of the containers, for example, like the run C vulnerability, which actually allows attackers to exploit and help them to gain root access even on the root the host computer itself, and which provide them with the means to not only take down the cluster, but they can go on and take down the entire network itself. So this is pretty scary, okay, and it's not something we want in our cluster. And so this eventually brings us to the next big question is so with all these threats, from the build to the infrastructure layer, and we are observing a lot of threats in the workloads pillar as well. How can we exactly really secure them? And for this, I just want to introduce you guys to a very simple or a key concept about securing cloud native. And to explain a little bit more, maybe the first step has always is about adopting shift left. Okay, and by adopting shift left, what I mean is that we have to start integrating security as early as it is into the build pipeline itself. So we can do that, by integrating static scanners to detect, malicious code, malware, vulnerabilities, and as well as compliance issues. And we also have to integrate a second layer of defense by doing dynamic threat analysis, by sandboxing these images as well, to discover the likes of hidden threats like Fowler's malwares and supply chain attacks, etc. So this all happens in the build phase. And at the second layer, what we have here is something which I call configuring the infrastructure. So what we have to do is we definitely and we must have a centralized console, to help us to start managing the compliancy and the configurations, of all the different environments that we have out there, be it the Kubernetes, multiple Kubernetes clusters that we are running, and or the multiple cloud environments they're running. So we do need to have a centralized console to manage all this. Okay. And the second one is we have to administer emission control. So what I mean by administering emission control is that we have to stop or come out execute some sort of like a control gate to prevent images that are marked as non-compliant from being deployed out there, because sometimes even though we fail, images can be failed at the build pipeline, but sometimes non-compliant images even though they are stopped at the build pipeline, but sometimes attackers can who got access to Kubernetes clusters, for example, etc. And what they can do is they can actually simply at the Kubernetes layer itself, they execute kubectl command to deploy the images straight away. And we have to administer control in the middle, at the cluster layer or the infrastructure layer. Okay. And the last part is none other than enforcing immutability. So what I mean by enforcing immutability is that remember the concept about containers is that they are immutable, meaning that, they are only supposed to behave the way that they are supposed to behave as defined in the form of an image. So for example, the Nginx container that I spin up is only supposed to do a host and HTML file. It's not supposed to, do things like curl or ping, or it's not supposed to do or execute any unknown executables, right? So we have to be able to do it. We have to prevent, images like that from drifting away or, mutating away from their original characteristics. And we have to do it at the scale, okay? Because we can have multiple running containers out there. We can be hundreds, it can be thousands, out there. And, we have to ensure that they do not mutate and drift away from their original behavior. So the big question here is, with that said, how can we do it effectively? Okay, because we, like what I said, we can have hundreds and thousands of containers running out there. Okay, so let me just show you quickly. So I'm going to go back to my terminal. So for this, right, actually in Aqua, we actually have a new capabilities, which we call it drift prevention. So what drift prevention does is that the split second when the container spin up, a screenshot or fingerprint is taken of this container, and as such, we know exactly what executables is within this image. We knew exactly what's supposed to be there, and every time this container execute a new instruction, we have to trace back and look at the fingerprint. Is this executable there? Is it supposed to be there? And if it's not, we will block it immediately. And as such, we can do it fairly quickly. Maybe let me just show you a quick demo. So you can see here, just like what I said earlier on, I'm a big fan of Nginx containers, but this time around, I'm gonna speed up something new. I'm gonna speed up an Ubuntu container, for example. So you can see I'm running this, creating a new container called Ubuntu. That's usually using the latest version of Ubuntu. Okay, and what I'm gonna do now is let's say that I am an attacker, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a new file called unknown malware, for example. And I'm gonna create one, and I'm gonna give it execution rights to this malware, and I'm gonna execute this malware. Okay, so it's unknown malware.elf, and you can see that it is blocked immediately, because this image itself, or this executable called unknown malware, it is not an executable that existed previously in this container. And and when we try to execute it, it is a drift from its original behavior. And with drift prevention, we detected that it is a drift from its original behavior, and we are able to block it immediately. Okay, so this is drift prevention. And to take things even further, right? So maybe let me just go into the bin directory, for example. And I'm gonna do an ls, and you can see that we have a whole lot of different binaries that come pre-packed with this Ubuntu container, and all these executables out there. But what I'm gonna do is I am going to execute this thing called uname, for example. And I can execute this uname because uname is actually a part of this container itself. And you know, you can actually find uname somewhere here. Uname, yeah, you can find it here. So you can find uname here because I can execute this because it is a part of this container. But what if, you know, I copy uname and I create a uname too, for example. And if I take a look at the MD5 sum, the digest of, you know, uname as well as uname 2, you can see that they are exactly the same because, you know, they have the same MD5, you know, they have the same digest or the hash value of 21 DCC2. But, you know, the thing is, if I try to execute uname 2, you can see that it is blocked immediately because this is a drift from the original behavior, even though it contains the same behavior that, you know, as, you know, or the same that digest as uname, but end of the day, this executable wasn't a part of the original image, and hence, you know, drift prevention knows it isn't a executable that's within this image, and we can block it immediately. Okay, because a drift is a drift, and we have to block it. So if I go back here, and you know, and I just do a, you know, kget pod, for example, and you can see that, you know, I've only been running this new container for 2 minutes 45 seconds, you know, around there, and I'm already able to, you know, enforce immutability by blocking any drift from this container. And for that, you know, this is how we can enforce immutability, you know, effectively and at a scale. Okay, so this is a drift prevention, and you know, I hope you guys have a better understanding of, you know, what I mean by enforcing immutability. Okay, and to carry on, you know, in order for us to protect and, you know, against, you know, threats in the cloud native environment, we can no longer just, you know, adopt, you know, tools, you know, just a single tool to you know, protect the build layer. We can no longer just, you know, adopt a single CSPM tool to protect the infra, or we can no longer just, you know, deploy a single tool to protect against the workloads. But instead, what we have to do is, you know, even Gartner agrees, is that we have to agree, or we have to adopt, you know, a brand new breed of a tool, which is called Cloud Native Application Protection Platform, which is CNAP for short. So for this, right, we have to use what CNAP does is it is a combination of all three of them, which can help us to protect a cloud native environment from end to end, from the build phase to the infra phase, a pillar, as well as the workloads pillar. And lastly, you know, Aqua, we are one of the vendors out there. You know, we are a vendor that actually helps you to protect, you know, from the build to the infrastructure as well as to the workloads, and we actually we are able to support and, you know, a whole lot of different build infra as well as environments out there. And, you know, before I end my presentation, I'll first, you know, like to introduce you guys to a couple of good contents or contents that you can actually access, you know, to keep yourself updated, you know, with the latest security threats out there. So what we have here is this cloud native research blog from Aqua, where, you know, it is actually updated by our in-house research team Nautilus. And they are the ones that, you know, constantly do research, and, you know, they are the ones that uncovered the likes of Fowler's malware, which I actually shared about earlier on. So if you're interested, you can visit this page, you know, subscribe and follow them to keep yourself updated with the latest threats in the landscape. And if you're someone new to cloud native, you know, we do have resources, or we do have this thing called Cloud Native Wiki that can actually help you to gain a better understanding of the technologies within the cloud native environment. You know, we things like Kubernetes, things like Docker, etc., and even serverless. So these are the things which you can actually learn about if you visit our Cloud Native Wiki here. And lastly, you know, if you already have your own, you know, projects, or you already have your own clusters out there which you want to try and, you know, test to, you know, integrate some security within, you can actually, you know, visit our open source cloud native project repo on GitHub. So one of the things about Aqua is that we are deeply rooted into the cloud native environment and, you know, a cloud native community. And as such, you know, we do have a dedicated team that constantly update and, you know, push out new projects and, you know, updates to our open source projects out there, which, you know, in return actually powers up our cloud native platform. So if you're a kid, you can, you know, check out our Kube Hunter tool, for example, here, which, you know, do automated pen testing in your Kubernetes clusters. or we can adopt the Cube Bench tool, which is one of the best out there in the open source community to give you a better understanding of the security posture of your clusters. And you can also try out 3V, which is a static scanner. That can help to scan vulnerabilities in the build pipeline. So yeah, I guess that is the end of my presentation. And thank you everyone for your attention. And I'll hand the time back to Anthony as well as Paulo. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Stan. Thank you, Stan. That was very good. And I like the energy in there, although, it's something like Kubernetes and containers, something we need to grapple with. There are some questions in the forum track, but your colleague Cynthia is doing a very good job answering the questions in the chat already. So that saves you a lot of the trouble addressing some of the issues.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Cynthia and team. And
and once again, thank you, Aqua Security, for supporting our event this afternoon and this year. And we really appreciate working with you. Also, we also want to thank our other sponsors also, Ensign and Cypherma. So, okay, over to right now, we're going to move down to Australia.
Down under.
And yes, down under. And we'd like to welcome best-selling author and board director of from ISACA in Sydney. Okay, our industry association partner ISACA, thank you for working with us. Also, Mr. Chirag Joshi. Mr. Chirag Joshi is going to talk about influencing human behavior and reducing cyber risk. So we move a bit more to the soft science rather from the technology part. We move a bit more to the human behavior and the cyber risk part. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from ISACA Sydney, best-selling author and board director, Mr. Chirag Joshi.
Hi, Chirag.
Thank you. Thank you. Absolute pleasure to be here and delighted for the opportunity. So I really appreciate it. Okay, I will share my slides. You can see my screen here. Hopefully it all works like it should.
I think you have sharing.
Can you see my slides, Paulo?
No, I can see your holding slide. Raj, can you please help out? There you go. Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so look, thanks again for the opportunity, and I'll get right into it. So the topic for today is influencing human behavior and reducing cyber risks. So firstly, even before we get into cybersecurity, let's just take a look at the world around us today. So currently, this is something which I like tracking, by the way. So you can see what happened on the internet every minute, every day in 2020. So every minute, every day in 2020, we had consumers spending $1 million online. Every minute, every day, we have Netflix users streaming 400,000 hours of video. Every minute, every day, WhatsApp users sharing 41 million messages. So let's just take a step back and think about the world we live in today. Thanks to technology, we've fundamentally seen a change in how we communicate, how we do business, how we entertain ourselves. And even in the midst of this pandemic, we're still able to run a successful conference, and I can come and speak with you from Australia. So I think that's the real value, right? That is the power of technology to transform lives. And I see the role of cybersecurity as enabling human progress through trusting technology. So I think that is where I would like to start thinking about and talking about cybersecurity. So with that in mind, if you think about cybersecurity and look about all credible reports that you find, you will notice there's one consistent theme. Most cybersecurity incidents and breaches happen because of the human factor, not complicated technical attacks. In fact, Proofpoint in their human factor reports say as many as 99% of attacks that they've observed exploited the human factor. That is the tendency of human beings to be curious, helpful, empathetic, and even fearful. 99%. Let's just let that sink in, right? So if that is the reality, can we say that cybersecurity is fundamentally a human problem, not a technology issue, right? So that's how I would like to frame our conversation today. Now, the thing is, the good news story is, as an industry in cybersecurity holistically across the globe, we've seen there's an awareness, there is an increase in the importance of cybersecurity, right? People know about it. And there has been a lot of money and resources spent on educating users and people on cybersecurity. So despite all that being done, we are still not seeing a material shift in the number of incidents that happen because of the human factor. We still don't see the dial move substantially. And I propose to you, there are two reasons why. What we are communicating is not right. And how we are communicating is not right either. So let's just get into it. All right. So what are we communicating today? Right? This is the current state of most cyber awareness programs. Most cyber awareness programs are focused on informing users and getting a compliance tick, right? Let's be honest. A lot of times it's about, yes, we have a security awareness program and we're informing our users. It's one way. We're telling our users everything. The problem with that is it's scattergun content. One day we are talking to our users about passwords, the next day phishing, the third day wireless security, and let's just throw in some policies and standards for good measure, right? Everything in the kitchen sink. Metrics, allow metrics, but the type of metrics we are capturing today are, number of people who complete boring mandatory awareness training. But let's just face this, most training is still fairly boring. And when we start our new jobs, we have to take a lot of training, and cybersecurity is one of them. The other type of metrics we measure are attendance to our awareness sessions. How many people are attending our sessions? And how many posts are we making? How many, educational articles are we writing? So it's measuring the quantity of messaging, not the quality of messaging. So that's the challenge we have today. So I propose to you, in the world we live in today, problem isn't lack of awareness. It's the application of knowledge, and it's embedding secure behaviors in day-to-day lives. I think that's the challenge. So what we are communicating needs to change. And how do we change that? This is my proposal to you, right? So firstly, we need to think about cybersecurity as fundamentally a risk management exercise, right? Cybersecurity, the function, exists largely to manage risk to organizations. That's why we exist. And awareness, based on what my couple of slides previously told you, awareness then is a key control for reducing cyber risks. And that's the thinking we need to apply to our messaging. So if we want to truly influence decisions and motivate secure behaviors, we first need to start with understanding our key cyber risks, right? Which are unique to our industries, unique to our verticals, and what is the most meaningful for us. And look, I have examples later on that fleshes this more clearly, but at a high level, right? At a high level, regardless of the industry, some of the scenarios which are faced are still quite consistent, right? You have an external malicious attacker scenario who compromises technology systems via social engineering or through exploiting system vulnerabilities. You could have an internal malicious actor scenario who tampers with our information assets, steals information, or commits fraud. You could have a denial of service or service disruption type event. That's another cyber risk. You could have a non-malicious insider who accidentally leaks information. Think of somebody sending a file full of customer records to the wrong email address, right? So that's another thing. And not to forget the supply chain security. So the incidents that happen because of third parties and because of our trusted partners, right? So at a high level, these tend to be quite similar. So, but what we need to figure out is what is unique to our business. So if you're an e-commerce company, denial of service attack is substantially more devastating, especially if it happens on a day such as a Black Friday, when you're expecting massive volumes of sales. Whereas if you're an organization that largely has a static website and does not have a massive web presence, and that's the nature of your business, denial of service to your web-facing assets may not be as big a deal to you, but malicious insider might be. So you need to figure out what is the most appropriate to you from a cyber risk perspective. Then we look at the human behaviors that address those risks. Now there are technical controls that will come in play here, but then there are human aspects as well, and which is where we need to flesh this through examples. But what I suggest is we need to limit the number of behaviors we want to change to not more than 2 or 3. Look, if everything is important, nothing is truly important, right? So we need to focus our efforts on 2 or 3 behaviors and relentlessly focus on changing them. But we also need to track these things, right? So I propose that we use the SMART approach. SMART is a goal-setting technique from a couple of decades back that still works quite well in my view. And SMART stands for specific, measurable, actionable, relevant, time-bound. And then finally, if we think of cyber awareness as a key control to reducing cyber risks, if that control is not working well, that should be reflected in our cyber risk profiles. So we need to adjust our cyber risk profile based on our SMART metrics. Because ultimately, what gets measured gets managed, and what gets managed delivers value. So we need to start moving towards delivering value via our cybersecurity awareness programs. So now let's make this real through a couple of examples. All right, here's the first example. This is the external malicious actor scenario, which I spoke about earlier, right? The cyber risk here is unauthorized disclosure of sensitive information or malware propagation through social engineering, right? That's a cyber risk. Now, there are technical controls here, technical controls such as email filtering, endpoint monitoring, but the human control here is ensuring that our workforce can effectively identify and report phishing emails and social engineering attempts, right? That's the idea. So the way we need to frame this and track our awareness efforts is have the SMART example. After 3 months of awareness messaging on how to identify suspicious emails, the click rate, so the number of people clicking on phishing emails, should be less than 10% across the organization, right? This is SMART. It's specific. It's looking at a specific behavior, which is identifying suspicious emails. It's measurable, 10%. It's achievable or actionable because you have a way to reasonably collect this information. Via your phishing simulation exercises, your help desk tickets, there's a way to reasonably get this data. It is relevant because it's directly tied to a cyber risk important to your organization. And it's time bound. It's 3 months. It's not in perpetuity. So that's the way we need to think about measuring our awareness efforts. Another example, after 3 months of awareness messaging on using the reporting functionalities, the usage of this button, if you use an Outlook button or some other way, should increase by 15%, right? So the first one is you detect something and you are a smart person, you delete it, you alert things. But then there's also the element of proactively letting your security teams know, letting your key folks know, so that you can help out your colleagues and help out society as a whole, right? Because you're trying to report things. So I think both of these angles apply, but the idea here is the same. It should be smart. It should be focused on the outcome, and you should be tracking the outcome. The other thing is, let's look at an example, internal accidental scenario, right? So the cyber risk here is disclosure of sensitive information due to employee error. Happens. The control here. Now, look, organizations have invested in data protection, data loss protection controls. But sometimes these are not automated and you need humans to apply these controls, right? So it could be, if you think about Azure information management or other such solutions, sometimes you'd apply labels. So the control here is applying data protection labels or controls to emails or files containing sensitive information. The objective here, the SMART objective, you can frame the same thing. So after 3 months of awareness messaging on applying data protection controls, the usage of controls will increase by 20% across legal, finance, and people and culture units. Look, I've given these examples because these are typically the folks who have the most sensitive information in their care, but you could scale this to whatever works best for you. But just showing you again that what we are communicating is focused on our cyber risks, right? So we're not going to talk about everything under the sun. We will focus on 2 or 3 messages and relentlessly hammer that home until we see a change in those behaviors. Okay, so we've talked about the what of communication, and that is derived from the why, which is why is the cyber risk. Now let's look at the how we communicate about cybersecurity. Okay, so here's a fascinating image and a study which backs it. So I started my talk by telling you that cybersecurity, in my view, is a human problem. If that is the case, we need to see how human beings actually learn. So this is a study done by, led by Dr. Tali Sherrod in the UK, a really great study. There are links here which you can check out and a YouTube talk as well. But if you think about this, it shows you how human beings learn from good news versus bad news throughout the lifespan, right? So ability to learn from good news, positive reinforcement, aspirations remains relatively high throughout our lifespans. We learn quite well from these things. Ability to learn from bad news, however, scaring people, warnings, does not do as well at any point in the human lifespan, but specifically does quite badly after the ages of midlife. So 50, 60, it starts doing really badly. And this is important, and I'll show you why that is important. And I think about cybersecurity today, right? This is a really smart group of folks who we are talking to, and probably this is a different sentiment. But by and large, we still talk about cybersecurity in a negative way. We still talk about breaches. We start every talk with breaches and incidents as opposed to aspirations. And which is why when I started my talk today, I wanted to talk about aspirations, right? About our society transforming, about things that happen on the internet, which is actually allowing us to live a reasonably good lives, even in the midst of pandemic. And that's the value of cybersecurity to me. So I think that is important context. Now, this is a study which, the IC3 Internet Crime Center puts this report out every year, right? You can go historically and track the reports. And this is 2020 numbers. The one thing which always remains same in these numbers, in the past reports I've seen, is the most people who fall victims to cybercrime tend to be over 60. And they lose the most amount of money to cybercrime. And it still makes sense, right? Because these are the people who probably don't have as much familiarity with technology, who have more disposable incomes in some instances, who are going through a vulnerable life situation, loss of a partner, divorces, many different factors that come into the older ages. So that's a reality today. And if you bring these things together, right, on how we communicate about cybersecurity and the people who fall victim to it, the reality is our current approach is least effective for the people who need it the most. And there lies the problem. Excuse me. So I think which is why we need to start changing how we talk about cybersecurity and how we think about it too. So, okay, so what works, right? I showed you a problem. Now here's a solution. What works is how we talk about cybersecurity. It needs to change, right? We cannot have the level of abstraction being all about corporate information and corporate data, as important as that is. We need to make cybersecurity personal to people, because everybody here in the audience, regardless of our job titles, are chief information security officers of our own homes. The safety and well-being of our families online rely us on being aware of good cyber practices. And that is what we need to start with. Because if people practice smart, secure behaviors at home, be it passwords, be it phishing, be it updating their systems, if they learn that at home, they bring those practices into work and vice versa. Also, we need to think about not just breaches and incidents, but actually think about social incentives. There's a lot of study. And in fact, in my book, I've actually mentioned this example, but also a lot of study on this as well, if you think about it. In the UK, there was quite an interesting study they did. So they were trying to get people to pay their taxes on time, right? That was a problem. And they tried the old approach of sending a warning letter and essentially saying, look, you're not paying your taxes, and you could potentially have problems with that. That didn't work too well. But here's what worked. The next time they sent that letter saying that you're not paying your taxes on time, they added a little thing saying 9 out of 10 people in the UK pay their taxes on time. You're one of the few who has not paid us yet. All right? Just that addition of that sentence raised the compliance to 15%, increased it by 15%. And that was even made more powerful when you said that 9 out of 10 people in the UK pay their taxes on time. You are one of the few who has not paid us yet. And especially, you are one of the few in your hometown, name the hometown, who has not paid us yet. Right? So just that, think about it for a second. 15% doesn't seem like a big number. But in the scope of the British economy, that's billions of dollars. So it goes to show the power of social incentives and positive peer pressure and competitions. And I think that's what we need to learn more to change behaviors, as opposed to just scaring people, right? And there are multiple cases. I've given a couple of examples here. We do phishing simulation campaigns from time to time to measure the awareness of our people. How about a phishing email writing competition? You don't need to be a technical genius to write an email, right? So something that creates engagement, something that creates interest, a cybersecurity mascot design. The number of examples here are only limited by imagination, so I encourage you to think about it. But the other thing which I ask in terms of what works to people is setting the tone at the top, right? The way leaders talk in organizations about cybersecurity matters. And I think that's the idea, is leveraging cross-functional updates and leveraging allies within and outside the organization. It's not just cyber teams, it's your privacy teams, it's your marketing teams, it's your communication teams, it's your legal teams, all of us coming together and doing this in a way that makes sense. And also, rather than doing this one-time boring training, why don't we do frequent touch points on the messaging that we actually think is important, and include messages in a cheat sheet format? I'll show you what I mean by a cheat sheet, but that's a really good way of getting senior leaders to walk the talk, right? And then just-in-time training. I'm a big advocate of just-in-time training versus this, the long-drawn trainings that we have that really don't make much of a difference. Just-in-time training, for example, an example here could be that if you're trying to increase the uptake of password managers, as opposed to just mentioning it in the training, when one of your users goes to change your password on your portal, if there's a little bubble there, a little message there that tells them, hey, I see you're trying to change your password. Have you thought about a password manager? In the future, you won't have to remember all these different passwords, right? That is a better chance of engagement than a boring inclusion in a wall of text that honestly nobody has time to read these days. And finally, I'll say, right, we need to have some humor in our conversations. We need to keep our messages short, sharp, but also evoke some emotions. People remember emotions, humor, a feeling, even feelings of disgust are memorable as long as they're put in the right context, right? So think about it. I'll give you a couple of examples. Here's an example, right? A little puppy just come out of his shower, and there's a picture, and then a message is, you don't use the same toothbrush to brush your teeth and your dog's. Why then use the same password for different accounts? Gently pointing out that while bad practices, convenient as may they be, they're still bad practices, right? So with something like this, you may get a chuckle, you may get some different emotions, but you'll at least get engagement. And it's much better than just me adding these things and writing them on paper. Okay, and then the other example could be something like this. You don't leave your valuables unguarded in public. So why leave your devices and phones unlocked, right? Just gently showing people that as valuable as physical valuables are, the data and information on their devices is equally valuable, right? Their kids' pictures, their financial details, their work details, all of it lives on our smart devices these days. So really got to keep them safe and keep them protected as you would physical valuables. And I promised a cheat sheet. So here's an example of a cheat sheet on phishing, right? Basically gives you everything you need in a small, succinct way. Saying vast majority of cyber breaches start with a phishing email. Think before you click, hover over links. Think about red flags, which are requesting sensitive information, different unusual tone, offering freebies or rewards. And obviously don't assume that just because you have HTTPS in the URL means it's automatically secure. Look at the from address and check when you are in doubt. So something like this, a senior executive can start an all hands meeting and read this out. It does not require a cyber person to do that. Mid-level managers could read this in their all hands meetings, or start a meeting with something like this, a teachable moment or a security moment when they start meetings. But we need to put our messages in this succinct way that makes sense to everyone and not just to the cyber people in the room. Okay, so I am coming to the end of my time and my talk. So I will leave you with a couple of things here. One, have you adjusted your messaging to what matters the most? And are you communicating effectively? So what are you communicating? How are you communicating? Take a look and see if they're still effective for your organizations. I've included some really good resources online that you can find that gives you a lot of good collateral. The eCFT Commissioner one, especially in Australia, is something I really like because it has some really good information on keeping kids safe online, on keeping seniors and elders safe online. And look, if you need more ideas on this, you can check out my book. It's helped a few people, so hopefully you can get something out of it as well. With that, I will stop and I'll hand over back to the host to see if there are any questions.
Yes. Thank you, Chirag. Thank you, ISACA Australia. And that was very refreshing and energetic, especially after lunch on a hot Saturday afternoon. So thank you.
You're back.
Hi, yes, yes, I'm still around. Cyber Bro. So let's check out any questions for Chirag for the present moment.
Yeah, but thanks, Chirag, again for sharing, because I like, it's really smart to have to use smart goals, right? And applying it to cybersecurity is no different. Any questions from our panel, from our audience here?
Well, there are more comments than questions here, so maybe
I think a lot of people agree with you, Chirag.
Yeah, Chirag is very inspiring. Thank you.
But I think for phishing emails, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's definitely very creative. I think the home analogy is also good. We also use it for our cyber tips program at the Singapore chapter. So I think it's very practical ways to get the community involved. And I think similarly in Sydney, anywhere else, I think it's something that's more practical and easier to remember.
Yeah, we'll float your book among our members and see, who would like to buy.
Or maybe you want to give your book as a prize for a good question.
Definitely happy to do that.
Okay. Oh, guys, now you have a chance to get Chirag's book, very exclusive bestseller, 7 Rules to Influence Behavior, and win at Cybersecurity Awareness. So you can win this very, very wonderful book. Anyone? One good question. You can raise your hand or type in the chat.
No, it's got to be a good question.
Yeah, it has to be a good question. Chirag will be the one to judge that if they can win a book. I mean, over here in Singapore, that the government also did something. I mean, other companies are also doing it in terms of the stats. How do you compare, for example, with your utility use? That's a good way of putting in some form of a gamification. It's very useful, very effective actually for us. Whenever we see our bill, it's very good to show the bill to everyone and say, hey, our water consumption went up.
I mean, to just a message to your audience and to all of you, like, connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm on LinkedIn, fairly active, or on website. If there are any questions later on, if there are, there's no one size fits all to these things, right? So as an industry, as long as we have the right conversation going, I think that's the more important bit. But absolutely happy to do that. And if there are any questions people want to send through, I'm happy to send an email, send a copy of the book as a gift as well. So no worries on that.
For me, I have a personal question as well. I mean, in terms of preparing for your book, which references are the most useful that you found? Were there any ones useful for cybersecurity specifically?
Oh, look, I mean, the whole idea of the book was, right, that I was looking at the disciplines that have solved the human problem outside of cybersecurity, right? So obviously, from a cybersecurity perspective, I personally like a lot of NIST references. Okay. Because that allows me to kind of frame my thinking around cyber risks and tying everything back to cyber risks. So obviously, this 839 and those publications are really useful. But from the behavioral side, and that's why I did a lot of reading and research on the psychology bits and public health campaigns, because I started to notice that shift even in Sydney on how the government talks about public health campaigns related to smoking or ticketless traveling and how the talks are evolving there. So I think that was a combination to apply to the book. Look, the book's actually not that long. The idea was, within an hour, somebody should be able to pick this up and get a sense of, get the hype out of cybersecurity, make it real, and still be able to get something out of it. So both organizations and people, and hence I think that was the approach I took to writing it.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. A little bit of nuggets of wisdom. I think. How about you, Doc Dev? Anything for Chirag here?
No, I'm reading some of the comments, and basically, the issue is that basically maybe it's a bit in the Asian culture, and here probably there seems to be more of the carrot and stick things. People tend to punish rather than coach, and we need to move away from the culture of blame. In fact, earlier on, there's this thing about. Indrani talked about giving the CISO a seat at the top table. Actually, I was going to put in a joke if we didn't have time that many CISOs will say that, well, many CISOs have a seat at the top table, just at the wrong end of the table, if you know what I mean. So we got to move away from the culture.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good point around the punishment bits. I think ultimately we got to just think about it, right? People fall for scams and social engineering because they're humans, not because they're stupid, right? I mean, that's the premise we need to start with. And I think
the bad guys are getting cleverer.
Yes, and look, I mean, it's just a human thing, and sometimes you're trying to be helpful. I mean, that's usually the instance, right? And the other bit is, and that's why I think the study which I showed really resonated with me, is it allowed me to reflect that how I talk about things, because sometimes we feel that the carrot and stick always works. Well, depends on the age, depends on the people. It's not one size fits all, and that's where I think bringing it to who is the most vulnerable and what is the best way to talk to them is really important. And I think that's where I feel moving away from punishment to having some empathy while having some targeted, focused messaging is really important, because I think first we need to reflect as awareness and cyber professionals if we are doing our jobs correctly, and then we can start thinking about others, right? So I mean, it's a self-reflection first to me.
Well, thank you. Okay, I guess Chirag, we'll give away your book another day. Looks like
that is absolutely good.
Yet. But anyway,
okay.
So once again, thank you, Chirag. Thank you, ISACA Australia, and very honored to have you. And thank you, Ko, once again to our sponsors, our enterprise sponsors, Enzyme and Cypherma and Equa for helping make this event possible. And all distinguished speakers. Over back to you, Cyber Bro.
Yes, thanks very much again, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Chirag, for that very insightful sharing. Yeah, the human factor is really very important. Now we have a lot of humans coming up for a panel discussion. And what we have here, first of all, is our moderator. I'll introduce to you our moderator for today. He'll be the one to introduce our panel members. So our moderator is Mr. Melvin Leong, they'll be discussing about the topic of adoption of emerging technologies, which is our theme for this whole conference. Is it a threat to existing IT security posture or not? So right now, emerging technologies accelerates new innovations, but what impact does it have to organizations? So that's closer to home, right? And in terms of the IT security profession. So we have different panel members. So I'll call on Melvin now to introduce them. Over to you, Melvin.
Thank you, Paulo. Just sound check. Can you guys hear me okay, Paulo?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you so much. And a very warm welcome, everyone. My name is Melvin, and I will be your moderator for this session. During this segment, I encourage all of you in the audience to post your questions or comments in the chat. We may not have time to address them all, but I do hope we'll have some time at the end to have our experts answer one or two. We are extremely honored today to have 4 distinguished panelist speakers. In no particular order, I'd like to introduce them. Mr. ISC Leong, member of ISC Square Board of Directors and former head of Hong Kong Computer Emergency Response Team, HK-CERT. ISC, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the Singapore chapter and friends in Singapore. It's my pleasure to join this conference, and also I'm glad that there are many insightful presentations here, which I learned a lot this afternoon. Thank you.
Indeed. Next is Mr. Andre Shori, who is our Chief Information Security Officer APAC of Schneider Electric. Andre, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us.
Hi, good afternoon, Melvin. Thanks so much for having me on your panel as well. Special thank you, of course, to ISC Square Singapore chapter, always close and near and dear to my heart. I'm glad to be part of this organization and this conference, and a warm welcome to all of the attendees as well for this conference.
Great. And Mr. Victor Yu, advisor, and also our immediate past president of ISC Square Singapore chapter. Victor, thank you for joining us and welcome.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everyone, and glad to be here again and got a chance to now finally speak with the rest of the guys and discuss some important topics.
Yes, it's going to be a fun one. And last but definitely not the least, Ms. Neha Malhotra, Executive Committee Director, ISC Square Singapore Chapter. Neha, welcome.
Thank you so much, and it's such a pleasure to be here. I've been really enjoying all the sessions from the morning today. And just a disclaimer, my opinions here are my own and not representative of my employer, but looking forward to the session.
Right?
Very much looking forward to the discussion. Welcome all.
Absolutely, there's no issue at all. Right, so the format is a casual conversation in a kind of like Q&A style, right? So before we begin, if I can request, perhaps we take off the slide so that the audience can see our panel speakers video. Right, thank you. All right, so the panel topic again is adoption of emerging technologies and threats to existing IT security postures. So it's worth taking time to explore the relationship between the two, emerging technologies and IT security, in 3 areas. Number 1, how have IT security evolved? And number 2, where are the areas most impacted by emerging technologies and what are their challenges? And 3, most importantly, how can we cope with these challenges and what can we do better to secure ourselves, our data, and our businesses. Yeah. So with that, let's begin with the first one. How have IT security evolved over the years? Say, how is it different now compared to say 5 or even 10 years ago? This question is for all 4 of you. SC, perhaps we start with you.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps when we look at earlier, the IT security starts from internet security about 20 years ago when internet becomes more popular. In the early days, IT security is more simple because we deal with compliance. What we do with IT security is we have a gap analysis with the regulation, and then we fix all the gaps. That's it, so simple. But afterwards, people will see that besides the regulation or other than regulated industries, we still have a lot of security risks. So people start to look at risk management, risk assessment, and then it goes to a stage where people will look at risks and try to avoid cybersecurity risks. And at that stage, I think cybersecurity professionals are more a stopper of more dangerous technologies. Like in the early days, when we say we are going to use Facebook for the corporation, usually security people will say no. When we go talk about mobile security, they say, hey, it's better not to use mobile phones. Okay, in the very early days. But not long later, that the business advantage of all these new technology, revolution technologies come into place that cybersecurity people, managers, CISOs cannot deny to adopt new technology. So we need to cope with them, and we need to provide our advice to these new technologies, like how to do Facebook with more security, how to manage mobile devices, and we moved our data out of premise, which was not imaginable before, because when we use cloud security in the early days, it is totally nonsense to those cybersecurity managers. It is totally not safe moving data out of our premise. But today we are using more and more cloud technology, and we also are adopting new security measures in development. And in the next phase, we are going to face even newer technologies like IoT, 5G, and all other things like AI and machine learning. At the same time, because security is not from a vacuum itself, it also change as the security landscape change. We also look at the other side, which are the threat actors. They are developing a more mature attack technology. They are using a lot of our vulnerabilities from the systems, human or our supplier. So they develop a lot. So the security landscape changed a lot, and we need to deal with many other angles. And because of these threats, we also see the regulations are becoming more stringent, and GDPR and also a lot of data protection laws are enacted in different economies, like even in Asia, we have in Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Macau, mainland China, and so on. So it becomes more and more challenging to us. And I think this is why we have the topic today, emerging technology, the cybersecurity management challenges to us.
Right, I fully agree. You know, your use case, as for example, I just pick up one of it. You mentioned when mobile phone first came out, right? A lot of pushback in terms of security, but then, you know, in the end, we gotta embrace it either. So same thing, emerging technologies, we do have to embrace it. It's coming our way, no matter what. What about Neha? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And as rightly mentioned by SC, the increasing regulations and all of that, we have seen a shift in every decade or so earlier, but now the move is so much faster. I mean, we are not only using new technologies in business, I mean, even kids know what is in, AI chatbot, what is an Alexa, and security is evolving in real big way as well. So blame it or credit it to the sophisticated attackers. They're targeting all industries and countries. They're not even leaving a grandma. So I read this a few weeks ago, an interesting story, interesting anecdote where a grandma in Europe was a victim, and attackers encrypted her kids and grandkids' photographs and whatnot, and demanding her 500 euros and ransom to give her back those. So we are in that age and time where we need to evolve continuously in terms, not just in tools, processes, technologies, but also on people awareness, and cyber hygiene is becoming a norm in every home. And we are not just confined to offices or workforce anymore, as we have seen with the pandemic. And so we have seen an increasing shift from having those preventive measures focused on cyber hygiene, but also incorporating proactive defense methods, using threat frameworks with tactics, techniques, and procedures that are actually used by attackers in the real world scenario. And we have kind of seen, an increasingly high adoption rate on automation orchestration, where we use, or organizations everywhere are using AI, ML very increasingly, because there is a myriad of data that we all have to handle. So we've seen a threat-based, intelligence-based, proactive approach being adopted very commonly, and we've also seen the zero trust framework that we are moving towards. And again, a shift from well-known and traditional indicators of compromise that we used to initially focus on in earlier days. We're now, not that they're not important anymore, but yeah, they have clear limitations. So we're moving to indicators of behavior. And this is where we have, MITRE ATT&CK and all of those frameworks that come in place. We are increasingly using adoptions on, extended threat and detection response technologies or frameworks. So we are, yes, continuously moving into a threat landscape, and security, of course, we have to adopt and learn, innovate every single day. We can't give any leeway because one mistake can turn out to be very costly. So yeah, we've seen attacks like Colonial Pipeline. So lives are at stake. We are talking about national security today, which might not have been the case or scenario, a decade or 2 decades ago. So security aspect has, without a doubt, been a central stage in the last few years and will continue to be so in the near future as well.
Thank you, Neha. I think I read about that grandma story who lost, who got. So it's no longer about just business, right? It's impact our families as well. So there's so much changes has evolved. Hopefully we can double click on some of the new stuff like you just mentioned, MITRE frameworks and so on, yes, zero trust and so on in this conversation. So I hope maybe I'll call out Mr. Andre. What's your thoughts? How has IT security evolve from before versus now?
Thanks, Melvin. Great response from SC and Neha as well. And it's nice to have that kind of retrospective look back over the years, particularly looking back at all of our careers, right? But I think that for me personally, where I see a lot of evolution, it's not just technological evolution that's driving cybersecurity. I think that what's really evolved is things like business strategy and business requirements. I think that's also, we have to also recognize that's also changed over the years. And in a lot of ways, to me, that's really the driver for cybersecurity, because cyber is a systemic risk approach and protection discipline, right? We are protecting something. We have a purpose. So I think that's been a big driver as well. There's also a lot of collaboration, a lot more collaboration, I think, amongst the various stakeholders. So if we think about how we interact with our customers, our partners, how we're dealing with third-party risks, those topics, there's been a lot of evolution there. Cybersecurity has definitely gone from the back office kind of position now, and we're far more prominent. We are, as Anthony mentioned, we've gained a seat at the board, but again, the jury's out on which end of the board that's going to be on. But I'm hoping that we're going to be seen as partners and not just barriers to progress. So going back to the topic of business for me, business, like for example, I'll give you an example. A business has really adopted the cloud, right? And I think that if you think about how businesses adopted and rushed to the cloud, cybersecurity has also had to adapt to this new environment, right? With just about everything offered now as a service, right? I also feel and I see that a lot of security appliances are now no longer on-prem. They've become virtualized. That virtualization has certainly led to a big shakeup from traditional vendors that are security vendors that we're used to working with. And there's a lot of emergence of new powerhouse players. For example, I see Palo Alto gaining a lot of big strides in the virtual environment, for example. But there's many other ones out there. Of course, keeping in mind as a manufacturer, for me, Industry 4.0 is big. IoT convenience is also a huge topic, and that's all new in the last couple of years, the last decade or so. Digital convergence, e-commerce has certainly come a long way. If you think about in the last 5 or 10 years, and of course, remote working, right, with the COVID pandemic, that's become really huge. So all of this is now kind of moved us beyond, as we all know, that traditional perimeter defense, really into new spaces like zero trust, AI, ML, all the things that we've been talking about in this conference. But for me, the key point is, the firewall is no longer king. It's no longer the king of cybersecurity appliances out there. So that's very interesting. So again, just going back and summing up what I've just said, I think that if you really want to know where we're going to go with cybersecurity and we start to look ahead to tomorrow, do keep an eye on your business strategy and your business risk as well.
Thank you for that. Victor,
okay.
Same question.
Yeah. I think definitely the cybersecurity landscape have changed. I think in the early days, cybersecurity had always been an afterthought, and it was always reactive in the way that we try to secure system as after it has been built and all. And that has been the driving force with all the technologies and the solutions that's coming out, piecemeal, firewall, malware detections, endpoints, and all that. But as time goes by, and you realize that we are getting more complex with all the new technology, going towards cloud, big enterprise, getting more well connected. And the landscape, I can see that the technologies are evolving, right? Security operations, situation awareness going a bit more intense in trying to observe all this. I would not like to paint the future to be so pessimistic. I would rather try to paint the future to say that, well, the concept of security by design, new systems coming on board, and an opportunity to transform existing old infra into a new, much more secure architecture, whereby you can see that enterprise and vendors are beginning to start to see that, okay, I need to get it right. It is now important. Everybody is asking for it. And I believe that by emphasizing that in that transformations over time and the filtering of all the old tech away, it does give an opportunity that we may have a future that we can really secure. And there will be enough people with enough training and enough talents to help secure and enforce such activity as a norm, as a common practice. So that's my feel. Yes, nice new technology challenge, adding way more complexity, but it does also offer an opportunity for us to move forward, for us to transform. AI, ML may help in handling those complexity in terms of the cybersecurity track moving forward.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Victor. So I think I hear a consistent theme here. We should embrace it, like what Andre also mentioned earlier, Victor, similar to what you just mentioned, is that we gotta, instead of being a hindrance or blocker, we should be, as IT security professionals or IT professionals, we should be the enabler for the business moving forward to embrace these emerging technologies. But there are a lot of challenges that comes along with it. So let's double click a little bit further. So, but before that, perhaps let's jump into what are some of the top emerging technologies today, in your opinion, and how are they impacting security? If you can give us some examples or use cases in your respective industry verticals or your experiences, that would be very useful. And I did do a quick time check. I think it's a 45-minute panel. I think we do have good timing. We are good on that. So, but okay, you want to be concise, 2-3 minutes will be good.
All right, maybe I just jump in. Of course, one of the key verticals that have been spoken today a lot is about the fact of AI and machine learning in cybersecurity solutions. And I think one of the key things that we probably need to understand in terms of the challenges that involve, or like Gary that have been mentioned, is about the trust of the algorithm, right? The key question is, when we build this algorithm to serve a function and challenge, how do we communicate the trust for people to accept it? How do we validate the trust for people to accept that, okay, it has done enough, it's doing what it's supposed to do, I can let the machine do whatever he says it does. And that is a huge challenge. But for the algorithm provider, there is also interacting challenge. For example, if I say that I keep my algorithm open and I give everybody the information on what am I thinking, what am I checking, and what am I doing, then you have the adversary looking at it and says that, well, this is how I'm going to exploit it, how I would tune and exploit the algorithms for the purpose of my interests and disrupt the operations. And if I keep it as a black box, then that is the trust issue that people says, oh, how do I know that it is real, it is going to be effective, it's doing what it's doing, it's not exploiting, it's not trying to create a bias in the systems that I do not know, that give me unfair chances and all. So on the AI and machine learning, definitely an exciting technology. And I think that's the only way forward for us to cope with the large complexity. But we need to figure out how to then communicate. Where are the regulations? What are the openness? How do we balance it for the purpose of utilization as we move ahead?
Yeah, thank you, Victor. I think trust is really a big topic, right? So what you mentioned about big black box, and if they say what we can do, hey, prove it, right? So how can we be really sure? Thanks, Victor. How about Neha? What's your thoughts on what are the top emerging technologies in your radar, your field, and what are some of the use cases and examples?
Sure. So we have, seen a lot of sessions since morning on AI, ML, and how these technologies, including, there are other emerging technologies as well. And of course, we hear about blockchain, which is not only the cryptocurrency that some people might think of, but there are several use cases which are really, saving millions or billions of dollars across the industries with transactions and so on. And AI, ML as well, we have to use them to, in order to be ahead in the race with attackers that we are always in. So attackers increasingly are using AI, ML. They are using, they are exploiting IoTs with the bot attacks, the DDoS that we've all seen. So there is robotic process automation coming in. There's a lot of AR, VR that we are looking at. We saw in a previous session around deep fakes. So all of these are emerging technologies that we are all adopting in some or the other way and at some or the other pace. But of course, these technologies all are double-edged swords, as we all have seen that. Even with blockchain, in fact, all of these are coming together as well. These are not particularly used in isolation. And in fact, there was one interesting topic or a paper that I had read a couple of weeks or months ago. It was titled "Blockchain and 5G enabled IoTs will define or redefine supply chain and trade finance." So it was like, everything is coming in convergence, and how we are using all of these technologies for the best case scenarios, and, to ensure that supply chain security with blockchains, as we have seen, AWS has used blockchain to ensure some secure safety or ensure safety into their supply chains. And but of course, there, as I mentioned, the double-edged swords. We need to protect these or use these technologies into our design securely. So secure design and ensuring a proper risk assessment is done before adoption of any of these technologies. And of course, we need to ensure the cyber hygiene is not compromised, because we have seen, even with blockchain, if I have to give some examples, we've seen Sybil attacks, which has made use of some initial kind of those account credentials, to take control of the entire blockchain and so on. So we have seen that, the basics have to be in place. Smart contracts, we always talk about them being very, blockchain being immutable and all of that, but smart contracts, if we do not ensure the application code security, if we do not ensure secure adoption or vulnerability management of, or on-time patching of the network which is hosting blockchain, or some of these technologies, or all of these technologies, in fact, we are risking not just the infrastructure, but also the extended attack surface that we are now faced with IoTs and things around us. So yeah.
Right. Thanks, Neha. Just for the younger audience, or audience who may be starting out in the new field of emerging technologies, AI, ML is artificial intelligence and machine learning, and blockchain. Well, for someone who are new to blockchain, what is blockchain, Neha? Can you just maybe a quick brief what is blockchain to some of us?
Sure. So it is a crypto-based secure ledger for data storage and transfer in simplest terms. So it uses a decentralized, trustless, peer-to-peer network system. We do not need a central authority or central bank, as we say in general, for our transactions or for our smart contracts or agreements. So it's kind of it was built in as a very secure technology because it is crypto-based, it is trustless, it is decentralized. And it does carry historic immutability, via linked blocks that make it hard to tamper with the technology. Despite its advantages, and there are so many upside potentials of blockchains. They're kind of very incredible, and transformative, of course. But security and regulatory compliance are two areas that have been challenges, to blockchain adoption growth. So yeah, that's in simplest terms that I can explain.
Okay. Thank you, Neha. And that's a good comment from Victor. Yes, audience, I encourage all of you to use the chat to post any questions and tough questions, right? Think of tough questions for these experts here. These guys are veterans in the IT security and cybersecurity field, right? So, and also feel free to add your comments and feedback as well in the chat box. Andre, so what's your thoughts? What are the top emerging technologies and some examples?
Sure, thanks, Melvin. I was actually about to jump in because I was also thinking along the lines of what other technologies that we haven't been mentioned yet. So IoT is a big one for me. It's simply because of how easy it is to use, right? It's so simple to connect just about anything to the internet, and growing increasingly simple for people to do it. Although, sometimes I really wonder as to why people want to connect, their toilet to the internet, but smart toilets actually do exist. So, here we are, right? But IoT, it really presents a very challenging security profile. Because think about, the number one, when you think about your cybersecurity controls and things like that, what's number one on the list, NIST and everything else, is know your environment. And with IoT, that makes it really, really hard to do. It makes it much tougher to do because almost every item in your environment could become a digital asset. And keep it and add to that list can change several hundred times a day as people add stuff, as people remove stuff, as people upgrade things. So I think that certainly there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of how we deal, or we need to rethink our IT asset inventories and really to cope with that looming change. It's still coming. I don't think we've seen the full extent of the tsunami of IoT. So in addition to this massive asset inventory that we're going to have to deal with, and all the risks that comes with each individual device, IoT device that comes up there that wants to join our networks and wants to connect to the internet and be part of our environment, we also have this whole new population of users that now need to understand their cybersecurity risks and also their obligations. When they adopt these devices, what are their roles and responsibilities, right? So it's not just enterprise security that's struggling to keep up. Pretty soon, it's going to be consumers, end users out there. They're going to be adopting these devices in almost a reckless manner, right? So, again, think about it. Things that you'd never expect to have been connected before are now starting to talk to not just the internet, but to each other as well, right? So say your fridge is going to be talking to your energy company, Your fridge is going to be talking to your grocer to order things that are missing. It's going to be talking to your phone to give you updated status, on its energy consumption, and it might connect to everything else that's connected in your digital life. And that's wonderful. I mean, that's great. There's lots of benefits that we can realize there, but again, you have to do that in a way without sacrificing privacy and safety, right? Another technology that's coming out, which I've heard once or twice in this conference, is 5G. I think that's also an interesting space. But I look at 5G as kind of like a fatter pipeline. So I lump it in together with, say, Wi-Fi 6, and you talk about a security discussion. Although 5G, yes, most of the infrastructure exists with the telco or is managed by the telco. But again, to me, when I look at the risk, right, I really look at it as a fatter pipeline. And what that translates to me is it enables a lot more things to be online and connected to each other now. So again, it enables IoT, right? If you think back, again, when I was doing that retrospective thought, and back in the day with 14.4K modems, those modems, because of the speed of the upload and download, the throughput and bandwidth of those modems, it really limited the kind of information we could download and view, right? Mostly like things like text-based apps and static web pages. But with a bigger pipeline, with 5G, Wi-Fi 6, we're looking at a far more enriched experience. But again, with convenience and entertainment comes a lot more risks. And I think that even today, still, many of those risks are still poorly understood, even by seasoned professionals. I think that it's an evolving story, and a lot more chapters are going to be written about this. It's hard to quantify every risk associated with all of these new technologies that are coming, because we don't know what we don't know, of course. But I do also keep in mind, the good news is, and the silver lining is that, we can treat those risks. We have treated these new technologies in the past successfully, and we still have to do that by relying on using sound cybersecurity principles and experience, right? So I think all the CISSP domains out there, that are relevant, ISC Squared, that ISC Squared teaches, it's always good to go back and poke around in those every once in a while, get those fundamentals up, because we're going to need those to deal with all of this new stuff that's coming our way.
I just jump in a bit. One comment and one question. I think with regards to 5G, like I said earlier, the newer technology, if you were to look at the consortiums and standards that are at the back, security considerations are being factored, especially with regards to privacies and data in transmissions. So changes in technology does help to improve some of these considerations and put all this security in place. One question to Andre, the certifications for devices that CSA have promulgated, will this help? Does government regulations helps with getting us to be more secure?
So you're talking about the cybersecurity labeling scheme, amongst other things, right? I think that's only the tip of the iceberg. There's probably going to be more labeling schemes because CSL doesn't cover, say, software, for example. So how do you certify software? But that's another topic. Great question. These schemes are really geared around, at least from my perspective, from what I've experienced and what I've seen looking into these, and Schneider has certainly been very interested in all of these as well, because we produce a lot of products and software, hardware and software out there. IoT, for example, we do produce a lot of IoT, so we're equally responsible. But they do certify, the embedded security on the device. So they may look at things like identity and access management. They may look at encryption, transmission protocols, and things like that. But it's important to also remember it doesn't certify the application or the implementation of such a device or such a software. So, for example, if you implement a 5G modem in your environment, now that modem may be cybersecurity certified as a safe device because it's got the right baseline of embedded security and encryption and controls out there, to whatever standard that they're judging it against. But if you don't implement it safely, right, a 5G device in your environment is going to change your perimeter. It may bring the external perimeter far deeper into your environment because the 5G device is now sitting right on your production line equipment or right in your fridge, right, and wherever it's implemented. So that means the telco boundary is now right on that device, and it's far deeper. It's not at the border in the network closet anymore. It's right on that device. So you have to also spend time thinking about how do you secure that? How do you secure your perimeter, your internal environment from that and where do you put your firewall, right? So a lot of these questions, I think, when it comes to certifications, they're great because they establish the baseline security of the device itself, but it will never certify, at least for me, the safe use of that device in your environment.
Thank you, Andre. And I want to mention about the devices being closer now. The traditional we have which is right now we have data centers, we have branches, and now we're talking about edge kind of environment, right? So let me invite SC. What's your thoughts on the top emerging technologies today? And congratulations, by the way, for recently retiring from being the former head of HK Cert. Yeah, why don't you share with us your thoughts? What are the top emerging technologies?
Yeah, I like to also, on top of Andre's, share more about IoT in another aspect is IoT is very broad from consumer level, from the Fitbit wristband to operating technology to industrial control system to critical infrastructure systems. That's a whole very wide range of devices. And I like to share on adoption of operating technology. Because I need to work with some colleagues in the industry sector, they always ask me about cybersecurity adoption in manufacturing, in logistics, and in other aspects. And this will become a large market in cybersecurity because these people, these engineers are supporting the technology of operating technology, or what we call OT. OT will become more and more important because the factories will be digitized, the logistics will be digitized, and many others will be digitized. And these engineers are more, in terms of number, they are many more than IT people. And they will be the major population that will embrace the new technology of OT, IoT, or even ICS and 5G. And we see the convergence of IT and OT in the future. And this will be a large market and also a large challenge to us because these people are not educated in the IT perspective. They know how to do the engineering, the maintenance, but they have no sense of like patching or cybersecurity. And this will be one challenge to us in terms of OT. And they also will adopt new technologies like 5G, because 5G will be the enabler of telecom networking in the future. And 5G is more a software-driven technology. When we talk to people with 3G and 4G, they say that 3G and 4G are not so flexible because in 5G you can connect your whole logistics team, like the trucks on the way on the road, in the same network as your internal network, the servers, all together using the 5G connection, using a technology called network slice that can connect very remote devices in the same virtual network with your in-house and backend servers. So with this kind of new technology, we call this software-driven network or software-defined network. Network technology will become more and more virtual, just like cloud technology. Okay, then even if you have the same switch and the same cable, but the access will be very different depending on your defined definition in the rule sets. So it's becoming more complicated and even more difficult to manage, and is more versatile. But on the other hand, is may be more vulnerable because all these are software defined. So the hackers can hack in the 5G network. It's easier than the 4G network because of this software vulnerability or misconfiguration. So how we tap the benefit of the 5G and also the OT technology versus that we manage all these cybersecurity threats will be our new page in the coming years.
All right, thank you. So just double click on that. So can we just recap for us? So we understand all these OT challenges that we have right now. So what's the most effective way to cope with these challenges? So can you give us some and the audience some tips how to cope with it? Yeah, these challenges.
There are many ways. Of course, there will be new technology coming. For example, 5G also can provide security, like the network slice. I know from some of the vendors, they are providing the technology that can recognize network slice. They can also recognize even though the same IoT device or OT device plug in with the same SIM card. In the network slice, they can recognize the device and also the application. That's the technology part that they can do. And on the other hand, we also need to do like cloud configuration. Our IT or OT administrators need to work on securing the configurations and change management. This is the process part. And for the human part, I think most important is we need to train up the non-IT people like our OT engineers, because they are the one who will deploy and also manage those networks, not the IT people. But we need to work with them. OT security bring to our focus to more we call the security by design, or shifting to left, that the previous speaker had delivered in the previous presentations. I think that they remind us that the early stage design and also the deployment is more important, that we patch them in the later stage.
Thank you. So I'm going to invite, I'm just looking at the timing. We have 6 minutes. So what's your final advice for the audience, tips and tricks from your vast experience and knowledge that you can give to the audience as a final takeaway? Perhaps can I invite Neha to share? Final advice for the audience?
Sure. So I think, we are aware that threats are increasing and no one is immune, and we are adopting the zero trust approach, which we should continue to do so. Also, even when we are talking about emerging technologies, we need to ensure the basics are covered well. So I really liked Indrani's coverage, what she covered in, to ensure holistic adaptive security, and by the way of layered cybersecurity capabilities. So that's something that is essential. We need to ensure a layer of governance. We need to ensure risk assessments or risk management before we adopt any new technology or continue to use it. As well, we also need to ensure that we're evolving. We are collaborating with the industry partners. We are identifying the defensive gaps. We are assessing security tool capabilities. And as we are focusing more, that we are increasingly using red teams and validating the mitigation controls, we should continue to do so. But also the new use cases that are arising, for example, managing machine identities when we talk about AI, ML, increased focus on responsible adoption of AI and ethical adoption of blockchain. So ensuring additional factors where IoTs require attention are covered, where IoTs are considered as an important element in the asset inventory, as Andrew highlighted as well. So I would just mention, just that holistic overview and coverage is very essential. We have to also ensure that AI ML, we leverage these technologies wherever possible, because AI ML can be used to build lightweight endpoint detection technologies, which would be indispensable solutions when we use IoT devices which lack the processing power, and we need behavior-based detection capabilities that are not very resource intensive. So definitely continue using or adopting the technologies that we're talking about, but ensure secure design and secure adoption. So that's the final word that I have.
Thank you, Neha. Okay, over to you, Andre. And I'm going to be the bad guy here, right? Try to keep your answer within 30 seconds. It's okay.
Sure, I'll try to be quick. I remain ever optimistic that there will be a continued deeper understanding of cybersecurity risk. such that the fundamentals become instinctive. And I'll give you a really, really short example. Not too long ago, we were having discussions around usernames and passwords, trying to convince people to use those. It was a tough journey. Similar, think of how we're dealing with phishing today. It was very much that kind of, same pain point. But today, usernames and passwords are instinctive, right? No one questions the process. We use PIN codes and thumbprints on our mobile. So I think that journey is coming along very nicely. So I'm very hopeful that we'll be a lot further along the cyber journey and dealing with more topics as we see that we see, kind of as advanced or challenging today. We'll have those answers, or we'll at least have those fundamentals in place to help us as cybersecurity professionals.
Thank you, Andre. Victor?
I think, as I said, there's huge shift. I think fundamentally, in terms of approaching security, the basics of security doesn't go away. We still need to ensure the fundamental. We still need to do a risk-based approach. We need to know what we are managing. Then there's the need of a central strategy when we are putting in place all the security controls and measures. And that fundamental continues regardless of technology as we change. Doesn't mean that the new technology will simply replace. It just need to be articulated, and how the new technology will help fit in ensuring all the different layers and different controls are being met. So whatever that we learn, like Xiaofei mentioned in the conference, security engineering is key. And not only hoping that devices can be secured by design and make security management a bit easier, it is the fundamental of practitioner that's managing risk still needs to approach it from a risk-based approach and then try to contain it.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, ISC, final advice, 30 seconds.
Okay, I think in the future, security will become more and more complicated. I think, well, we cannot do it all by ourselves. IT security professionals are limited population, and we are not doing everything in the very beginning. So we need to educate the engineers. We need to educate the CXO, the management, to take risk management and also security by design in the projects and new technology adoptions. So collaboration will be the keyword, and also visibility. For example, we don't know how secure our service providers are. So service like BizLite or others will provide some visibility of our supplier or supply chain partners, that we can manage the security better with this.
Got it. Thank you. I think we have time for one question. Thank you, audience, for all the chats and questions. I can see it's quite vibrant. Maybe I'll just one. I gotta pick this one out. How do we validate the panel is not deep fake? Right, that's a pretty funny one. Right. So, right. So
actually, you can throw some tough questions at them, so you can test them out.
Right. So I spotted one that is quite interesting from Lahiru. As we all know, cybersecurity organization or leaders have to work closer to regulatory requirements in different territories. What is your view on regulation compliance enforcement in Singapore and neighboring countries post-pandemic? What will be the main challenge, and what areas we should focus more on complying with these requirements? So this is an interesting question. Maybe any volunteers want to take up this question?
I'll take it up. I think regulations and compliance are only trying to make the message being emphasized and making cognizance of such a risk by the business and enterprise. It doesn't really mean it will solve the problem. It will help get everybody eye on it, but it may not solve the problem. No company may not have the budget to handle it, may not have manpower to handle it, may not even know what to start off with. So it's all about educations. The regulations get them to be attentive to it, and hopefully that translates to them getting to know about the risks involved, and the educations and the community and the solutions can come together and help provide some advice and eventual solution. Post-pandemic with the region, I think the challenge, regulations across the regions, I think is subject to whichever country can move faster and be exemplary, and then hopefully the other country will then learn from each other, and then maybe they will learn something that's unique in their country and share, and it get enhanced along the way. So again, CSA message of cybersecurity is a team sport. It's not a single nation's problem. Continue to be a relevant message in our discussion.
Thank you, Victor. So,
Sorry,
Andre,
I just wanted to quickly add as well. You know, when we talk about fundamentals and basics, right? Just remember, compliance and regulations are not optional; they are mandatory. So you have to do them, but they are also a very basic baseline of cybersecurity. So you always have to take it further. It's never enough. I think those are really, really important. And just to add to Victor's message about what we're looking at post-pandemic, with everyone returning to their offices now in greater and greater batches, just be aware of the risks involved with that, because we are going to have a perpetual hybrid work model, I think, moving ahead with both remote and in office and people transferring freely back and forth. So watch those risks as well.
Absolutely, Andre. Thank you. So we are out of time. So I want to thank you to all to our panelists. You know, on behalf of ISC Square Singapore chapter, I would like to thank Mr. SC Leung, a member of ISC Square Board of Directors and former head of Hong Kong Computer Emergency Response Team, HKCERT, Mr. Andre Shori, Chief Information Security Officer, APAC of Schneider Electric, Mr. Victor Yeo, Advisor ISC Square Singapore chapter, and Ms. Neha Malhotra, EXCO Director, ISC Square Singapore chapter. And most of all, thank you all in the audience for joining us on this insightful conversations on adopting emerging technologies and their threats to the existing IT security posture. It has been a great pleasure serving you as a moderator. I will now hand it back to our MCs of the day, Mr. Paulo and Anthony. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melvin, and all our panelists, SC, Victor, Andre, and Neha. Yeah, a big round of Zoom applause to our panelists, please. Thanks. Now, actually, Cyber Bro is flying solo today because my buddy Doc Def had to drop off for a while. So if you remember the quote I mentioned this morning, if you are not willing to learn, no one can help you. If you are determined to learn, no one can stop you. So now we go to the exciting part of our program. So Raj is gonna prepare our Kahoot game. So it's gonna test your knowledge, and hopefully you listen to all our speakers today. So it's not just gonna be a game. You're bound to win the special commemorative gold coin from IC Squared Singapore chapter. So it's very unique to Singapore. As you can see, we have the Singapore map and the flag colors. So you take your time to scan the QR code, please. And I tried out the quiz, so I'm stepping off the quiz, but please do sign in and put in the game pin once you're ready. So we are 147 strong today. I think our Kahoot game only has a limited license. So first come, first serve. I think you can switch now to, if you don't manage to scan the QR code, you can still go to kahoot.it. So again, first come, first serve. Fast fingers will win the prize. Of course, you have to have the right answer. So our game pin for Kahoot is 951-7520. 951-7520. Okay, we have 40 participants now, reaching our limit of 50. Sorry for the rest, but you can play the game later on if you want. Just let me know. Okay, we reached more than that. I think we extended a bit. So we're testing our Kahoot limit. 54 people signed in now. Anyone else try to stretch that limit? So the trick to Kahoot, if you haven't played it before, just make sure that you answer correctly and answer very quickly. Okay? Normally they give you more points for doing that. We will have 3 winners for today. Darian, hopefully you manage to set aside the 3 points. Otherwise, we'll be minting new ones soon. Anyone else? Come on. I'll give you 1 more minute to sign in. Then we can start. Yeah, 67. That's a good number. Let's try to make it 88. If it can. Anyone else? Going. Hey, someone dropped. 66. Okay. Going. Oh, Freddy's back. Okay. Okay. So I think time to start. I think this is it. Let's go, my game master, Raj. So this is all about Secure Singapore 2021. So make sure you have your devices ready and take a look quickly. First question, what year did Kubernetes reach version 1.0? Wow, really fast fingers. 61 answers in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's in 2015. Yes, some of you got it right. Very good. Let's see who got it right. Move to the next one. Thanks. Yeah, so Veron. Veron is in the lead, followed closely by Saint, LAP, and Sachin and SLS. By the way, one reminder, please put in your proper names if you can. Otherwise, we'll have a hard time determining who's the real winner for these prizes. Okay, let's go on to the next one. What's the name of the unofficial Kubernetes hacking SIG? Yeah. The Special Interest Group. 4, 3, 2, 1. Kahoot. There you go. SIG honk is the one. Okay, 20 of you got it right. Let's see. Oh, is it Saints? Yes, Saints in the lead. Yes, very good, Saint. Followed closely by Sachin and Prince. But going fast is Ferdinand. Okay, let's move on to the next. So Saint is really praying hard today. Which of these options is not a container image vulnerability scanner? Is it Privy, Anchor, Witness, or Claire? Same as our CEO of ISC Squared. And it's Vites. Yes, that's 19 of you got that right. Let's see who's in the lead now. Ooh, Prince. And then, yeah. So, Prince, congratulations. But there's still a few more questions to go. Saint, you got to catch up. And Veron, too. By default, Kubernetes disables one of the container isolation and security mechanisms that Docker provides, which is... Okay, so don't shoot me for the questions. These came from our sponsors, actually. So trying to make it tough for you guys to win. So hopefully you listen closely. And hopefully you remember these, and but these shouldn't come out in the ISC Squared certs. Huh? Okay, SecComp filter. Let's see who won this round. Veron, yes, good catch up. Very good, amazing. And followed closely by Prince and Max. Max is a newcomer. Yeah, very good, Max. Let's go. So 5 of 11. Which of these is a tool you can use to assess your Kubernetes cluster against the CIS benchmark? Okay, some are a bit hesitant. We still have time. 3 more to go. These are very nice names. Privy, Tracy. But it's Q Bench. That's the winner. Yeah. So let's see who got Q Bench. Again, Veron is in the lead, followed by Prince and G. Okay, that's a good jump, G. Keep it up. Let's move on to the next question. In Kubernetes, the group name that has cluster admin permissions hard-coded into the source code, not good, of the API server is. So hard coding, yeah. I'm not sure how many of you have done hard coding. Clue, it starts with system. There you go, system masters. You got it right. Let's see. Wow, no shift except for GK. Well done, GK. And Veron is still in the lead. Or is it because he didn't get it too? Let's go on to the next one. What are the components of making up a generative adversarial network, or GAN? You need a maker checker, creator checker, synthesizer reality, or generator discriminator. This sounds familiar, right? Earlier. There you go. Generator discriminator. It's for your ML learning. Very good. And who got it right? Prince. Yes, that's a very good jump, Prince, and followed closely by G and Veron. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Okay, we're more than halfway there, so the next few questions are going to be critical. What best describes the difference between traditional programming and machine learning? So why do we have machine learning in the first place, right? Cuts off, what does it cut off? So if you know statistics, you have deterministic and probabilistic types of data used. And then you have compiled language versus Python, R, or output provided to users. Okay, you got it right. Let's go on. Deterministic versus probabilistic. And G got it right. You must be a very good mathematician. Then we have Prince and Edmund C. Yeah, so it's a close fight, but there's a big jump that you have to do for G. So what is not considered emerging technologies? So we had a good discussion, panel discussion just now, led by Melvin. Hopefully you were listening. And a lot of these topics were mentioned, except one. So this one has already emerged. And almost everyone got it right. Okay, very good. Yeah, so let's see who got it right faster. Yeah. So G, very good. You're still in the lead, but Prince is still there, followed closely by GK. Okay, next one then. You see there's 17 who are on fire actually, so be careful guys who are on top. So when was IC squared founded? This is a very, very important, if not the most important question. Maybe before some of you were born too. Yeah. But IC squared members, you gotta know this. There you go. Oh, not everyone got it right. 1989. Okay. So maybe those who were born before that got it right. So Prince, I think you're one of those born before that time. So Prince got it right. GK also got it right. G stayed on third place, but you still have a chance. Let's go to the next one. Last few questions. Last question already. Okay, this is easy. How many CPE hours will be awarded for attending Secure Singapore 2021? How long have you been sitting here and watching us? So this is roughly the time, less the lunch break. Okay. Hey, come on, guys. This is an easy answer. Yeah. Check your program. Okay. Most of you got it right, but I'm surprised some of you didn't. Okay, but I think it's still a tough question probably if you only attended halfway. Okay, let's see who the final winner is. At the Kahoot podium is third place, G. Very good. But you have to give us your name, G. Otherwise, we'll give it to someone named G. And GK is second. Congratulations. And see who the first one is Prince. The Prince of Kahoot wins this round for Secure Singapore 2021. A big round of Zoom applause, everyone, for Prince, GK, and G. Well done. Well done. Thank you, everyone. So please contact us separately to claim your prizes and arrange for the collection. Okay, now we can switch back to the slides. Ooh, that was fun. Yeah, but hopefully you also had fun answering the tough questions. Some reminders before we are nearing the end of our conference. Again, thank you very much for the over 140 participants who are here today, who stayed until the end. We have another event coming up. If this conference is not enough for you, you can catch this event by Jimmy Tung, who's the principal information specialist, and he'll be talking about physical and cyber security. So scan that QR code now, or just go to our IC Squared Singapore chapter website. Okay, so it's a question of convergence. Whose job is it anyway? Yeah. So is it the OT side or the IT side, cyber side, whoever side? Okay. And then remember I also like to remind you to fill up our survey. So we'll show this again after the closing address. So this feedback survey is important. So we try to improve our events every year. As you can see, we definitely grew from last year's participation, and hopefully year on year we'll have a very good growth chart in terms of Secure Singapore. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next slide. Yeah, so we've reached the end of our conference, close to the end. So first of all, from my side, I'd like to thank everyone. So, and as we come to a close this very remarkable day, I'd also like to go back to basics and reflect on our IC Squared Singapore chapter mission. If you can see my background or our website, you can see to connect, educate, inspire, and secure, which I think we had high marks on our scorecard for today's wonderful event. Don't you agree? And we have definitely connected by coming together and taking part in the different sessions, by actively listening and asking questions, and by having fun playing and learning during our Kahoot quiz today. Next, we have helped and have been both educated and inspired by the wide array of interesting insights from our speakers. From the Singapore Cybersecurity Strategy 2021, we talked about ransomware, supply chain risk management, and cyber insurance, cloud security, AI, and other emerging tech, especially from our panelists. And we have also helped secure our Secure Singapore conference by meeting virtually, right, in this pandemic, keeping everyone safe from COVID-19 while having proper preparations and technology to secure and enjoy our online experience. Thanks to Zoom for that as well, and Kahoot. And finally, I'd also like to thank again the following people without whom we wouldn't be gathered here today. First, our special guests, our Commissioner David Koh and IC Squared CEO Claire Rosso. Thank you very much for coming over. And for our IC Squared Singapore chapter president, Garion Kong. Is he still around? He should be. Thank you very much, Garion. And our former IC Squared Singapore chapter president, Victor Yeo. Thank you very much for joining our panel discussion and answering some tough questions as well. So Victor helped kickstart our preparations during the past term. So we did a bit of crossover for Secure Singapore. So thank you very much for that, Victor. Of course, we'd like to thank our distinguished speakers who actually fill up our very interesting day today with all the different thoughts and insights on the different topics their expertise in. And then we have our valued sponsors, definitely Aqua Security, Cypherma, and Ensign Info Security. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for our valued sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. And we'd also like to thank our supporting partner organizations. So we have a lot of supporting organizations. Actually, these supporting partner organizations are not the only ones. We definitely have a lot more, except that these are the ones who helped us to develop and also gather and promote the Secure Singapore conference. Thank you very much. We also have our IC Squared Singapore 2021 organizing committee. So the Secure Singapore 2021 couldn't have been done alone. We had our Xcode team, our Subcode team, we had our partners and vendors. Thank you very much. And of course, to each one of you who signed in early this Saturday morning or Friday evening, wherever you are, and stayed until the end. Hopefully Keon is not here yet, not here anymore. Otherwise, yeah, he's gonna be very, very sleepy. And I'd also like to thank my partner in crime, Doc Def, who sadly cannot join us for the closing, but he did stay in until the most part of the program. He made this event very successful and a very memorable one as well. So now it's time to go and connect, educate, inspire, and secure our beloved Singapore and wherever our crown jewels are. Until the next time we meet, let's give here everyone a big round of Zoom applause and have a great weekend ahead. Thank you very much and see you next year. Bye. And it's a wrap. Oh, before I forget, those who are still here, we can have a photo again. Guys, can you help take a photo of everyone here? You can kindly turn on your videos too. Okay, now's not the time to be shy. Yeah, we do it with the music. That's good. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, I got one page. On to the next. 1, 2, 3, smile. Oh, it's a lot. 140, 150 people still here. Great, great, great. Okay, I think I got everyone who's still here. Thanks again, and have a good day and the rest of your weekend. Enjoy. Bye. Let's go. All wave. Come on.
Next time we'll have party.
Yes, that's what's lacking here.
Post
No
events
drink.
party.
No drink. Can send over a champagne here or something like that. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, Ron.
You can fill in the survey. So the slide is there. Please do fill up the survey again. Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Hey, bye. Thanks a lot, Melvin. Remember to fill up the survey too.
Bye.
And thanks, SC, for staying with us. Yeah?
Bye. Good job, everyone.
Yeah, thanks, SC.
Thank you. Thank you. Good producing, Raj. Yeah, you can take over from Cyril from now on.
Cyril is the best, man.
Yeah,
I'm still learning.
you're gonna be the best too. Don't worry. Just keep the feedback survey until.
Hey, Melvin, nice jacket, man.
Yeah.
You're looking good too, Rajneesh. Thanks for all your help in the background. Fantastic.
No, I would say everyone here is very nicely dressed. At least half dressed.
Make sure we don't stand out, right? So
yeah, that's right.
jackets with shorts.
You stand up.
That's so funny.
Okay, I think it's a wrap, guys. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay.
I think, I don't know if Garen, you want to do a debrief separately?
Yeah,
We'll have
we'll
a
do it
separate
separately.
call. Okay, thanks a
Okay.
lot everyone who came over and are still here. Actually, amazing. 40 people still here. Yeah, yeah. I really missed. You probably are expecting another session. Maybe Garen could give an impromptu one. Okay. Bye, everyone.
right.
We'll be dropping off and closing this Zoom session and the recording.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.